Fine.
Bomb station.
Oh,
Oh.
all the things. The internet, that series of tubes are sending all the data.
We're sending
The
to
underground water tubes.
China.
All of the gas, the ones and zeros. Wouldn't it be cool? You cut open a wire and ones and zeros spills out onto the floor. You're just like, oh my god.
What physical? What would they be made of?
Light.
Information.
So
Chunks
are
of
they
light.
physical? Like
Condensed
actual
data.
If you eat them, you become a cyborg.
If you eat them, you turn into ones and zeros yourself.
Just so
Start
horrifying.
melting into ones and zeros.
Reminds me of the cloud movie where they just slowly turn into a cloud or whatever. It was just like he's like a killer cloud.
Yeah, I've seen that. But yeah, what you're saying just sounds like a Black Mirror episode potentially.
Turning into ones and zeros. That sounds like more of a parody of Black Mirror. Like, but then again, I don't know how good Black Mirror is. Maybe it is kind of parody-ish.
They had sex with a computer, and then they turn into one.
Or they have a kid who's half computer and just says "Carol," blah, 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 and it's like, oh no, that's sad. Black Mirror.
How does one do that with a computer? Like, would it be with the USB port? Like, how exactly is that?
I hope you can't fuck a USB port.
Yeah, I feel like that's not. It'd have to be a chasmous USB port. And
chasmous? Jesus, is that how you describe the girth of your penis? As I require a cavernous orifice to handle my enormous girth.
Alright.
You stick your head and shoulders in and then fucking pull your way through.
For me to fuck anything, it must be chasmous.
Chasmous.
Wouldn't it be chasmous?
Some say.
I guarantee you, there's a rule 34 for this. This deviant art of this. I guarantee it.
Specifically of Fringy fucking a USB port.
Having sex with the USB.
Fall into the vagina of the computer.
Don't say it. They gotta draw it now.
Well, they fucking keep it to yourselves, you weirdos. Oh. I see some people in chat. How are you doing this fine Saturday night / afternoon / Sunday morning? Yes, all over the globe. Who dominates right now? It's the Europeans, right? Yeah, we got 4. You guys have one of your other continents. You guys suck.
Hey, we're not Europeans.
Hey, look,
Brexit means Brexit.
All right, we're Britians.
You're Britains now.
Can our island be called a continent now?
I bet you can fool people into thinking that before Brexit, you weren't an island. Like you could Photoshop it to where England was actually attached to the rest of mainland Europe, and then show them the real one afterwards and put after Brexit on it.
Yeah, you just have a picture of Boris Johnson with like a large saw cutting through.
Yeah. Digging a hole.
Yeah.
Today's Brexit day. This is the day we split apart.
It was a 1-inch thick line of land connecting England to like fucking the rest of Europe. They just snipped it with little scissors.
Little
To
tether.
commemorate, they like blow up the tunnel. Like...
and fucking Britain starts to slip away. Like it just floats off. We're like, oh no.
Oh no! We got it loose. Shit! Someone get it back.
But before it gets back, Iceland. Wait, is Iceland part of the EU? Because my joke doesn't work if it isn't.
I don't think it's part of the European Union, but I think it's in. Well, it's also counted in Europe.
It
is
part
of the
Europe,
European community.
But Greenland isn't. Poor Greenland. It's left out. Well, it's not. It's part of America. So that's weird, isn't it? That Greenland is part of like North America when it's this massive island that's really far away from everything else.
You're massive.
So considering we're just talking about Britain, nationalities, continents, chasmous holes, I figure that we could probably bring up this little screenshot I thought was really amusing from Twitter. He got I don't know what the fucking main conversation was.
Oh.
They got Mueller is literally Welsh. That should be all you need to know about him to prove his points are stupid.
He's not even.
All right.
I am slightly offended.
That's
by
kind
that.
of racist, lol. And she says he's white, as if that's some kind of.
We are a fucking. We are a very.
Literally, that can't be can't be racist. He's white.
I'm sorry, but we are ethnic minorities on this fucking island. There's not a lot of us. Fuck you.
The Welsh are a dying breed compared to the rest of the world. Okay, respect us and our culture.
I do like how you like that's racist. Nah, he's white. It's like, oh.
Don't worry, there's no racism. He's white. It's like, what? But what's funny is, obviously this person got some level of like, what the fuck on that original comment, so they deleted it. But they left the he's white lol.
He's white lol. Now it just looks like you're just making fun of lol, a white person.
But then they're like, wait, isn't he white?
I like
okay.
White people with their Dungeons and Dragons and their pogo sticks.
Just it's so dangerous, you know. You don't want to be caught being racist. As long as if I was a black guy, this would be awful.
Now, it is funny, right? Because Wales was technically a conquered state in a way, and had their language suppressed.
Careful, Fringy.
Well,
Careful.
do I need to be? Wait. Oh, I'm kind of joking.
Not allowed
I
to
don't
talk
actually
about the
know the
whites being
history.
conquered.
If you're about to remind how my ancestors were enslaved, no, they were, but
But you had your language. Now, actually, you can clear this up for me. I had a conversation the other day where somebody said that Welsh people speak Welsh, and I said, but like I know people from Wales. So how many people speak Welsh in Wales?
it's a very dying language. It's not majority don't speak it, and part of it is because Google Welsh not, and you'll find out what the poor little Welsh kids had to do when they spoke Welsh in schools. They had to wear they had to wear signs telling them Welsh or not. Yeah, and
but I thought that white people have never been oppressed ever in the history of humanity.
In fairness, that's white oppression on white oppression, so it doesn't count.
So
it's like you know how like obviously people refer to like the mistreatment or abuse of like Irish people, for example. There's a lot of it too for Welsh. It's just that
Scots, obviously.
Yeah, we just didn't leave our country, so to speak, and go to like America and everything, and have as many. I don't want to say breed, but basically, there's not a lot of us, so there's not a lot of people to tell our tale, kind of thing.
Is there a big Welsh independence movement? Out of curiosity.
Yeah. Well, I think I mentioned this before. That we have we have a. Well, right now we're run by Labour because we're a devolved nation, and we have there's one called Plaid Cymru who they used to be like super nationalists, where they basically would act like if you can't speak Welsh, then you're not really Welsh, kind of thing. The no true Scotsman kind of
no true Welshman. All right.
Yeah. It very very like eye rolling, because part of the problem is the fact that. Well, yeah, we didn't grow up with it. We were forced to speak English. Not me and Smaller, obviously. But people before us.
I was kind of forced to learn English.
Yeah, same. I'm not gonna complain.
At school, when I made up my own language, the teachers got mad at me. So
Those cunts. What the fuck? Do you love it when you're like, "Can I go to the bathroom?" And then they're like, "Don't need to ask." And you're like, I didn't know if I did or not.
I just wanted to let you know where I'd be, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if you get up and it's like, "Where you going?" So it's going to bathroom.
Do I have to ask to alleviate my bowels?
Going to learn
like the idea of somebody getting up and they're like, "I'm going home." Like, yeah, see ya.
Like, this is horse shit. I'll never have to learn the square root of -1. Go outside and play soccer.
When I think about maths, I just wonder. There's so much like arithmetic has never been useful for me ever.
Just cut forward 20 years. There's a bomb you're deactivating, and some guy's like, "Quick, Frey, the square root of -1."
You have to solve for this polynomial function on a graph, and you're like, "Oh man, terrorists are evil."
From what I remember, Smaller, arithmetic is mainly about figuring out like what x is in an equation. So like 2x. Plus, I don't know, 4 is equal to 8. So
that comes up all the time for me.
That is arithmetic, right? Or am I
fucking
totally...
I don't know. Very Google it.
I'm pretty sure that's very basic arithmetic, but like that's the gist of it, and we had to spend half a year on it.
Arithmetic could have been like an ancient demon from Greek mythology or something, and I would have believed it.
People asking if I have the cough. I'm just tired. It's really early.
Let him have his coffee, chat. Jesus.
Just give me a minute.
Do you guys remember 8080 chat? I wanted to pop this tweet on because I think that's funny.
Oh, it's algebra. All right.
It's interesting what happens when you just sit down and talk to people you disagree with, and then all of a sudden you realize you have some things in common, and not everyone is evil. More of this. Wow. All right.
Imagine my shock.
Don't they call it self-aware wolves or whatever when it's like they do it, or sheep? I can't remember. That's the one where it's like, this is you. Like you don't even know.
It's definitely self-aware wolves. Yeah.
This feels like a Freudian slip, right? You know, it's like, oh, when I talk to people, I don't assume that they're evil. Is that a problem you tend to have?
Well, yeah, from the get-go, we've always been like, oh yeah, if we could talk to them, this could probably get settled pretty easily. Like that's our logic every time. But it's like they won't talk to us because they fucking hate us. It's like, all right, I'll watch their videos then, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm often surprised at just how well a conversation can fix things.
Hell yeah. You know, this will probably pop up again on the next meme fab we record, but I meant to put it in our first Batwoman coverage, but whatever, it can be on an EFAP episode, and then we can mention that Batwoman is making a return. But
yeah,
oh yeah, that was good shit.
Fucking great artwork getting made to celebrate the return.
Yay!
I particularly love Kate Kane getting dragged back by Alice in the background. Obviously, Jacob Kane just dominating with that Desert Eagle. Didn't even need a punch Batwoman.
Man.
The best bit is in the bottom corner, though.
I guess you guys will see the Batwoman coverage like eventually, right?
Soon it's on its way. There's a lot of editing that's got to be done. You know how it goes, everyone. But this little shot of us fall like that, yeah, that represents the feels. Metal just so moved emotionally.
Yeah,
myself and Ranks just cheering while Fringy in anticipation of what they might destroy next.
Hooray!
Yeah, that is what
a ride for sure.
Yeah, you're all coping really well watching it. I'm surprised.
It's a really fun show. All right.
I can hear it in your voice.
This poster, you know, fully illustrates how fucking amazing the show is. I gotta be honest.
I am going to be sad that the show is probably getting cancelled because the new season premiered. Like,
the ratings are in the toilet.
Well, yeah, see how racist I am for the show failing.
Wasn't like the whole season 1 finale had less than 1 million viewers? I was like, thinking, fuck, and they renewed it.
Well, I think they were going to be renewing that no matter what. Like the ratings of the final parts of the season were essentially irrelevant because they wanted Batwoman to be, you know, like a new replacement, right? Because Supergirl was getting retired. I assume,
an Arrow obviously ended.
Yeah, and I assume Batwoman was supposed to pick up the slack along with the eventual Superman and Lois, but now, especially with that trailer for Superman and Lois, which does not look CW-y, at least as much as normal. So I wonder if like they're panicking and like we gotta fucking evolve.
Well,
Marvel coming.
I find it confusing, like what DC's, because they've got like the CW shows, but they've also got those DC Universe shows like Titans and stuff that are totally divorced. So it's really and a lot of those are moving to different networks now. So it's really confusing, like what even this TV landscape is. And then you compare it to like Marvel and WandaVision and like Falcon and Winter Soldier, which are actually like whatever their writing quality is, they're clearly like high production values. Those are going to be popular.
88%.
Wow.
Somebody just shared that in the Discord. Just had to.
88% for that trash fire.
How does that even happen? Like, how
I don't get it. It's such a joke of a show, but all right.
That's exactly why its ratings are so high, because it's a joke.
Like the critics are really laughing at it. They're just like, "Oh,
yeah, it's a great comedy, guys."
So weird how like more and more there's this massive divide between the audience and like critical reception.
Well, the audience are a bunch of idiots. They don't appreciate that this is a progressive show that really points out the flaws in society. Like faces falling off.
Is it Rotten Tomatoes who deleted like a lot of user submitted scores for, like The Last Jedi and shit because it was like
for Captain Marvel?
I swear they did it for TLJ as well though.
Yeah, they also got rid of the "Are we anticipating this" rating or something like that, right? The "Who wants to see this" rating.
Oh fuck! Do you remember the fucking Netflix had a rating system and they got rid of it because Amy Schumer fucking got triggered or some shit?
Yeah, that's right. Her
the rating system was used to rate something.
Yeah. Yeah, you give the option for the audience to give an opinion. They did it, and you didn't like that opinion, so you got rid of it.
Tomato enough.
Well, if everything was just chill and liked, the rating system would still be there.
Enough.
We say enough of her, but like, where is even she? I don't know. Is she doing things?
I'm sure that she's still doing things because she was quite. I remember I watched that stand-up special. It was awful, and then you compare it to like Dave Chappelle's Sticks and Stones. It's like, like no contest.
Actually, I had me howling. Like, so good.
That must have been a harsh contrast in comedy. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it definitely was because
Sticks and Stones is fantastic.
Dave Chappelle is such a talented comedian. Like,
I think I watched that show 3 times already.
This was apparently the only top critic review for Batwoman. Top critic.
Top critic.
Well, they got a shiny little red star next to their name.
Continuing the story creates the prospect of not leaving the show's fans dangling, but more than anything, the second season of Batwoman feels like an on-the-fly salvage project because that's easier than the alternatives.
Yeah, I think that's apt.
Can I ask what that first line means? Continuing the story creates the prospect of not leaving the show's fans dangling.
You're right. That's not a good sense.
The narrative continues.
You have to have fans to,
like what?
Hey, no, the subreddit had like 10 people who were happy that the show came back. God, imagine being that invested, like unironically invested, genuinely in the story.
I forget her name, but didn't the protagonist say that Bruce Wayne gave up on Gotham, but she wouldn't, and then she did?
Yeah, she did.
Hey, no, narratively, she fell out of a plane. Okay, that's not the same.
Fell down some
I'd fall out of a plane for Gotham. Good.
And then she did
do it again
in Batwoman season 2.
It was like, we were funny. Well, we never found a body. He's like, yeah, the actress fucking quit.
Where's the body? Damn it. Maybe if
they
Korea
vaporized in the atmosphere.
Oh, we could have 2 Batwomans if Ruby Rose comes back. That'd be great.
Oh god.
Oh, that was a thing. Did you guys? Did you watch Gotham, the show?
No, I saw the first few episodes. I think.
Yeah, I think we tried watching it together, and then we just stopped.
I vaguely remember watching it, or at least the first season, and then just thinking, "Oh my god, it's not going anywhere." But I may be wrong. I just don't remember it being that good.
Yeah, hopefully it was a good one.
I'm sure it's better. I'm sure it's better than Batwoman. Like,
yeah. Well, who makes Gotham? I don't even know. What like?
It's definitely over now though, because the reveal at the end is that Batman's like there.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Batman.
So
anyway, how much should we mention about WandaVision, do you reckon? Or should we just save it until more of it's out? I don't know.
I'd honestly save it until we get a little bit more, because I think we were really retreading a bunch yesterday when we were talking about it.
True. I guess if anyone wants to hear what we have to say on the first 3, you can check out Friday Night Tights on recently. I guess re-uploaded to Neurotic Live, so like the opening of that, we talk a bunch about it, about the fun things that are happening in it, and hopefully how it will pay off, because it will be a little bit lame. It all leads to like garbage, but I have faith.
I hope not. I don't think it. I think they'll. I think it will have an ending.
Oh, yes. Sure, yeah. Clearly building up to something.
Which leads us to this is EFAP 121. We're really climbing up them numbers, you know. 125 will be halfway to the next year-long 24-hour tisms. Oh, felt like yesterday when 100 happened, and I guess I was thinking, like, should I even do introductions? Like, you know all of these people at this point, don't you, chat?
Oh,
you know that guy, yeah.
Nah.
From the left to the right, got Springy, Self.
Hi.
Hello. Metal. Roogs.
Hey.
SmilerAl.
Yo.
And Theo.
Howdy.
We've collected today because funny story. Not really funny. I was thinking about, like, it's kind of like when we watched so-called Extraterrestrial, like the manner in which I found a movie to watch. We've had a few super chats over time talking about this movie called Underwater, and I was just like not remotely interested. Whenever I read about it, I was like, okay. And it's like Kristen Stewart's in it. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
And I got it mixed up with the shark I say the shark
NATO?
movie. It's a movie where there's a house, it's flooded, and there's a shark in it. That's
Deep Blue Sea.
no, it's not Deep Blue Sea. Deep Blue Sea's funny. Like I want to see that again sometime. Let's try and search for it. House, shark, trapped.
I know one. Crawl.
Oh, is that it?
Crawl?
That could be it.
Sam
Sharks
Raimi
don't
for-
crawl.
That's crocodiles, isn't it?
Is it?
Sharks don't crawl.
No, but yeah,
that
it's
is
crocodiles.
You're right.
Or alligators, whichever.
Oh, maybe that was the film I mixed it up with. It wasn't a shark. It was a crocodilus.
Crocodilus.
And who's even in this? Oh, the girl from Pirates of the Caribbean 5 and Barry Pepper. All right.
Oh, I like pepper on my steak.
Well,
Pippen?
I think I saw the trailer for it and I was like, I'm alright. And so I guess I thought it was that movie. And so I was like, okay. But then saw I mentioned this to you guys when we decided to watch the film. It was I was looking for I was writing my script for the boys coming along, and I made a reference to Hellraiser. And then I was like, man, I haven't thought about Hellraiser in ages. I want to find one of them videos that just quickly goes over like Hellraiser lore out of curiosity. And it was like a 10-minute one. I was like, cool. Talking about, I mean, how many people here give any kind of shit about Hellraiser out of curiosity?
Oh, I've never seen it. I know of it, but that's pretty much the extent
first
of that.
2 or 3.
I like the first one. I didn't like
Never.
this.
Yeah, I got nothing on Hellraiser.
I don't even know of it. So
It's a really cool IP, honestly, but I'm pretty sure it's been ran into the ground more times than most franchises. I think it's up to 10 movies.
It's Clive
Boy.
Barnes series, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh,
Because he does a lot. He does do a lot of horror stuff, and I think that's like one of his more famous ones.
Hellraiser lore is completely messed up. You probably be that in more ways than one. So I was like
Uh-huh.
interested, just listening to a little explanation what it is and stuff. Then in the recommended from the same channel, because he covers lots of horror, it was one for underwater, and the thumbnail had some imagery in it. I was like, wait, what? I thought underwater was like sharks and stuff. And then I clicked it, and just from the opening 30 seconds, where he was like, underwater is a blah blah blah. I was like, oh, I'll watch this. I was like, I'm on board now. And yeah, we just threw it out as a test. We were like, is everyone around? Anyone free to watch a movie? And we did. And
Yes.
well, what
I'm free. We can watch a movie now. That's fine.
what
I'd
did
love
we
to watch the
all what did
movie.
we all think? Should we go left to right? Quick blurb
Okay,
about the
so-
movie.
I like it. I think it's a good movie. Not much more than that, but it's a good movie that has good performances, strong characterization, and a nice little theme that I really like. And I really like the aesthetics, the underwater suits, and the sort of more retro science fiction stuff is really cool. Big fan of that. So yeah, I like it.
I thought it was really neat. I would again. I would agree. I probably wouldn't go as far as great, but definitely good. Nice and structured. Couple of flaws. Some larger than others, but definitely coherent and has lots of points to make, as well as maintaining a really awesome atmosphere with a kick-ass soundtrack. Really, again, strong performances and a nice through line with characters making decisions that I really enjoyed watching them make, instead of having to be like, ugh.
No, you idiot. Can't believe you're doing that. Why are you so dumb?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, chat, the themes were on point. We'll even probably go over that. Yeah, it was a cool movie, and it's really quick too. Just an hour and a half, blasted right through.
Super fast.
And just love the world. Would have liked to have seen more of that sort of collection of director, writers, and you know, even set designers and stuff like that. But yeah, neat. Metal.
I was just kind of nodding along while you were talking. I liked it a lot. It's probably not super fantastic overall, but yeah, a lot of little stuff that was happening when you pay attention that you see. It's like, oh, that's neat. That's cool. They don't act like stupid idiots. It's nice. I liked it.
Rags.
Kind of a lot of what you guys said. You covered a lot of the bases. Pretty good character work, really great atmosphere, quote unquote. There was really it seemed really high budget. It was a little spooky at times, were appropriate, nothing crazy. But there's a lot to like about it. And I agree, it's good. Wouldn't say great. There's some issues here and there. But overall, it was kind of refreshing, honestly, for being a member of its genre.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna. I thought you were
Yeah, I
gonna
thought that was
add
coming
I
something.
mean, like, no, in terms of like characters acting, pretty intelligently, and I like the dialogue between the people, and it's very believable, the scenario that they're in. Gave me some Soma vibes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Smiler, go.
Oh, it's way better than Alien. Yeah,
Oh
definitely.
no.
No. Yeah, without like just repeating, I think. No, I liked it. Wanted more out of it. Like, thought it could well, I thought we could do with an extra like half an hour, just extra scenes, just to flesh out more, because the pace of it was very quick. I obviously know it's probably going to come up in the video when we're watching it, but like literally when they the intro where all shit breaks loose straight away, I was like, oh, this is going to be a dream sequence.
They hop
and then
right
it wasn't,
into it.
and then it was, oh no, they literally are starting. This is it. Oh, here we go. I just thought you could do a bit more with that, because it's not beating out all the classic horror films or anything like that. But no, I liked it. Yeah.
Theo.
I thought it was pretty good. It seems certainly like something that is best experienced in the cinema by nature of its sound.
Oh yeah. We've said that, didn't we? Well,
Yeah.
you said it, when we were watching it.
So I feel like missed out on that a little bit. I'm not like too big on it, but it was pretty good. It was fine.
I would like to go and point out, I think a lot of people get a lot of, wow, it's always either you hate it or you love it. This would be an example of a movie that sits a little close to the middle.
Yeah, we like it. It's on the upside of 5 out of 10.
I give it a little thumbs up, and it'll be something I think about here and there, but it's not, again, the word great doesn't come into my mind, but certainly...
I think the frustration of it was that nobody watched it, and then you think, oh, why? And it's like, well, it came out apparently got filmed like 3 years ago, and then it only came out like the start of last year, and then it's got such a shit name. Who the fuck wants to go see a film called Underwater? I think we were like coming out with I think we said The Abyss was already taken, wasn't there? Because that would have been the way better name for it. Because there was loads of names you could have given it better than Underwater. It's just like, it was just such a... I don't even know what Underwater as a name gives, what impression that gives me going into it.
Wet.
And it wasn't that film.
Place in the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you think underwater, you don't think the bottom of the Mariana Trench. You're like, oh, wow, that is pretty far underwater.
I mean, technically underwater, but not like, I wasn't going to go to that extreme off the bat.
Quite a lot of water down there.
So I suppose the best thing to do would be this is one of them films that we would say, hey, you might like it a lot. Go watch it before necessarily continuing with our breakdown. However, if you're not tempted whatsoever, perhaps the breakdown will make you think, hey, I might check this out. So really it's on you, humble viewer, right now thinking, what shall I do? Because we are here today. Because I was going to be like, well, that was neat, moving on. And then I was like, wait, did anyone even, like, cover this movie? Because fucking it flopped, and I've never heard anyone talk about it outside of a few references. And I was like, oh man, Filmento has a video on it.
Oh boy.
And it's called Anatomy of a Failure. It's like,
Anatomy of a Failure.
Failure.
Have you guys covered
I don't think it failed for in-movie reasons.
Well, that's the thing, right? If it was just like, oh, we'll talk about why it failed marketing and production maybe in some way, shape, or form, we'd be like, oh, but it says how to fail at Alien. Which is interesting. I'm a major fan of Alien, and I can see the connections, but they are not the same movie.
No, not at all.
Not by a long shot. And I wonder if we've got another, just less publicized, Joker taxi driver situation on our hands. Where there's enough similarities to be like, you suck, you're trying to be something I like, then I don't like you. You're like, okay.
There's definitely loads of homages to it. The guys who made it definitely knew they definitely loved Alien. You could tell that.
Yeah.
I think fundamentally, though, it's like, are we going to just ignore the fact that all creative work is derivative? All creative work is derivative.
I know this has come up on EFAP before, but we have to talk a little bit, probably eventually, about the line between ripping something off and trying to pay it respect. It's like, look, a reference to a thing that I like, and then you're like, whoa, you stole that thing? And you're like, Oh, no.
No, wait.
And I think a lot of time that can come down to substantively what that beat represents in the storyline. Like, if you literally copied and pasted a storyline, it's like, that's not really an homage. But if, for example, they're booting up some shit in their command center in this movie, and it makes sounds that were taken directly from Alien as a reference, like, that's it.
Yeah, that's a little nod that only like super nerds would ever pick up or read it on IMDb, and it's like, oh, that's neat. But that's not like, see, that's proof they ripped it off. It's like, no.
It's important to always think about like the purpose that it serves in the context, because if we were to say that that's ripping off, then The Simpsons is basically a massive rip-off of lots of things, because The Simpsons has a lot of homages and parodies and references to films.
The Simpsons is a rip-off of life, Riggy.
Rip-off of life.
I mean, there are full episodes that will be based on just a premise that's a joke, that's a reference to something, you know, like it could be, anything could be built on anything there. And I think it's interesting to get into the references with stuff like that. But what do you guys think? Should we talk about what we think is really good with it in terms of like much more spoilery, or should we just watch the video and talk about those things as they may come up?
We can use the video as a blueprint, I'd say, to kind of, you know, talk about the video. And if at the end, if there's things that we never got to cover, then, well, that'll kind of be a failing of the video.
Yes.
Want to be?
No spoilers. We can't continue with no spoilers for this movie, I'm afraid.
It was a rip-off of Alien, so if you've seen Alien, you already know the plot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the alien gets jettisoned into outer space.
Exactly.
Wait
That's a really long tube that goes all the way to space.
Oh.
Inner water, underwater.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I don't know just for anybody who's curious now, a little bit of a premise for the movie, I guess, which is Tian Industries has created a bunch of stations at the bottom of the Mariana Trench to drill for resources, and something happens in terms of a disaster, and we're trying to. The film is figuring out how to deal with it, and also maybe what did it. And that's the movie.
Or when did it?
Yes. So yeah, and obviously we have covered good old Filmento before. He's the one who said that Knives Out proved that Rian Johnson was a great writer.
I think it proved the opposite, because the movie had shit writing, but you know, it's all good in the hood.
I puked then, sorry.
Knives Out is what I think is so special about it is it got so many people to say it was well written. That really impressed me.
Yeah, it definitely fooled a lot of people.
Yeah, good job, Ryan. Can't wait to see what you do next. Oh. Alrighty, so here we go, everyone.
Wait,
underwater.
I need to open it again in Microsoft Edge. It's not working on
Microsoft Edge.
Whoa.
Is that what Shadow the Hedgehog uses?
Yes, yes, it is. Chrome isn't working for me.
So you went to Edge?
Well, I mean,
I don't have Firefox installed. I don't think.
Really
AOL. That was better.
AOL.
There we go. All right.
All right. I'll
In pressure. Liquefied.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't understand that opening. Is it supposed to be like the alien noises?
Well,
that was like the bit in Alien.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure that's deliberate. It's supposed to, I think, prime us for how. Wait a minute, that's just like Alien.
Oh my gosh, a monster that jumps out at somebody in the dark? That's basically just a ripoff of Alien.
It also came out of a body.
To be fair, that particular scene when they go down in both Alien and this, that's one scene that they kind of lifted up, but it is different still. But that is like one of the closest resembling scenes, and most of the rest of it is not. Well, so he's cherry picking this bit in particular. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would go as far as saying, like, so if you watch them both, which I have recently, you'd be like, so is it a copy, or have they changed stuff significantly? Where are the references, and how does it fit into the story? It'd be like the Alien one. I think everybody probably knows back to front, or at least a lot of people do. The just Kane entering the ship, having no clue in terms of what the fuck's going on with any of it.
Kane?
Oh yeah. Where do you think she ended up?
in space being eaten alive.
And just the curiosity of man gets him poking around, looking at the egg, and then boom, scream, jump on his face, and then the next time we see him, he's got the face hugger. Meanwhile, this one, I would say the key difference is that it almost sets you up to think that we might be dealing with an alien situation, and I found it jarring on first time around, but second time around, I was like, I don't know, this kind of lines up in that it screams, it runs at him, lots of quick cuts, the sound of and the visual of the gun firing, and then it just cuts to the aliens being killed and they're okay. Because that's not quite what you expect. You're like, oh, we've just set out, we've spotted something really spooky, is it going to get one of our guys, is it going to infect one of our guys, is it going to do it? And it's just like, no, they killed it. I'm like, oh.
That's good, I guess.
And that would be what I would argue is the alternative, but we can get more into what happens in those scenes as we go.
Earlier this year, there was a Fox-produced, Disney-released, nobody-marketed movie called Underwater, a high-concept horror survival film set at the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
What
where
does
some
like
miners...
high concept mean in that sense?
High concept is basically, I guess he's describing it's like... Actually, I don't know what it means in this context, because high concept just means what is the broad story idea, like if you're talking about
it's usually
any story.
The further unusual it is, the more people refer to it as a high
like
concept.
Mass Effect is high concept, whereas I don't know, like a detective story set in the modern day is not really a high concept. It's just, you know, normal, I guess.
I mean, because this would obviously be low concept. It's at the bottom of the ocean. Like, I don't even know.
Deep
Breaking Bad a high concept?
Accidentally a deadly scary monster they probably shouldn't have. And even though many of you most likely don't know / never knew about this movie, I do, and I did. This because Underwater is yet another original concept movie that sold back in 2015. And since we just had Gemini Man badly hurt the original concept movie market that has already been hurting since the very first Iron Man, I was really hoping for this one to be good. I was really hoping for this one to do good at the box office. But of course...
it doesn't surprise me too much that this didn't do well at the box office. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of sci-fi movies struggle at the box office, especially if they're called Underwater. I think the bad name...
They're not Marvel. Yeah.
I couldn't tell how well it was marketed because I don't get the television, really.
I didn't see a single fucking ad or banner, poster. Like I said, the most I got about this was random people saying, have you seen Underwater? Which is a really shitty question.
Like, yeah. No, but it came out just before... Because it came out just before COVID really hit, at least in the West. So it was, I think it was probably one of the last films you would have seen or could have seen in the cinemas before they shut everything down.
And also, it's the last Fox movie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is officially Fox is done after this movie. This is their last hurrah.
Yeah. They were their swan song. But,
Vox?
No, Fox.
Oh, okay.
No, Fox didn't make this.
I'd say. Like, whoa.
Yeah, but as far as I can say, yeah. No shred of advertisement or internet buzz or jack shit about this film.
It means it's perfect for us to be like, hey guys, go check it out. It's kind of neat. You might like it.
Go see it. It's like Anthropoid. One was good, but it's just sort of like no one knows about that movie.
Yeah, that was a total accident how I first found that film. I literally just watched it on the way home from America, and it was just in one of the films that was on in the airplane, and it was like, oh cool, Cillian Murphy. Yeah, all right then. And then I was like, fuck, it's good.
Yeah, I would go as far as saying that film is great.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Maybe we'll do an EFAP on Anthropoid someday. You in chat should go watch it, and if you don't, you're a bad person. Though I realize is there more than one movie called Anthropoid?
Maybe.
Well, either way, the
one with Cillian Murphy.
Yeah, the easy way to find it. Anyway,
so you know. And it really is a bummer, because not only do I always root for original movies, I also think the concept here had an insane amount of potential. And to be fair, there is some great stuff in here. The Godzilla-like intro title sequence is one of the most effective mood setters I've ever seen.
I don't know about that. So it was adequate.
It was fine. I'm not a huge fan of how overt it is, I'll be honest with you.
It's an exposition dump in 60 seconds or less, and that's why I was going back earlier about the whole. It's so quick. They could have had this in scenes at the start of the film before the shit breaks loose, but they didn't. They did it in this little montage.
Yeah, this is clearly a time thing. They were like, how do we do our opening credits, but then also nail it's underwater, there's several people there, they're slowly losing their minds, and this is uncharted. We don't even know how to deal with people psychologically when they're this far underwater, because it's never been done before. There's different medications happening for them. They've also spotted random things, don't know if crazy, don't know if actually creatures. Lots of anomalies, things going wrong.
Yeah, because it does allude to TN Industries having or knowing about this, or knowing that there's something wrong and it's not just a struggle being under, well, in the Mariana Trench or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 60 seconds and just like, bang. And if you're like, if you're somebody who does not even be paying attention with the opening credits because you're like waiting for like the first scene to start, you will just miss all of this as well.
And so yeah, I'm cool with it. In fact, I'd probably maybe give it a thumbs up. But I just when I was watching it for the first time, I was like, this is a lot. You're giving me a lot of stuff that I feel, because maybe I'll go a different direction. I didn't need any of this to watch the movie, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that running thing because I kind of watched it while doing work.
Just dropping like having the camera pan all the way to the bottom of the ocean and then starting with our character dealing with the ship falling apart. It's like we can infer so much already. Like we don't actually need.
I didn't miss something like this at all. I understood what was happening.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't. This isn't. So if someone was like, "What are the good things about this movie?" This intro is not one of those things I would jump to.
No.
And
I
probably
don't like these types of intros. Like I just prefer a cold open rather than like a big news broadcast like montage like that.
Exposition dumps.
That's Dawn of the Dead, right?
Yeah.
Like there's just a series of news reports that are getting worse and worse and worse until it's like zombies are everywhere. Blah, blah, blah.
This gracious. Tune in at 9 for more information on the zombie virus plague. Umbrella's done it again.
I was gonna say this gives me big Resident Evil film vibes, which isn't exactly the nicest comparison.
Yeah,
well, you compared it to Godzilla.
Way better than the intro.
Well, yeah,
for
the Godzilla 2014. I don't remember now. Yeah, that movie has this opening where it's like experiments were done, creatures, surrounding wildlife was infected, possibly weird things happening, and then an image that's like the fucking Bigfoot one, but for Godzilla.
Yeah.
Footzilla.
So yeah, and it's like, ooh.
Best part of the movie. The music is fantastic. The production design with all
I'm glad he had the icon of the musical note when he talked about the music, or I wouldn't know what he was talking about.
Very important.
Very important that we have that animated in the middle of the screen.
Is that the iTunes logo as well?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna choose a musical logo,
it's just weird that people sometimes just over-edit stuff.
Suits is amazing. The underwater cinematography is very hauntingly striking, and I really enjoyed how they organically play with light at the pitch black bottom of the ocean.
Oh my god!
Yeah, the lighting was very good.
I mean, yeah, and as you said, the set designs and the costumes are fucking awesome. Like,
it was kind of like The Descent, the first one, where it's very there's no like meta lighting. There's no lighting from sets or from production elements. It's all in the movie. It's all flashlights and stuff.
Yeah,
Same here.
There's no studio lighting.
Yeah. They really it really helps to immerse you into this movie, because the movie that's one of the big strengths of the movie. Like it's dark a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, and we have an excuse this time instead of like things just being dark for no reason.
Yeah, it's not like Game of Thrones season 8's darkness. It's the right kind of darkness because there's no light.
Yeah, this isn't thematically dark. It's dark because you're at the bottom of the fucking ocean.
This isn't dark because they're trying to distract you from their shitty battle tactics.
One interesting thing I did read about is that the set design was not, well, when they built it, it's not just CGI or whatever, but when they built it, they initially developed it in VR first. I thought that was really fucking cool.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Just the fact that they built the set designs in VR and they went, yeah, that's cool, right, send it off to the engineers or whatever to make
very interesting.
That's sick.
As well as they did a lot of work underwater. Like they actually had them in suits. These suits were airtight. Well, obviously because otherwise we're not in trouble.
All right, you can act for 12 seconds. Hurry.
But, Kirsten, how long can you hold your breath for? Okay, good enough.
I find that so cool, like, because obviously you'd be like, well, how else would they do it? It's like, I don't know, just simulating it all with CGI and you're just walking normally.
Well, it's James Cameron's The Abyss. They filmed that all in a tank, didn't they? And Titanic, I think it was all the underwater scenes are in big tanks or whatever.
Yeah, and I feel like going that extra mile is honestly stuff that just like we got to point it out, otherwise, why would they do it, right?
Yeah, I want that to be rewarded, that extra effort.
Yeah, it's authentic, isn't it? It's not just it's not just wires and green screens. It's real to a degree. Not they didn't film it on location, like.
Plus, we have a bunch of shots of Kristen Stewart running around in her underwear, which is pretty nice if you're into that kind of stuff.
I mean, all of these are basically... Wait, all of the shots that he's showing are basically all from, like, 4 consecutive scenes at the end of the film.
I was gonna say this. That's where I was caught up. I was like, is she in her underwear a lot? It's like, I mean, there's the
no, you have very short at the beginning.
Did he say a lot? I think
he said a lot of shots.
Oh.
But well, this is all, this is all super condensed to the end.
Yeah, I feel like the collective amount is probably like 3 minutes, but hey.
Yeah.
And like everyone who hasn't seen this is all taking place like basically in a room where she runs to the sides of the room to the doors to check them. This is all like a couple minutes worth of time, really.
Yeah, most of the
time
odd
that he would show these.
Oh yeah,
she's in a suit for the majority of the
time.
time.
Yeah, it's most people. Yeah.
But also, this is another thing about the alien thing. It's also whether or not you like the titillation, if you want to call this titillation, but it's another homage to Ripley in her underwear. If you know, it's not. Don't think it's overt or anything, but I think that's another thing. Or maybe they just wanted Kirsten Stewart in her pants and just run around.
Well, you know, they all have to strip down to get into the suits, right? I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah.
Unfortunately, not even Kristen Stewart's underwear is enough to salvage this movie from being a bland, mediocre, overall very forgettably unimpressive horror flick.
Wait, what are you doing? Wait, what are you? Why are you conflating?
Yeah, so flops doesn't have anything to do with that. But I'm definitely ready to recommend this to a lot of people. I got this on a USB to show my dad. He's gonna fucking love it, I bet. If you're into those monster disaster movies, I think this will be right up your alley.
Yeah, I'll probably show it to my friend.
I had a whole lot of fun with it, and I definitely got into the atmosphere.
You don't know who's going to make it to the end. You don't know what's going to happen along the way. It's a very unfamiliar setting. We don't get a lot of these kinds of monster disaster movies at the bottom of the ocean that's done this well, because the concept is executed very well.
And I just those descriptions he gives.
Kristen Stewart's underwear is enough to salvage this movie from being a bland, mediocre, overall very forgettably unimpressive horror flick.
Forgettably unimpressive. That's what he said.
Yeah, definitely disagree with that.
Well, what a sentence! Forgettably unimpressive.
Yeah, well, it's just he's just bringing it bland, mediocre, forgettably unimpressive. It's like, oof.
You guys need to work harder on your descriptions, all right?
Well, like my immediate thing with that is I feel like it's the same thing 3 times almost. They're just not different enough to make me feel like what are you trying to say? It's like bland. It's like, okay, I guess I get an idea. Mediocre, like again, kind of forgettable, unimpressive. Like, but of course that is the claim. Let us see how we do in terms of qualification.
Flick that never stood a chance at the theaters. Because all that stuff I just mentioned aside, this movie completely fails at the one very core thing it's supposed to get right, being a horror survival monster film.
Whoa! Horror? Okay.
Hey, that's a lie.
There were some definitely really tense scenes, especially before we get more of the monster reveals of what they are. There's some really great stuff they do, playing with the light and in the depths and you know, of the ocean and how dark it is and how they could move around quick. And there was some really really great imagery work that they did with that.
Absolutely.
And they never let off how dangerous it is. There are parts to breathe, but you're never safe. You're never out of danger. When they're in the elevator going down, it's a little bit of a break, but you're still very much aware that there's a ticking clock.
I think that is
banging around the walls. It's like, wait, how safe are we in this, actually?
I mean, shit. Go on, Frankie, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, I think that that is one of the things that this film can leverage really well, which is that when you're underwater, yeah, there is no safe space, because if there's like a crack or something, the whole thing's gonna come down on you.
That's it. I was literally about to say. So if you want to talk about like the survival horror bit, all right, the survival bit. If you take out the horror, which is the Cthulhu monsters or whatever, you still got the survival element of the underground, the underwater station is fucked, is compromised. There's only going to be so much oxygen. You got to get back to the surface now. So you still got that survival element. Even if you take out all the monsters, there's still the immediate danger. And now that they have those, that's the horror bit. It's like they go hand in hand. It works really well because it's a tense, high pressure situation. But it just failed that. Apparently.
High pressure situation.
Oh shit! I spoiled a bit. Sorry.
One of the so like I get, because he said it fails at being horror, survival, and monster. Like these are 3 elements. So monster, I just want to do first, right? So when you go through the film, you hear them first. You don't know anything first, but then you hear them on recordings.
Yeah, you see the effects of them.
Yeah, you see
then you
death. You see the guy in the rescue when that's already past a third into the movie, where it's like he's been killed, but his flesh is all fucked, and then there's a creature inside it. Small, confusing, could be mistaken for some form of sea life.
Yeah.
You know, but then you get the references of like there's just figures watching them.
There's, silhouettes and shadows, or well, not shadows under the water, but yeah.
And then one of my bits that I really liked, I'm just finding it so chat can see. When they're walking through, this is after they've made it through the train sort of bit, and they're just walking across the floor. Really nice use of light as well as soundtrack, and everyone's just trying to move along. She's scanning around with her torch, and there's just a little. You see that? Wonderfully done.
Oh wait, hang on.
There was that was one that I thought was really great.
Yeah, just scampering off like a split second before it gets revealed.
And it's
little glint to the eyes, just a little part of the arm.
There's I think there's a little bit, I wish I had the references for them, but there's a part where they like shine it somewhere and you see like 3 or 4 sets of eyes and then they all move away.
Yeah.
Really, really awesome for just maintaining the Jesus fucking Christ, what the hell's going on sort of thing.
Yeah, you don't get a clear idea of what they look like, really ever. But you get a general idea eventually.
I was the
they definitely build up to it.
Again, you're getting all spoilers now, folks. The scene where the captain dies, I would say, you get a really good look at the creature when it moves right up to her, just nibbling on her helmet. So yeah, obviously you get really overt then, and then a small break until we meet up with many of them surrounding the Roebuck station. And then, of course, the huge reveal. I think it was really nicely ramped up across the movie from 0 to 100. They put a lot of effort. They held on to the payoffs. They didn't just splash all over instantly. So, in terms of monster stuff, like these creatures tear you apart. T.J. Miller's death is a little bit disturbing. If you're paying close attention. When I was rewatching it with Metal, there's this shot I hesitate to show, but hey, maybe I will. When he's getting pulled back in, it's not entirely clear what is happening to him, but his face like caves into his suit and then explodes.
Yeah.
And like from what the characters say, it's the creature would have broken into his suit and pulled his body out through it.
Yeah.
And just like crushed his bones.
Mm-hmm.
Combined with the other deaths, combined with where they are and how these creatures are following them everywhere, like, yeah, I'd say the monster element is through the roof good. I really liked it.
Oh yeah, you're definitely afraid of them, that's for sure.
Well, even the first death of the black fella, it's not even there's no monster. But he doesn't die from the monsters, does he? He just dies from just the pressure when his suit cracks.
If we move on from monster then to survival, right? The pressure.
I have no idea. I think this is where he's most wrong.
Yeah, the survival element is like absolutely the entire movie. I definitely had a sense in this where I was like, are they really gonna make it? I don't know. Like,
oh yeah, you're never not thinking about because they're always wearing the suits, so you always have that visual reminder. Pretty much, they're always talking about the facility and what's happening and where they need to go and what their goal is, and you always have the aspect of, do we have enough oxygen? Do we have enough, integrity on our suits and light to make it through this, very inhospitable environment that you can't just escape from? You never aren't thinking about the survival aspect.
Yeah, it's not like you're scratching your chin going, what are the stakes here?
Does
What
a very good
happens?
job of not forgetting its setting in that sense.
Well, I think that's kind of the effective part of that first death, is it immediately tells you, like, yeah, this is a very dangerous place.
Yeah. This is what, could happen if your equipment isn't working right, or if you're not, doing what you need to do.
Very deliberate in terms of delivering your story to have the first guy die in relation to the environment that is constantly a threat. There's never a time where this isn't relevant, and it's pretty terrifying.
To be fair, he's the first character, isn't he? Because if you think back to the opening scene, they do see other unnamed characters perish before Kirsten, or before Nora, her character, hits the she overrides like the blast door or whatever, doesn't she, to stop from herself dying, and you see some other people like, oh no, and then they're blown or swept away or whatever. So it's immediate. People, half the fucking crew are dead or more. Well, everyone nearly.
Yeah, and things aren't functioning properly. There's this mysterious element that no one understands, and screams of maybe some otherworldly creatures on board with the fact that we're on a time limit. Oxygen levels are limited, and we don't even know if the escape pods are working in the robot because they're all gone.
Isn't it a bit as well where they don't even nobody knows up top that there's been an accident either? Like there's no rescue party coming either.
Dude, I'm just scanning around. Look how fucking awesome those suits look.
They're awesome. They're so cool.
They look really good.
Yeah,
they're very believable.
They look worn. Like they look like they've been used for a long time, and they're just really fucking...
They look like they look like Space Marines from StarCraft. Kind of.
Yeah, a little less bulky, but...
Well, the point is they're authentic, isn't they? You're not thinking they won't.
Yeah, I believe it. I absolutely believe it.
It's not from like a 60s Doctor Who episode or something. It looks genuine.
And so this, the film is very straightforward in terms of where they're going, what they've got to do. It's literally they spawn, they go to command center, they have to go down 1 mile, forward 1 mile, and then get to escape pods. Really simple. And so when we know that that's the case, and they're being hunted, and they have to constantly worry about air pressure and water pressure, then the survival element is more than in place, which leaves us with horror. And I would argue that the two subjects we just went over thoroughly kind of supports the idea that there's an element of horror. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot to die from. There's a lot that there's always a threat. If it's not from the monster, it's from the environment.
I suppose we could bring in, of course, the existential horror that man is so insignificant compared even to the depths of the sea, that we desperately struggle to even survive where an uncaring force would crush us in an instant. Like, it's obviously combine that with these otherworldly creatures that are, or at least seemingly otherworldly creatures.
Doesn't that that's alluded as well, isn't it? That they start with Nora, where she saves the spider in the sink, and it's the whole. She could just crush that spider and not think twice about it, and the spider, it'd be dead. Obviously,
spider would have no concept of what happened.
Yeah, it'd just be, what the fuck happened? I'm dead. And then, it's and everyone else there in the film, they are the spiders, or they are the tiny little insignificant creatures compared to the other monsters, or the monsters rather.
This visual, I've got it up. This is very much in microcosm this movie, like what it's trying to say. And I'd say it gives you access to the thematic through line, which we'll probably go over as time goes on. We'll see how this video can get us to it, as well as the characters. But the idea that this is us, and how does the spider escape? It gets a helping hand from a fellow creature in a world that is uncaring and enormous by comparison. I like it.
Yes, I agree with that statement.
But let us hear from another person who believes it failed in these three aspects.
Basically, Underwater is like an underwater version of one of the most legendary, most imitated high-concept horror survival monster movies ever, Alien. And when I'm telling you it's like an underwater version of Alien, I mean, that's what it is.
No, not really.
No.
No, it's really not at all. Only in the most broad strokes. And people trapped in an inhospitable environment have to contend with monsters.
It's you have to, you just said it, you have to get broad to be able to, like, how broad do I have to get before Predator and Alien sound the same? It's like, pretty broad, but I can do it.
It's basically Alien. Just everything is Alien. Dead Space is Alien. It's all Alien.
It's such a disservice just to say, oh, it's Alien but underwater.
Yeah, this is like all the people who said Joker was like Taxi Driver and everything, and they're fucking wrong because you have to be so insanely broad to draw those connections. They're so incredibly different in their execution.
Leviathan? That would have been a neat name for this, possibly, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the word Leviathan.
It would be better than Underwater.
Oh, yeah.
Make it a
2001's
competition.
like Alien.
How many names can you come up with that beats Underwater?
And yeah, so I would, like, it's rare to come across. I'd love to know if I've ever, on the course of all of EFAP, ever said, like, oh, I didn't like that movie, it's just a bad this other movie, and then what my qualification would be. Because I find it rare to come across, like, just a movie that copies one for one but just can't do it as well. Force Awakens to A New Hope would be probably an example in some way, but there's very specific reasons for how it failed at doing all of the things it could have done, which, by the way, I don't believe that Force Awakens would automatically be bad if it had copied A New Hope well. So it's a little bit more complicated.
Also in chat, Joker is way better than Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver is extremely overrated. It's fine. Joker's way better. It's much more solid in its themes and its character work.
Yeah, I like Joker a lot more.
Joker's way better than Taxi Driver. Y'all need to stop fucking filleting that movie and get it credit.
That's the movie to fillet. There's loads of those, like Godfather and Shawshank, and you know, it's a permanent place in the annals of amazing movies. But yeah, similar to Alien, actually, which is part of why a lot of movies that try to do anything similar never get to reach that spotlight because it's taken. So yeah, it would be down to references, right? Like if he was in this call right now and he said it was a ripoff, I'd be like, go, give me anything, which I'm hoping will be in this. So we're off to a very bad start.
Is this what you're leading with?
Every film that does this is a rip-off of Alien. Then I don't even know if Alien. I don't even know if Alien did this first. Maybe a spaceship, maybe, but did it? Come on.
To make sure everyone understands, you got a wide shot of location for our humans, be it under the ocean or in space, with a description of what kind of station it is and how much crew is in there. That, that's one of the most just wow.
Pretty sure Event Horizon did that.
Well, in fairness, that's a copy of Alien, so.
Fuck, I'm gonna be racking my brain about this now because it's gonna be more. It's gonna be in more films than you probably think. I would guess at this point, whether or not that the text sprawls across the screen or immediately appears.
Let's say it rolled on like a typewriter and it made the typewriter sound and it was in this font and it was with the ship to the right and every one of those things were in Underwater too. I wouldn't be like, wow, ripoff. I'd be like, oh, that's a cool reference.
And then there's other films that don't even have it like that. They have the character narrate. You know, it could be a captain's log or it could be fucking anything like that. But no, okay. Off to a good start.
All right, yeah, that's reference 1. All right, reference 2.
I think it's a distress signal from one of the pods.
A transmission? Out here?
Oh my goodness, it's just a distress signal. Guys, there's distress signals.
An explanation as to what they're doing.
Let me So, Alien's premise is that it's a ship that detects a distress signal. In Underwater, they are in a destroyed station. The captain has released several pods for his crew. And what I really like about that, we'll roll it back, is that the captain points out it's a distress signal from the pods, which means he knows that the pod didn't make it. And look at his facial expression when he says it.
It's a distress signal from one of the pods.
See that? That's really sad, because that means someone didn't get to actually escape and they're probably dead.
Yeah.
That's a completely different context and it adds different things.
Somebody, the captain, he cares about the people here. He takes his captaining very seriously.
Yes, I was really happy with how he acted right when they got him. He's like, do this, that. He did captain things.
Yeah, we'll go over that. I'm waiting for him to prompt us with any comment on characters.
Also,
we will
before we carry on, just add a few references. Apparently, Flash Gordon did it. A Space Odyssey probably did it. And then obviously Star Wars got its inspiration from Flash Gordon. So it's like they're all ripping each other off. Fucking hell.
Establishing shots of crazy unknown environments and not an alien. Oh.
And distress signals? Like, give me a break.
Doesn't every episode of Star Trek start with an establishing shot of the USS Enterprise and Captain
Stardate?
Well, yeah, but everyone knows Star Trek is a ripoff of Alien.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
And does this count for like whenever they see a flare get shot up in the air? Does that count as the same thing? Is that like Titanic where they shoot the flares? I mean, how well Titanic ripoffs? What's going on? This is.
I was going to say, to offer a small benefit of the doubt here, I would argue that if you combined a whole bunch of meaningful references and then put these in there too, I would have less issue. But what I'm trying to get at so far is both of these are invalid. So how many have you got left?
A transmission?
Leading with?
Yeah.
SOS.
Something all over it.
There's a layer of mist just...
Yeah, now this is the scene that is actually more closely... Again, not a rip-off. It's...
Yeah, I'd argue it's a reference. It's an homage. It's
the discovery. Yeah, whenever you have a monster movie, or whenever you have any of these space movies, and you discover the alien thing or the weird thing, and they don't know quite what it is, like, is it possible to not have it be like Alien?
If we remove
by
Alien
this regard
from our universe, and we're writing a scene where our intrepid crew discover some strange alien creature, is it unreasonable to just have them be curious about it? Or have I just copied something?
Yeah. Also, though, it's not like, and then if you do want to take it, okay, this is a ripoff, right? But also in Alien, in Alien, the facehugger latches onto Kane, and then they bring Kane on board with the facehugger, and obviously he dies. In this, I hate to use the word, but subverted that because they killed the little fucking creature before it could hurt anyone. And then they brought it into one part of the ship or whatever to examine it. And yeah, they prodded it with a pen or whatever to go, oh, what the fuck is this? But again, imagine that people investigate an unknown organism after it tries presumably to jump down and fuck your throat.
Yeah.
Oh, just like that is one of these scenes from Alien that I think they are homaging, but it's just so disingenuous to just call it, it's just a rip-off. They are doing something different with it. They're not just going beat by beat, one scene by another. And, I guess it's a rip-off because, again, fucking protagonist is female too, because you can't have a female protagonist without some agenda. There's always an agenda, right, when there's a woman involved. Fucking hell. That's a joke, by the way.
This is really clear.
Just make it clear. I don't want people thinking small guys are fucking...
Yeah.
Just one sec.
Oh, okay. I was thinking my Discord died.
I'm not used to filling the dead air. I can't do it. I'm not trained for this.
That's your issue.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of other scenes though that feature from Alien or like that.
I mean, I guess that we're still getting some of those examples here.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see them, but I do think this is like the scene that they take a lot from.
Oh, do you mean like the goopy stuff?
Yeah, and then when they examine it, once they bring it back on board or whatever, that is where it goes from. But we know it's not an alien. Well, it depends on what you want to call the monsters in this. I won't call them aliens. They're not extraterrestrial, are they? They're on Earth. They're just deep.
Yeah, they're not technically aliens. They're more like just monsters.
Yeah, I don't know what you would what you could class them as, it because presumably they're from Earth. Because they're deep under the Mariana Trench or whatever. So they've been here for God knows how long. They didn't just teleport there or come from Earth, or come from space then land.
Right? Like, yeah, probably a primordial sort of thing that tends to be like monsters or Godzilla or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think Godzilla's obviously man-made, isn't he? He's the result of humans fucking with nuclear power and all that. But these guys, we don't know anything about them, and they subverted it. They killed the fucking thing. It didn't kill any of the crew or impregnate them.
Version.
If it then like smashed open one of their suits and then impregnated them, and then they turned into these monsters themselves,
then maybe it'd have a point.
Then it'd be a lot more. Then it'd be really going for it. But it's just like, no, they just went to investigate and shit happened, and they handled it better.
I saw some interesting comments in chat. One of them was, wait, so in Alien Covenant, it's dumb for them to have approached the aliens, but it's not dumb in this film. So if that was the criticism we had, then we'd think Alien is dumb. So what the fuck do you think, like, the specifics would matter or not? They go down to a planet in Alien Covenant without any protection, and they just don't seem to give a fuck about anything that's happening. Because that movie is made of stupid people. This movie, they have no reason to believe there's any monsters at all. They're trying to rescue a person, and they spot his back looks like it's suffering major mutations, and you're just like, what the fuck? There's no context here that's like, wait, that's an alien creature that might kill you. I would have reacted the same way. Want to torture it and be like, whoa, hey, Rags, my fellow underwater diver, look at this weird back. And you're like,
wow.
Oh.
And not just that, it's also just you want to get down to it. Talk about like the motivation or the agenda of the monster or the alien. The xenomorphs don't necessarily want to kill people in Alien. They want to breed. They want to impregnate them, turn them into, well, more of their own kind. In this, they seem quite content with just fucking ripping you apart because you're nothing to them. Like.
And I saw another comment saying, "Are you really going to deny the stylistic similarities between Alien and Underwater?"
What the fuck are we talking about?
I feel like we've gone over.
Saying?
Yeah, like we've covered several of those. The point being that references to many things in this movie, as well as taking something that they know and trying to change it, which is essentially what all stories are at this point. Like, it's hard not to just be writing a story and be like, oh, this is kind of inspired by this thing, and I wanted to sort of add this thing, or take this thing away, or change this thing.
I think it creates a really crappy landscape where everybody's sort of scared of how much they're treading on something else when you have videos like this where being inspired by something makes you a rip-off, and worse because you didn't do it first. That's a nice... It almost like overemphasizes the value of 100% original ideas, which kind of don't exist. As opposed to refining a concept or taking a concept and doing something a little different with it.
Yeah, I'm happy to get more Alien concept movies made. It's a great concept.
There's so much you can do with it in the detail work. Yeah, like the creature can be anything you want. Like, that's pretty neat. And you got, by this logic, Prometheus and Alien Covenant are not similar to Alien.
Well,
it's like, they're
the
not.
Funny thing is, though, is fucking Alien was heavily inspired by Lovecraft. And this film is directly inspired by Lovecraft. So fucking Alien ripped off this film fucking 40 years in the past.
Retroactively. It's like the RoboCop Darth Vader thing all over again. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight, my issues with Prometheus and Alien Covenant aren't, hey, they tried to rip off Alien. My issues with them are that they're fucking terrible. Like, that it's Prometheus is close. They both share elements. I mean, all Alien films share elements because they fucking follow the same formula. There's an alien that's killing everyone. But like,
another mention is Ridley Scott's kind of baby, isn't it? Obviously, he dropped off in between Alien 1 to Prometheus, but he kind of picked it back up, and now it's like his thing again, isn't it?
And yeah, I would go as far as saying that Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Resurrection, Prometheus, and Alien Covenant are all entirely different beasts that take ages to break down and talk about all of their different the idea is like, well, it's really Alien, then Alien Ripoff 1, Alien Ripoff 2, Alien Ripoff 3. Like, no, stop it. Yeah, maybe he'll go more over this theme. We can figure out where the blatant similarities lie.
All right, because the results are totally different.
Yeah, and they serve different purposes in the storylines, and they do different things with different characters.
What is that thing?
Oh, putting a creature onto a table means, like, what do you think? Of course, it's a reference. I don't even know, like, what are we saying? What else is there to say about this?
This is the scene. This is the scene.
Like, this is, yeah, in the entire film, this is the Alien reference scene, like, specifically. And that's fine with me. I don't see what the problem is.
But the outcome is super different.
If I was being charitable, I would say, good, you've established that this film has respect for Alien. Now, what else do you wish to say?
But despite trying to recreate Alien, Underwater just doesn't seem to understand what makes movies like Alien, which causes massive fundamental problems throughout its entire runtime, from beginning of the first act.
Sorry?
The visual. What's the point of this visual?
I guess it's a visual of a disaster portion of the movie, and is he trying to say like this is what
all of it
representative of how the movie failed? I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know.
All the way to the third act finale. It has a character problem with horror. It has a plot problem with survival.
A character problem with horror.
Wait, what?
That's a very interesting way to put it. I'm assuming this is the video, so I'm really looking forward to getting out.
Is he guessing that the characters don't properly react to horror?
Or that we don't care about the characters? Could be.
Because I do.
Well, I'm ready for him to bring in the characters.
Yeah,
let's do it.
What the fuck is a character problem with horror?
I don't know. I guess we'll find
it's odd phrasing.
Monster problem with the monster. In other words, it has a problem of being a horror survival monster movie.
No, it doesn't.
Hard disagree, but alright.
And so today, let's see how exactly that happened. Let's dive down deep underwater and compare it to the movie it tries to be to see what it is that makes
it. It respects Alien, it references Alien, it is not Alien.
Cool if he'd done a bit more to establish that than, you know, a montage of bad faith scenes.
Yeah, he's taken like the scene that they were deliberately evoking Alien to be like, you see, there's my proof the film is Alien or trying to be. It's like, you gotta do better than that.
Worst part is I could definitely potentially buy it if someone was to try and put the argument to me that this film was trying to recreate Alien. Like, on the face of it, that's not something that's beyond the realm of possibility.
Somebody just asked me what's the difference between a rip-off and a homage, and without going into great lengths, I would literally just say, watch any film by The Asylum, and you'll know what a rip-off is.
Yeah, I would say that repeating the beats is super important to rip-offs. You know, taking an Alien-like B-movie, there's going to be thousands of them, where it's just a group of people discover monster, it kills them one by one until the last one defeats it. Those would be very similar, but then also, there's one on board that you can't quite trust who turns out to be a robot who's working for the company. If you have stuff like this, and you'd be like, Jesus Christ, this is just Alien, like, oh my god. Which is why I'm interested in just being like, wait, so where was the part in Alien where they had to like battle a series of creatures that laid on this enormous one that was the cause of the incident to begin with? It's like, I don't remember that. It's like, yeah, but there's monsters in Alien, or monster.
If anything, you just describe what happens in Aliens, not the first one.
Yeah. And
like if you want to compare the Queen to the certain monster in this film, the big one, the very big one.
And then
I'd say the traversal and escape aspect of Aliens make this film closer to Aliens than Alien.
And I do want a hot take and be like, I don't even think it's that bad to have ripped off something if you do it really well.
This is not my fault. Somebody said this, but it just said makes a movie with Cthulhu, and some cunt says this is not a horror movie.
Well, hey, you didn't say it wasn't a horror movie. You said it
Anderson?
failed at the horror.
Fail at it. Here's how not to Alien.
Enlighten us, please.
Day in the life.
Okay.
What aliens seem to understand all the way back in the 70s is that the only way the horror aspect of a horror film is ever gonna work is if we care about the characters. And thus
I care about the characters in Underwater a lot, so we can proceed. Yeah.
Can we have horror without knowing the characters?
Definitely. In fact, you might agree. You might even think that if we don't know the characters, we might not know which ones are quote unquote important, and not know who are going to be the ones to live and die. You know, it helps to add that aspect to it potentially.
I'm not crazy, and that's one of the most unthinkably absurd things I've ever heard, right?
Well, so this reminds me of those stupid rules that get come up with from loads of random YouTubers where they're just like, look, we all agree, you can't have horror without characters. I'm like, what?
I mean, why not?
No.
When do we agree on this? I don't remember agreeing on this.
You can create spooky scenarios without
Is that a common
the character at all.
Well,
Dead Space has basically no characters in it, and it's really scary.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to just do some references here for the fuck of it. But like, you know, I've seen a lot of horror movies. Are you guys familiar with how a shit ton of horror movies have an opening horror sequence with people you've never met before?
Yeah.
Yep.
They are a lot of them, and the one that came to mind first, which isn't necessarily like good. I'd have to watch it again to know for sure. But Lights Out. It was a film that was made based on a YouTube short, and the opening is so that the creature in Lights Out, it can only exist in darkness, or it can only move around in darkness. If ever there's light on it, it like burns. It's kind of like Darkness Falls, I guess.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, I was about to say.
the way she's often spotted is like that, where there's enough light for it to create a silhouette. But like, this is the opening of the film. Someone is just chilling out. She closes the window. You can see that. Now, that's pretty scary, I would say, especially when you're like, wait, what the fuck is that? And you turn the light back on, and it's gone.
Yeah,
that's creepy. I don't know who this woman is. I've never met her. I like, so
yeah. You as the audience going to get immediately immersed into it without having to fucking give a shit, even like know the name of the people on screen. It's not. It is not a rule. That's yeah. I was going to say with what you said earlier, though, right? We said the whole Dead Space bit. I think it's a bit different with games because there is no characters. I know it isn't. It's just that obviously when you're playing a game, you are the person that's getting scared, not the person or the. Fuck, where am I going with this?
You are the character on screen.
Yeah, you are the character, so you are getting like that extra kind of immersion.
The exact same thing can happen in movies. Like here, we're experiencing the terror of this imagery basically over the shoulder of someone who isn't a character. Yeah. It's almost identical. The what makes games different is that you can't close your eyes and the film will progress. You have to take the affirmative action to proceed with the thing and do the thing yourself, which takes more courage.
Exactly. So that is the difference, obviously. But both can still do it. It's not. You don't need characters in either. Then to actually have horror, it's not. Yeah. So it's just
And so I think this is particularly effective. When I first saw it, I was just like, "Damn, that's spooky." Yeah, the way she just moved toward you, and you could now see her eyes, kind of.
Definitely, yeah. That's really scary.
Loads of horror films do the whole. You have you have the intro scene, and again, like flash forwards, a few days or months or years, and then it's characters in. Then you get introduced to the characters who are going to experience it now, but you just been given like a taste of what the fuck they're in for, because I'll have an idea what's going to happen, but they don't, and then but you get. Well, in good horror films, you get to learn. Well, you get to know the characters and like them. In shit ones, you can't wait for them to die.
And so, benefit of the doubt, what he meant to say was, oftentimes you will feel more fear if you are invested in the survival of the character on screen, which would be a much more agreeable statement for me. I feel like, sure. Yeah. But I wouldn't want us to ever let slip a line that's like, you're supposed to make us care about characters. How do you have horror without that? I'd just be like, oh, there's loads of ways. Like, loads.
It feels like one of the most unthinkably wrong things I've ever heard. Like, seriously.
Yeah, you obviously
the idea that the creation of, horror is dependent on investment in characters. Like, that seems intuitively, self-evident. Wrong,
I've seen photographs that are fucking spooky as shit.
Yeah.
Dagon just highlighted both Lovecraft and Junji Ito often have very character limited characters that their experiences of the horror surrounding them is all that's required. Like you don't have to have a history. You don't have to know what their values are. Just watching a person deal with whatever this is the horror. Like, it's enough that we understand that they're a human being.
Maybe a little less so for Lovecraft, but definitely Junji Ito.
Fear for their lives. And so before we get into the inciting plot incident where our characters decide to go check out a distress call, the
Oh wait, you're talking about Alien, okay.
movie spends a good 12 minutes on this day in the life of section that introduces the characters in their natural everyday habitat.
Now, to be fair, this is where I have. It's not like huge. It's not a huge point of criticism, but more what I wanted more of. I wanted more. If they were going to copy or rip off Alien, this is what I would want them to rip off. That these scenes where they are developing the characters more instead of jumping straight into it.
Also, like a 10-minute, 15-minute section beginning where they have some banter and
yeah,
shit.
it's just the fact the film's like an hour and a half. Then Alien, I think, was like 2 hours. So it's like you can directly see where more scenes were. Well, because I don't think there's like a scene in Alien that's wasted or anything. So I think every scene has its purpose, and they could have had more purposeful scenes in Underwater.
But I think the important part is that it's not necessary to like you can start where the crisis happens.
Well, I'm a fan of how they begin it, specifically after seeing the spider in the sink, being she's just this girl in a station, and it all starts like the explosion in the background of her. She starts sprinting, the camera's frenetic. It's just again reinforcing just how insignificant she is.
Yeah, sure.
It just if I was going to add time, I would probably add it to the beginning.
Yeah, because you would take out the exposition dump of the credits, and then you would do it in a 10-15 minutes
I don't think you even need that scene. I think you can just start with the scene as it is. Like I don't need the opening with characters talking. Like I'm happy to start where it begins.
The way I want more isn't necessarily I want to see the station when it functioned and all the people talking to each other to learn about them. I'm more than happy for an extra half an hour in the middle or the end or wherever. I'm more than happy with the beginning with the incident.
This film makes us want more.
Yeah, which is a really good sign, I'd say. But because I'm assuming that the way we're going with this is we should have seen, you know, the captain, the funny guy, the tech guy, the girl, the main character, and the black guy. They should all have been, you know, doing like, you know, he's working on something. The captain's like, hey, how you doing? And you get some character back and forth, and then the incident happens. And it's like I'm not saying the film becomes worse or better with that scene. I just think it's different.
Yeah, because it's the other thing is when I'm talking about like the exposition with the company knowing things and all that, you do get a bit of that at the end when Nora is going through the captain's belongings, and you get more pieces. More pieces come together then. So yeah, you could totally do it later on instead of. You know, I know I'm being banging on about the fucking intro or the beginning, but you could definitely do it elsewhere as well and have those moments.
Why I would advocate for more past the intro sequence is I wouldn't want it to be that the group of people that we learn the most about in the intro before the accident happens to be the group that we're with for the film. I guess you have to make a few more changes to make that the reality, but I quite like that we pick these people up along the way and then we learn. So I would rather spend just more time with them, learn more about them.
Yeah, because if you had seen like random explorers, part of this crew or part of the base, like stepping into a cave and then getting pulled apart by these monsters at the start, you're gonna that wouldn't really serve anything other than they're fucking coming for you. Like,
I do want to highlight. Someone said the main character and the black guy. Like the implication being I haven't learned the character names, therefore they can't be that effective. Hey Al, how many people's names did I get mixed up in Alien when we rewatched it?
Oh, I know. And how many times have we watched it? Yeah,
I've seen Alien like fucking 50 times.
Some people are just. I'm the same way. I'm bad at names. I'm good with faces. Really bad with names. I get names confused all the time.
I kept forgetting who Lambert. I know who. Name. She's the second female or the other female in Alien, and I kept forgetting that because Lambert sounds like a man's name, but it's.
And then
shit. Now, the one chick is called Poseidon Patty. Come on.
Sounds like that sounds like a 1950s mascot for a snack bar or something.
And it's indicative of something if you don't remember character names. For me, it was just I didn't hear their names said enough in this. I know Nora. Like if I was stressed to remember them now, it'd be like, don't remember black guy's name, don't remember tech guy's name.
But I remember the things they said and the things that they did.
I only ever called the captain. I didn't call him by his name, so I don't remember that name. I think it's Nora is the main one I remember.
I don't even think he ever says his name.
Okay, well, maybe they did. That's kind of the point, is that I know these people, I just don't know their names. Like, that happens.
I'm not sure about the characters as deeply as it maybe could, but it does establish a basic baseline of who they are.
A basic baseline.
You could have done better than that.
You could have just cut out basic. Provide a baseline.
Possible intelligent origin must be investigated.
I don't want to hear it. We don't know that's intelligent. I want to go home and party.
So that we understand how they change when they're yanked out of their natural habitat by the plot. Because understanding how characters change is what makes...
When someone gets knocked out of their natural habitat in a crisis situation, I think it's pretty clear that this isn't them in their normal state. You know, like when they're running from their lives from a monster... I think it's pretty clear that this isn't normally how they behave.
Yeah. As for fuck, I'm forgetting his name too. What's his name? Black guy.
Yeah, Devontae.
Well, you know who I'm talking about. Oh, is it Parker?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's Parker.
Wow, it's hard R.
Parker. I don't like this implication. He's selfish in the opening because he's talking about his pay and his bonuses and how much he's not a fan of some of the stuff they're doing. And then in the finale, he's working with the other team to survive. It's like, wait, those two things aren't incongruent. Like
they're selfish. Because basically they wake up and they're thinking they're like, you know, like half an hour away from Earth, and it turns out they're not because they've been sent on a distress signal. And he's going on about that's not my contract, or I didn't sign up for that, and I don't get paid for this shit. And then not Dallas, Ash reminds him, well, he has this very strict, you know, your contract states that if we pick up any alien life forms, we have to go investigate it. It's in your contract. And then he's just like, well, fuck me then. That's not really being selfish. He just wanted to go home, for fuck's sake.
Well, yeah, his motivation as well is that we want equal shares, but we're lower level workers, and so the contract gives us less shares, and that's all Dallas says back to him. He's just like, that's the contract, you signed it. It's like,
and if your return to home plans got delayed by 6 months, you'd be pissed off. That's not being selfish. That's just being shit.
I would say Parker and fuck me, I've forgotten the other guy's name. the two, you know, the two I'm talking about, the two lower level ones. They never came across as selfish to me. Just more so, they're your average working Joes. The other people are similar, but of higher level, higher esteem, higher.
Not everyone is a hero.
Yeah, it's like, you're shown this development where once the alien is killing everyone and they need to get the fuck off the ship, he is shown to help people. It's like, why wouldn't...
development? That's just the normal thing that most people would do.
I guess he's trying to say, like, we need to see them in a neutral state in order to value how they act in a crisis state, but I don't agree with that.
I don't agree either, yeah. I definitely don't agree with that.
Makes them three-dimensional and worth caring for.
It makes them three-dimensional and worth caring for.
Yeah, when I see someone fleeing in terror from something, trying to eat them and kill them, I don't need to know what their normal personality is for me to care about their plight.
Caring about characters is complicated. Like, to be like, this is what makes us care, this is what will make us not care. I'm like, well, so what do you say to the person who really cared about the person you just said that about? I don't know. You have to instead just appeal to what we understand about them and what we like. What is their character? Because the idea is like, we care about the people at Alien, we don't care about the people at Underwater. I feel like that's where he's going, and all I can do is be like, oh, I cared.
Yeah, because in Underwater we learned about them along the way.
Yes, which I'm sure we're going to be getting to anytime now, because this is clearly the section that he's gonna rip into their characters, and I'm just like, go near the captain, I dare you, go near him.
Underwater, on the other hand, tries its luck with an entirely different, more streamlined approach, because instead.
Oh, so it didn't rip her off then, did it?
An entirely different approach.
That's interesting.
It ripped it off through this entirely different approach.
Because I agree. Like, this is what the value I was trying to sort of get out in terms of crisis at the beginning, and toss a couple of characters into a room where they plan and work together to work out of it. It's like, now we have our team, let's learn about them, instead of learning about, like, if we had a series of, I don't know, vignettes of them in their lives, like she's just doing it daily and comments on different things. We see TJ Miller in the fucking food court and he's like making jokes and blah blah blah, and then it's like day 3, boom, and then these lot collect up together. I just feel like that's a little bit less elegant.
Well, because I guess it's worth thinking about what the structure of this film is, where it's basically right from the beginning, everything progresses from that point on. Like, starts at the crisis, ends when the crisis is resolved. It's a nice structure.
Yeah, I guess let's. How does it fail though?
Because instead of opening on characters in their natural habitat to establish a baseline of who they are, it opens like this.
I'm pausing because there's a lot of screen time, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful about
so
that.
I'm guessing he's going for that he has an issue that we don't get what Al actually talked about earlier.
Well, he's saying we didn't see them in their natural habitat, and thus we don't care about them in crisis, which is absurd.
Which is a weird thing to say.
Also, you can see Kristen Stewart wearing the naked shoes, because she's barefoot in this scene, but she's wearing shoes.
Yeah, they got skin-colored shoes so that he doesn't hurt himself.
Before
That's a complaint that I saw. I told Ringy about this. I'm curious what everyone else thinks. So I was reading different comments and different reviews of this film. Someone said it is fucking absurd when she is running that she would try and bang on doors and shout for people to wake up as if they could hear her over the antics happening.
So what?
I think that's a character thing.
Yeah.
I might do the same just out of like instinct.
I don't think it could be anything else. It's someone who desperately wants to save her friends. Like,
absolutely.
Why would you not do this?
People. If you're stuck down there with these people, you're probably forced to have a relationship with them, and you care about.
Yeah, and the fact that this happened in an instant, why wouldn't like as if you pause the scene and go, do you think they're gonna hear you? I think the response would be, I don't care.
I'm probably yelling anyway, so yeah.
Would it be better if I didn't try and help at all?
It's like, yes, you'll achieve more by doing that.
Before we get even a chance to understand who our characters are or what makes them tick, the movie suddenly flicks on the inciting
tick in the crisis.
Yep.
Well, we already get a character trait while she's running and knocking on the doors.
Yep.
You idiot.
Yeah, this is going to be a through line of this whole video, probably, that things that are character traits are just not recognized by people.
Foreshadowing complete characterization is a lot more complex than a lot of people realize. Not trying to condescend, but even the simplest of actions can tell you a lot about a character.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. You will be seeing a lot of that in the Mandalorian review. I would posit that the best character in the whole first season is Dr. Pershing, and we get so little of him.
I think you can see a good example of, well, not a good example, this is totally made up. So like, imagine if in this scene, there was somebody else on the crew, and she, like, actually pushed them out of the way to get through, as opposed to doing this. That would tell us a completely different thing about her.
Or someone is, like, trapped under some rubber, she's lifting it, and a guy runs past instead of helping.
Yeah, saves the spider, but fucks the humans. Yeah.
In this scene, like, when the other guy tells her to close the door, she hesitates. She doesn't, like, instantly do it, which is, that is characterization. Yeah. There's no getting around it. It is.
Yeah, she wants to save everyone she can. It's not...
Yep.
Yeah.
She's willing to put her life in danger to a certain extent to save them.
And you get to see that with the rest of the survivors.
And, of course, with him, it's a nice inversion later on because she saved his life, so he saves her life by giving her the good helmet and taking the faulty one and not telling anyone.
There's going to be a lot to say on that, too.
Yeah.
There's still a lot to talk about in this movie that I really like that we haven't gotten to yet, but I'm hoping he'll get to it.
An incident
as a film reviewer, I'm sure he will.
Yes.
The water base starting to go bust and thrusts us into the main plot of what this movie is. And even though I'm all for quickly introducing the plot, completely skipping over this.
No,
fucked up.
It doesn't skip.
I'm gonna
through the movie. The characterization is peppered throughout the whole movie.
But
and there's a lot of it. Lots of it.
I think Morty has a point when he says, I don't know, we didn't need to, maybe we should cut out the whole 3 weeks earlier teaser thing. I think the story should start for the kids and not where it gets interesting. Like, yeah, there is a point to be made about that.
Especially because much like real life, you discover who people are along the way and through how they react to things and what they think about choices they make.
In fact, one might argue that it's actually harder to, as a writer, to characterize people while you have the plot going on, as opposed to when there's nothing and it's just them sitting around in a table to talk.
Non-plot contributory scenes of just characters, you know.
Right.
An example.
Secondary things like that exist.
Is that we're shown that Nora really cares about saving people's lives, but she doesn't know this guy's name. She doesn't think she's seen him before, and he's like, "No, we've met. Like we've like I'm on the whatever team." He says
he says a delayed shift or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like the implication I get. This is a small piece of the overall character of Nora because she's quite an awesome character, being that she's incredibly to herself because of someone she lost a while ago. That doesn't take away from the fact that she wants to help people and have them live. She just doesn't talk much. She doesn't make much connection anymore. And yeah, that's all happening in the middle of her trying to assess the damage of the station. And
which probably could also be a reason why she's down here. She just wanted to separate from everything.
Absolutely,
on the surface level.
100% that.
He's telling the film to be more like Alien.
Very well pointed out.
Yeah, that's really weird. So should it be like Alien or should it not? would you criticize it if it wasn't? What do you want?
It becomes more derivative if it does this.
Yeah, well,
setup thing that he's asking you to do.
Well,
When apparently that's the primary problem.
If they did have the intro like Alien, you can guarantee that would have been in the montage of the bits of clips that he was using.
So it can't win. Basically.
No, it definitely can't.
You get that vibe with this video. It can't win.
Stay
I can't wait to hear why he really doesn't like it.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe we'll get a motivation at some point.
Over this day in the life of baseline section does carry massive issues. Firstly, it reduces the weight of the personality revealing choices and actions that the characters have to make.
I don't think so.
I think it's the reverse. Putting them in crisis and having them stretched thin, and then the real choices make their way to the surface instead of easy choices.
I mean, one might say that how people react under pressure and stress when their lives are on the line is a more true version of who they really are.
Yeah.
So who knows?
And what a bad visual, because we've already gone over the distress signal is activated, the captain notices it, shows clearly that he's sad about it. We'll go over why he probably is more so in a sec. And then it's like, we need to go check it out. Who's going to do it? TJ Miller says to the girl who's been panicking and terrified this entire film, "This is your time.
Your time to shine."
And she just like looks at him terrified and he goes, "I'm just kidding, it's fine." and yeah, he volunteers immediately.
There's no question.
And he like that. It's really important that that happens. It's like, oh shit, this guy is gonna put his neck on the line to save someone. I like this guy.
Because before that, we only saw him being like kind of wacky,
he's like a clown,
little rabbits and stuff. It's like he's kind of probably a little bit.
Yeah, that was the funny thing as well. That rabbit was meant to be real, but then I don't know why they didn't go with it. Like that the toys is a stand-in for a CGI one that never happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I think it makes more sense for it to have been a toy, but at the same time, there is one shot in this movie where that rabbit is real.
Oh, they kept it in, like, yeah.
Wait, really?
It's the last time we see the rabbit as they say goodbye to the first guy they life pod. I'll show it when we get there. Well, okay, I'll show it now.
I didn't even see that.
I don't want to risk us never getting there because
I'm surprised you didn't mention that when I was watching that, or we were watching that.
Oh, there's so much I haven't mentioned. So much. Where is it? I really like this last scene as well. I like all the scenes.
Spoilers or spoiling it, I did read a lot about. Well, read a lot about it after watching it.
Just a sec.
I didn't know the rabbit thing when we were watching it like a week ago or whatever.
Yeah, so there's her giving him the toy rabbit, and just letting it run in real time. Give me a mo. One movie. And just start doing it frame by frame. Oh, there's like one frame and you can clearly see it's a real rabbit. Damn it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that.
And I think that's supposed to tie in with the madness that they all got. Was the rabbit real the whole time? Was it not? What does it represent? It's
it's a rip off of Jones the cat from Alien because Ripley saves the cat.
See, that's the thing. I'd be like, oh, that's a neat connection. Where someone else goes, wow, rip off. You'd be like, oh, okay. Damn.
Oh, that's all there is to it then. All right.
Why did
I do just like that. Now that it's fake, he just allows TJ Miller just to it's just a question whether he's actually insane or not.
I figure this is just the most natural way to do it. TJ Miller's character is the most he makes the most references to insanity, which is a key element for Lovecraft. Obviously, that intro set of credits that we looked at, it was loads of commentary on how being so far under the water, we've not got precedent for what this does to the human mind, and there's lots of worrying elements, and people have been on drugs already down there to help sustain them. He's a big fan of Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll in general, and so he makes a whole bunch of references to that. He's got a big Cheshire Cat tattoo on his chest. He's got "We're all mad down here" as a little message attached to his suit written on. Then of course there's a quote he gives. I think it's the when you don't know where you're going, every path leads to the goal, or something like this. It's like amalgamated Lewis Carroll quote.
Yeah, if you don't know where you're trying to get to, it doesn't matter where you go.
Yeah, the descent into madness, like.
Yeah, he's clearly the main sort of character represented, but a lot of them are going through lots of different things that stay on point with the madness element. Which, by the way, when's that in Alien? Not a criticism, just a point of like what this film's doing that Alien is not doing, which is fine, by the way. Like, and I don't even know that he would have noticed it. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But I really appreciated the madness element being in this, and the sort of how much of it is just mental stress versus everything that's actually cataclysmically happening, as well as that feeling of not trusting your own senses. I like it a lot.
For example, that big decision moment where Kristen Stewart has to choose whether or not to leave her co-workers behind.
Close the door! You have to close the door, otherwise the whole rig will die.
Just pausing in case of tisms.
Yep.
What do you guys think he's going to say about this?
I don't know.
He's going to say it's somehow like a scene in Alien.
I think he's going to say that we never saw how much she cared about them in the first place, so we don't know how much this means.
Yeah,
I mean, this is that scene though.
Silly question, no more.
This is the scene where we find out how much it means to her.
Silly question. You're saying you're pausing it because of the copyrightisms and all that, but surely he would have. Did he get monetized?
What I used to think that if it works on a YouTube video, it has to work on stream, but that's just not the case. I've been clipped so many times.
Right.
My 10-hour-long stream where we watched an EFAP mini in between got like blocked on my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's just some other people asking about that in chat, and I was like, yeah, why are you concerned? But
yeah,
no,
it's super dumb. It's really dumb.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
No rhyme or reason to it, really.
Someone said like all he's done is share his thoughts so far. I don't think he said anything stupid. Yeah, this isn't going to be an example of like one of the worst videos I've ever covered. It's more of a he has sold this movie incredibly short, and it's probably damaged its attempt to even come close to getting any kind of recognition.
Yeah, that's for a film that no one saw. If you were to Google or YouTube the video or underwater review, and this came up, and you just went, "Oh, it's an Alien ripoff." Nah, oof. That sucks.
Stop the door now!
He's showing so much of it.
Kristen Stewart sentencing her co-workers to death on paper is a big character revealing moment. But the problem is that at this point we have zero clue who she is.
No. Oh, stop. I just met you. I should know everything there is to know about you.
So, plenty of context clues as well.
When you're shown a character clearly trying to save people's lives, stressing over locking the door, and then finally choosing to do it, means that... So what does that tell you about it? It's like...
They are hesitantly pragmatic.
Yeah, they care a lot about people.
If they can, but they understand that they live in a world and that's real. And
no, I thought she was stupid and she didn't know how buttons worked.
She's willing to make an incredibly rough choice for the greater good. Like, which, by the way, she does several times. Because that's her. I was like, what? Like, I don't know.
What choice she would have usually made. Is she the kind of gal who really cares about other people?
Clearly.
God damn it, dude. Come on.
See, this is what I mean. This movie has a couple of examples. We're going to be going over one ever so soon, I'm sure of it, of just really quick and substantive characterization. And talking about how he's like, does she care about people normally? It's like, you would just shown her efforts to try and save everyone there, when she was also trying to make sure she can lock off the area before it destroys everything else. Like, what more do you need?
Followed 2 minutes before saving that spider, where she could have just flicked it, squashed it, fucking run the water, and so it went down the drain. And no, she just saved it because she could. But no,
also has to make a tough decision here. Or is she the kind of gal who only cares about herself and so doesn't really have to decide at all? No clue. And
no,
that's
such an embarrassing thing to say.
No clue.
You literally just missed it then. Fucking hell. Oh, because you were too busy fucking looking for Alien references, weren't you? Fucking hell.
Not even that hard.
Sorry, I probably shouted a bit loud then.
It's right on screen. Oh, man.
And because we have no clue of the weight that her choice carries, it just ends up feeling...
The weight of the choices?
People died!
That's, I was going to say, that's a move of criticism now. Now we're talking about we need to understand how many people died or what death means. I just feel like,
fucking
I think...
whoosh! Did it go over his head? Fucking hell.
Man.
It's clear what the weight of this is. You can see it on her face. Like, I don't know... What...
Is this guy arguing tell don't show?
Fuck me. You know, I'm gonna get it up. Yeah, I said it. I said it that way.
Oh boy.
Get it up? What do you mean?
Penis.
I'm gonna play at least as much of the clip as I can. But so just keep that in mind. He's just complained about the weight of that choice. Uno momento.
Wow.
What did you
It's a Bloodborne thing. It just happened.
Yeah.
Which I'm sad was not on. I've never seen the pig go in this little corridor and just absolutely annihilated me.
So actually, you know, there could be more.
It was actually kind of funny.
Stop thinking back.
I know it was McKellen. I mean, she lives 3 floors.
Like
right, so he's there. She's talking to the captain when she first gets up to him about who survived and who didn't. Just pragmatically finding out names and stuff. I'm gonna play like 5 seconds, then pause, then more.
I know it was McKellen. I mean, she lives 3 floors up, and I was brushing my teeth like 2 hours ago, and I had to shut the door on the.
I've paused just for the sake of copyright. As you just heard, she said, I had to shut the door on the
entire East Wing. So actually, you know, there could be more.
She's traumatized.
Look forward.
Yeah, she's clearly.
It was a hard choice to make.
Follow the light.
Yeah, she's incredibly struggling with the fact that she's probably killed all of those people. But they were dead anyway.
Captain has to keep her focused.
I'm thinking of another film. Pitch Black. Yeah, you know the first Chronicles of Red Dead. Do you remember the female captain in that and how there was the whole don't pull that lever, don't pull that lever, and she jettisoned the passengers of the ship to try and save herself. Immediately knew she was a bit of a cunt. It was and that film, like this, had the start of it immediately kickstart into the action. And she
was in Farscape, wasn't she?
I think she was.
Claudia
but
Black.
She did. But she made a decision for her own selfish reasons versus for the greater good of everyone else, because they could have tried and saved the rest of the passengers, but she went, nope, me first, bang. And then there was a bit of drama about it later, because they were asking what did the captain mean when he was screaming, don't pull the lever or the lever. And then they have that moment later on. It's like, yeah, fucking
And you know, I really do like it when a film just provides me all of the tools, because I was just thinking about this scene more and more. The slow-mo with the water spreading around as it explodes directly correlates with the final shot of Kristen Stewart in this movie, when this is tragedy while the one at the end is major victory. They're both like complete depressurizations from explosions. And the first thing she does after she's killed all those people, so she's getting up. The only reason I haven't put it on the screen yet is because I'm still getting there. Hang on. I wish we were in a world where I could just show you these references and wouldn't have to worry about copyright, but that is not the world we're in. Obviously the guy is struggling. She's getting up. Come on, give me the visual. There you go.
He's struggling to get it up.
She touches right between her boobs, and she's wearing a necklace, and we find out that that's tied to the person that she lost, who she loved, who went diving and never came back. So of course, having killed all of those people, in a possibly technical sense, she basically like is reminded of the person she lost. So like the idea that this doesn't carry weight or we don't understand what it means for the character is absolute horseshit.
Yeah, I feel like he watched it once dismissively.
Weightless, and thus brings us no closer to her as a person. Secondly, starting straight with the inciting incident also very easily turns characters into passive blank shells who, instead of making any choices and actions
yeah, I don't. What do you mean?
Forces them into action.
It tells you more about characters so quickly, because what they do in these moments matters so much.
What's that screen that he's looking at there? It looks like he's like on an app store or something.
Yeah.
Just weird observation.
Must be like the main menu of the system's like actual they actually have an app type system for all controls.
Some things are plus and crosses. I don't know, but it just looks like an app store to me.
It looks like they got the download symbol as well.
Yeah.
Just react to the incident incited upon them. When we meet TJ Miller, all he wants to do is escape the combusting station and nothing else.
What? Okay, so that's a key element that they all share.
When you see him here, or
that's what they all want.
Well,
I want to escape right now.
Yeah, like he wants help. They move him out. He's trying to understand the situation. The first pieces of characterization you get from him is that he's very I guess unfamiliar with the station. He knows very little about how any of it works, and he's asking vague questions to different people, and he's panicking about the potential of like all of them dying.
Yeah, the station itself mechanically clearly not what he's there for.
Yeah, he doesn't understand a lot of it.
What's his purpose? What's his title? Is he?
I don't think we ever get told what he does there, but we just assumed it was something like a janitor or something, obviously low level.
I mean,
yeah, because with Nora, you can
comfortable
tell
diving. Maybe he was a diver or something like that.
Could be.
Or
yeah, because with Nora, it's always evident that she's some sort of mechanical engineer or IT engineer with the
yeah, he could be like a guy who
that.
repairs pipes, seals, like things, redoes bolts, you know, really simple, just mechanical work. Because he's very familiar with the diving suit, as well as the willingness to go out to the distress signal.
His psychological profile is actually really good for that scenario. He doesn't, you know, he can operate in a high stress, you know.
Oh yeah. You got to have a good sense of humor to be willing to go to the bottom of the ocean and wear that suit and do whatever the fuck he had to do like on his day job. Like,
and that's what I mean. The initial blast of character is just his unfamiliarity with this situation and his concerns, but then he starts to generate a lot of jokes in between scenes, and I would argue, especially after the death of again, I've forgotten the name of the black guy. He talks about that's the one from Alien.
Oh shit!
I looked it up. It's Rodrigo.
What is
Rodrigo? The Rodrigo is the black guy in this one.
So Rodrigo, he starts laughing when they're all mourning him, and they're like, "Wait, why are you laughing?" And then he talks about a joke that Rodrigo would often tell, and it's the fish hits a wall and says "damn," which it's just a nice way to offset the atmosphere, which is what I think his goal was. He likes it for the doesn't want people to be sad.
He remembers the good in like people once they die. He thinks about. Like he's optimistic in that way.
Yeah, it's funny because he's talking about like the lack of character and the guy that I felt the saddest for in terms of death, possibly outside of the captain, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's probably captain for me.
I like the captain the most. He's probably second there, and then it would be between him and Nora. I like them both quite a bit.
Which means that what we ultimately know about him as a character is that he's quirky and funny because he's TJ Miller, and compared to
it's a little bit more than that.
Wow, that's kind of insulting to TJ Miller.
Yeah.
The rest of the characters.
Does he get typecast though? I couldn't even remember him in this. And
TJ Miller plays the same. TJ Miller basically plays his character from Silicon Valley and everything.
Right.
That might just be because he has a really distinct voice. Like his voice is kind of unique, so it's hard not to read it into his tone and everything.
And I mean, he's like even from Deadpool, like
he's funny.
Some of his comedic deliveries are really strong. Just one of the examples I liked, I don't know how many people, I know Mel liked it, is when they're about to use a like nail gun to open up something, and she's like, "Cover your ears," and he goes to, but his suit stops him, and he just goes, "Forget it."
Here, it's actually pretty good.
I don't really know. I watch a lot of anime. That's all I know.
Oh, you watch anime? I like anime.
I watch a lot of anime. That's all I know.
Oh, you watch anime? I like anime.
What is happening
with that?
So they're panicking, and he says he knows that they're in trouble because he's seen this situation in an anime he watches. And then TJ Miller, after recently being rescued from rubble, says, "Do you like anime? I like anime."
Yeah, that seems like someone who's in almost like who's in a. I'm trying to think of how to word it. It's just like he's not even thinking; he's just kind of on autopilot a little bit.
Yeah,
brain wise. He's like, "Oh, that's the thing I like. Yeah, I like that too."
Like, is it that it's anime that's cringe? Because I agree, but
yeah, anime is cringe.
I agree.
I have to go. You can't do this.
Yeah, go away, cringe lord.
Also, do you remember that line in Alien where Dallas said, "I like anime," and Ripley was like, "You like anime? I like anime."
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thirdly, over the day in the life of section also ruins relationships between characters and makes each one of them only about this inciting.
What are you talking about?
I'm at the point where I'm like confused as to what he means.
I feel like he hasn't seen so many movies. Like, to establish relationships between different characters.
He's only seen two. It's these two.
What
He's
is
only
wrong
seen
with
Aliens
that?
and Underwater.
You learn about how these people interacted and cared about each other prior to the situation during the crisis. Why is that bad?
Incident. Relationship here, for example, is the exact same. The characters are all collegial friends who just work together.
I didn't even. I'm guessing he means relating to
From
colleague.
College.
Colleague.
Illegal. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard that way before.
To escape the combusting station. And we have no idea if there's something deeper there, if there's complicated romance.
Okay, so I'll give you
You
an
don't
example.
need to.
She and tech guy, for lack of a better word, the one that was looking at those screens, those two have a connection. They hug immediately. We're like, I wonder what it is. He's fully aware, because he was best friends with the guy who she was in love with, who died in the diving accident, and she doesn't talk about it whatsoever with anybody, but that's why she cares about him a lot. They have a huge history. Oh, that comes up at one point, because the girl who is carrying his body, his girlfriend, through the water, which is at great risk to herself, it talks to Nora about this guy because they want to save him. Wow. You get lots of this. Lots of these examples.
There's heated rivalries, secret jealousies. We have no idea if there's any conflict, which is the...
What? He doesn't know people can form connections after they've known each other, without knowing each other before. Sorry.
Why do the
If it
characters
isn't
have to have
established
conflict?
at the start of the movie, it basically doesn't count.
Why does there need to be conflict between character relationships rather than the conflict of this team versus the situation?
What if they're just like friends?
And also,
what if they're all right with each other?
Just to bring into like Alien, I think the most obvious thing that we get to see is the hierarchy of the crew. Who's the captain? Who's in charge of what? And they get to bash out about the policy about it, like, oh, when Dallas is off the ship, I'm in charge, kind of thing. But we don't get to know who's fucking who or whatever. It's not necessary for the plot in this case. It's like it's quite obvious what the direct motivation for every character is right now. Get the fuck off. Get out.
Also, if I said to you guys, like, I've got this movie and then I've got another movie where there's actually a couple of interpersonal sort of politics things happening that creates a couple of arguments here and there, does that movie sound better to you or different?
It sounds, both. Potentially better.
Yeah,
I'd be more interested in seeing it, I suppose.
I don't know. I think it's just different.
All things being equal, I'd be more interested in
this.
The
this
latter.
film to me is like specifically about the stress and laid bare of everything that these people have to do, and so they have to work together to be able to overcome the problem.
It's a film where they're stuck at the bottom of the ocean, but there's no immediate threat, and they're just trapped in a base or in a room. Then you can start like having the interpersonal relationships come up, especially from knowing each other for however long they've been down here. This is just it's not needed. It's really like, okay, yeah.
The cooperation is through the roof throughout this film. Everybody is acting in everybody's favor for the most part. There's like the idea that one of them is going to bring up, like, I really hated how you got the promotion over me. It's not going to happen. Not that you can't have anything like it. It's just that this movie isn't doing it. This story doesn't have that in it. These characters are working together fully.
Yeah, you could have a bunch of characters who do that. Like, it's not some film rule that you're breaking.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just think you end up with a different type of movie, which is totally fine with me. I would watch it. It's just that,
Yeah, just imagine seeing a bunch of professionals all trying to save each other's lives. God, that's so.
That sounds like
you're not allowed to do that.
That sounds like the thing I want to happen when I'm in that scenario.
Because obviously he's establishing here, like, we don't know more about the interpersonal conflicts. It's like, I don't think they really have many in this scenario.
Yeah, because they're all their main goal for all of them is to get to the points they set the roebuck. And the ones in between.
They are all working together towards the same goal.
Yeah, and the main conflicts come from who is going to risk themselves to help someone else.
Shit, imagine if it was, for example, us six trapped down there, and then it became I think Metal should die first because he didn't like John Wick 2. Sorry.
Camera turns to Metal and goes,
Yeah, everyone. I give everyone paper, and I say, write all your rank the Marvel movies from best to worst, because you're not allowed to disagree with me, and the one who matches up the least has to go into the suit.
I mean, you can just write the script, so you can just pretend.
Oh yeah, you write all for us. So you can just tell us what our takes are.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, like camera
like
pans to metal, and he's like, "No way, I can explain." And then he just gets spaced immediately. Just like,
oh no.
The same as there being any conflict. It's just a bunch of two-dimensional people working nicely together to escape this station. And
yeah, fantastic.
I think that's a good enough time. He's got an image of the captain, and he just said two-dimensional characters.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
When
I tweet out about this movie, I made special mention of how much I really like the captain, and I'm also probably going to reference this scene in future videos whenever I go over characterization for whatever reason. But once we get TJ Miller and Rodrigo hooked up with Nora, they head to this area just next up. Oh, they're going to the escape pods, is the idea. And when they get there, to their horror, the escape pods are all launched, which is kind of sad, lame, lots of red lights. But there's a guy in the room, and he looks kind of sad. And so they get at him. Turns out it's the captain. He's launched every one of the crew that he could, and he stayed behind.
Yeah, 22, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and he's not sad that he didn't get to go. He's sad that he couldn't save more people, because that's the situation they're in. He walks up to the door, and he's like, "Oh, Nora. Hey guys, how you doing?" And he says to the other two in the background to check the nearby systems or consoles or whatever to describe what state the rig is in.
Yeah.
Then he asks Nora specifically, "How is my station?" And she describes it, and then just like, "What about the door?" And he's like, "It's jammed." Like, basically his lesser concerns is his own freedom. He's just trying to make sure his station and his people are okay. This is like within seconds, by the way.
Yeah, I was actually shocked when it happened. I was thinking like, man, he is doing captain stuff. He's doing the things I would a captain expect to do.
Scenario. He is the kind of character who you would walk into hell with if you needed it. Well, if he said you had to do it, because you can generally see like he will inspire confidence in his men and women because he actually cares about their fucking safety above all else.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Next detail you'll spot is that his arm is wounded enough that he's got like a sling for it, and the first thing he does, it's so annoying to be able to show fucking visuals because of copyright. She's trying to explain the problem, just with the ship's stuff, whatever. And the first thing he does once he gets a good look at her, is spots her ear and then looks at her head and he's like, "Are you okay?" Which again, like, damn. This is during the conversation of pushing the plot along, and then he immediately goes to get a med kit and sit her down. Then he starts talking to her about what's happened and how she's doing. And then when she starts to tumble and talk about the people that she's potentially left to a horrifying doom, he pulls her back out of it. He's like, "No, we got to move forward. Stop thinking behind."
Yep.
Yep. So good. It was really good.
Fucking legend. And it's literally under a minute, and it's already like, wow, this guy's the best character already.
Quick, yeah. It's about paying attention. It's about, that's the thing. I think he went into this just kind of watching it dismissively.
Yeah, like when we were watching it, I think it wasn't too long after he gave her like the ice pack. I was like, I like this guy.
Yeah. He's very likable right off the bat. And I love how they avoid the stupid captain kind of trope that we see.
Yeah.
Because I hate it so much. People in positions of leadership should generally be good at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they got there.
Not like Holdo.
As someone in chat said, he's the fucking opposite of Holdo. Yeah, it's just like...
Are you a good leader? Well, are you the opposite of Holdo? Yeah, you're a good leader.
And yeah, they go to the command center. He's immediately trying to... Oh, there's some lines I really like in this movie. So once he gives them the plan, which, by the way, is super dangerous as they establish, because the suits that they wear have never been out for longer than fixing pipes or different mechanical failures. So they need to walk them, at a limited speed for as much as a mile, which is daunting to them all. And Nora says, "Can you please just admit that we could die doing this?" Which is not a line you always hear in movies like this. You instead usually hear the plan, then they go, "Right, let's do it." But instead the crew are like, "This is really dangerous." Yeah. His response is, "Can you admit that we could live doing this?"
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, because the ship they're on is about to explode. It's I was quite happy with a lot of the dialogue in this film. We'll probably go over it more.
Yeah, it was really good. I like that line. Yeah.
Then of course they're going down in the little ship. As we mentioned, that noting that there's a distress signal makes him really sad, because that means that the pods were unsuccessful, or at least one of them was. Which, by the way, thinking about it, remember Cthulhu sends his troops to take out the pods at the end of the film? I think the implication we're supposed to grab there, especially with the ending credits saying that they're the only 2 survivors, is Cthulhu killed all of the other life pods.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it could have happened.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think about that?
Yeah, and so when Rodrigo explodes, you can just hear the captain constantly reassuring everybody, telling them to calm the fuck down. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna keep moving. Don't look at, you know, the flesh. Just keep moving.
By the way, pretty fucked up scene. Like, this bits and bobs flying into their visors and stuff. It's like, ugh.
Oh, the implosion. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really.
Turns out there's a lot of pressure down there.
Yeah, and that's the survival bit. Because that's not even. Well, it is horrific, but it's not the horror part of the story, is it? It's just the shit. This is what happens when you work underwater, like deep underwater.
Yeah, the bottom of the ocean isn't exactly the most welcoming of places.
No, not really.
It's completely out of our environment, isn't it? It's completely against everything that we evolved into.
One of the most actively hostile places to us around.
Yeah.
If not the most.
Someone just said I should stop watching this. You guys may want to watch the film. Again, if you have any vague interest in this, I recommend checking it out. Lights off, get immersed. It's a fun movie. Well,
I feel like we're like super praising it right now as well, and I think everyone, unless you said that it's all right or good or not, it's not amazing or anything, but it's a hell of a lot better than he's fucking giving it credit for.
Yeah, and I think once we get to the end of,
he's being very unfair to it. He clearly didn't watch it and care.
Once we get to the end of his video and the end of our praise, we'll talk with all of our criticisms. There's one big one that hasn't been mentioned in his video, nor will we mention it until the end. All right, there's a couple
like
things.
the test,
Yeah, we'll see how far we can get without.
To be fair, you could probably watch the film now and catch up by the time you finish watching the film. You can catch up to talking about it at the end.
It's a 90-minute film. We'll be going for a while. You could put us on 2 times speed when you come back and possibly catch up. Yeah, so he starts talking about his the daughter element is of course a level of denial about what's happened to her, which we get more on later. Or rather, maybe he tells people she's okay because he doesn't want to deal with being given sympathy, pity. A lot of characters are like that, very stoic in that way. But pushing on, when they get through like the next significant moment for me, it's just like this isn't establishing anymore. This is just, yep, that's who the fuck he is. The 4 of them walking across the ocean floor, and one of them gets dragged into a cave, and he immediately is like, I'm going in. There's no anything to it.
Gotta get my crew.
And then when he's picking up the guy, getting him back, the gun is dropped, and there's a moment of get out of there, and he's like, no, have to get the gun. And it's such a cool, like, whichever one he ends up doing, like, so most characters will be like, oh no, I dropped the thing that would protect us. Oh well.
It's only a thing. He's like, nah, it's a bit more than that.
Yeah, it's all risk versus rewards, isn't it?
Yeah, and him choosing to get it, I wouldn't say, I think he was fucked either way. He gets grabbed by a monster. And another thing they've been doing in this film is attaching lines to each other so that if ever any of them get lost or taken, they can grab them back.
Another
standard procedure.
Yep. Which is cool.
I totally liked.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is like a thing they should have on their suits.
Unfortunately, that means when he's dragged away by the creature that he's attached to, Nora, which drags her as well. And then they end up on I can't remember what the name of this thing was, but I was looking into it. Apparently they were really happy with this moment in the film for how it looks, because it's not as much CGI as you possibly would have thought. Like
it's like a crane or something, wasn't it, that they did this on?
Yeah, like it's real, and they move people around it. Like apparently the flip was real, and they just think it looks really good.
Wow.
And it's like, yeah, you could have assumed that all of this was CGI. And of course,
the film looks really good. It's a really good. It looks expensive.
Yeah. With this thing obviously having been damaged, the lights are flickering, and then we get a I'm gonna show. So the captain is on the edge. There's a reason I'm explaining all of this in relation to the captain's character. She's gonna try and help him, obviously, as they're both disoriented from having been thrown on it by the creature. And then before she even gets the captain up, he's like, "Where is it?" It's just, again, these small lines that are like his priorities are more than in place, and they're very, very well justified, because he's more concerned about the creature than he is about his own safety. But of course he still wants to be helped. He's like, get my knife so we can be cut free, sort of thing. But unfortunately, the creature is near, and I'm just trying to get the visual because there's flashing lights. 1 second. It's like, because if I skip around, it goes too far. Then I'm just like, oh fuck it. All right, here we go. Because this is the other thing the film does, I think, really well in terms of a build. You can see this coming if you know ahead of time they're doing Lovecraft, because that's a part of like the scale always increases. You're always just like, whatever you thought you understood, it's much more. But if you don't, for the majority of the film, it goes from small to, well, it goes from like nothing to noises to small to humanoid, and you think that that's where it might stop, but it do more. Yeah, flashing lights in her torch, and this thing starts moving around it. I'm gonna get it for you guys. I'm just fucking copyright. Give me a second.
Do it faster, damn it!
There it is. See it, and it sneaks down. It's like, oh my god. I have a feeling I am gonna get hit with copyright. I'm trying to show so much.
Oh boy. I guess we'll find out. I hope not, though.
Long story short, it fucking attacks the shit out of her, and I think it was Friggy I was watching it with, who was just like applauding the Chadness.
Oh yeah, man.
I think so, yeah.
So yeah, she's terrified. The monster's getting real close. I'm just gonna have to let it play, but obviously not all of it. Getting real close, giving her the big no-no touch. And then the captain fucking stab as he's like climbing himself up the creature while stabbing it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, man, it's pretty good.
Unfortunately, the alien doesn't like that, or creature rather, and pulls them off, and it starts to drag them higher and higher and higher, which obviously, as pressure changes, those suits are not going to be able to deal with it, and they start to give warnings. And you get a classic payoff that happens in loads of movies, where a character has to let go in order to prevent both of them from dying. And Captain cuts off the wire so he's gonna die, but she'll be safe.
Yep.
That's his arc, if you will. He's a fucking legend.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, he directly saved the most amount of people, guaranteed.
Yeah. Big dick energy all around.
Absolutely.
And you know, you get the happy face of at least the death was instant for him. It's not like he would have significantly suffered.
Well, I think only Paul's death is like actually the prolonged one.
Yeah,
because he gets like, I don't know, a leg or both his legs ripped out or off him, and then, well, yeah, as you mentioned earlier, the decompression bit just, it's oof, but. As horrific as they were, they are, or visually horrific deaths. I think, you know, as a human, they're the worst ways to go.
So yeah, coming back to the video, he's like, "Oh, 2D." Like, motherfucker, this captain was like fully realized. That is one real human being that I would happily hang out with.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very, yeah. You're never disappointed, which is one of those things in these kinds of movies that you're always like, this is when you have people who just have these lame ass deaths, you know, especially when they're built up to be cool. Oh, subverting expectation. Yeah, fuck that shit. It feels really, really great to see an in character and logical way for characters to die in a movie that you're like, yeah, what a Chad.
So anyway.
That's not interesting.
Captain, there better be a good punchline.
Telling me
Setup
it's interesting.
So weak.
Weak.
And overall, the main problem is that we just don't.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, I get that he wants to make his 17-minute video, and I get that we're on a live stream, but like, what I just said about all that and what we've added in different comments, like, that can be condensed down and popped into the video pretty easily. Like,
oh yeah.
So, what do we conclude from this? Did he simply miss it, or are we lying. I don't know. Like it's gonna have to be one of the two, right?
I think we got some references. We have to worry about the copyright of showing our references. So yeah. Like I say, I feel like he just watched it once dismissively, didn't like it, and that was that. And it's not like anyone's out there to defend this film because no one saw it.
Yep.
Or yeah, he might have come into it like, hey, well, look, Anatomy of a Failure, all right? This will be good at failure. Box office, that means it's a failure, because that's definitely how movies work. If it fails at the box office, it's bad.
It's bad.
It's not like Blade Runner failed at the box office or anything.
Wizard of
Blade
Oz.
Runner 2049, the one that they all like.
Anatomy of a Failure. Blade Runner was a rip-off of Soma.
Now, to be fair, the one of the funny ones, it wasn't box office, but when I saw somebody commented about Mauler, and then somebody said, "Oh, he thinks he knows about Ryan. When did he ever write a film that made him $500 million?" And it was like, "Fucking hell."
Well, it's on my to-do list.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me $1 billion. We'll see what we can do.
You know the whole thing, like I'm not a gourmet chef, but I can tell when a meal's shit.
Yeah, we all can. It's a really cool little technique. But cook a gourmet meal and you'll better understand why the gourmet meal is shit. Probably, sure. Get some additional insights. But I mean, it'll always fall back on: do you think what we made were compelling arguments or not? And would you like to refute them? That's it. So, tell me why the character of the captain is 2D. I'd love to know.
Don't care about these characters. When Stuart leaves her co-workers behind, we have no idea who they are, and we don't care.
You don't have to.
They were human beings.
Who they are. You can still feel bad for their plight.
They were just human beings. It was
Is that not enough?
I guess not.
Guess not.
Again, she cared enough about a spider, so it makes sense that she would probably care enough about human beings, whether or not she ever knew them or not. The fact that she had the ability, or she had the choice to make whether to save them or save herself, that's what's important. Why the fuck is he so dense about this?
When we find this dead woman, we have no idea who she is.
Oh my god, man.
Oh my god. I don't need a 10-minute backstory on if she was married and had kids, and if she graduated from college, and if she saved the farm when her team won the championship. I don't care. You don't need that.
What do we gain from this moment? It's like, so there are corpses laid about the debris because people are not making it. Like, that's tragic and disturbing. And we later find out that she knew this person. She describes them to the captain. So that's why it was so much of a deal for her. She stops to look at them for a while.
We don't care.
And then she has to move their hand out of the way. Like, I don't understand this anymore. I'm just like, why are you being so cruel to this film? What did it do to you?
Yeah, because if you saw a dead person in real life, you just go, they're not a character in my story. You just move them aside. It's like, no, you'd be fucking traumatized. Just,
yeah, but you didn't know her name. You didn't know where she would buy her shoes.
Yeah, you didn't know her favorite flavor of cheesecake. So
yeah, you know how like when there's a tragedy in a different country and you literally don't know any of the people who are involved, but it still makes you sad. That's weird. You don't know anything about them.
What about like
empathy? What the fuck?
Yeah, you didn't know anyone who died in the Holocaust. Shut the fuck up.
Just watching someone getting beaten to death. Like, do you think that's like not someone you go like, oh my god, that's horrible?
Like, he thinks a strong understanding of character is necessary for like every facet of engagement with a given piece of media. Like, it's a prerequisite for horror to be effective. It's a prerequisite for tension and for drama to be effective in any manner. Like,
well, seriously, just think about it now. Like,
I like characters. But you can't hedge everything in characters. Like,
yeah, just think about Alien though. Like, what the fuck do you know about Ripley?
She's well, yeah, you're gonna get characteristics based on the events transpiring rather than backstory.
So her name was Barb. She was a notorious dog hater.
That actually brings us to what I wanted to mention was that when we see anything bad happen to animals, like someone abusing an animal, we're automatically like, I fucking care about that animal, and I hope you get like put in prison or some shit. Like, you get really irrationally sometimes invested in just, like the spider. I don't want to see the spider suffer. I guess it's like, get the spider out of the sink if you can. That'd be neat. So, I find this all very fascinating, and I don't know why this wouldn't apply to fucking loads of movies.
When this black guy dies and makes Stuart feel bad, we had no idea who he was, and
so what's meaningful about it is that he chose to give her the functional helmet at his own risk. That's a person who put themselves in danger at the benefit of someone else. That's significant to me. I just like, what a lad.
Doesn't he? Doesn't she go to reach for one and then he like thrusts his helmet to her?
He has access to 2 helmets. One of them is got a crack in it. He provides her the clean one.
Yeah.
And they definitely have a shot of him noticing the crack. The issue I take.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah.
The issue I take with it is the crack is too big for him not to make some noise about it.
And you bring that up. You absolutely bring that up.
Yeah. If anything, you should just be like, "I've got to sit this out, guys," and they go, "Why?" And he could have just gone, "Crack." They would have gone, "Oh yeah, you would not survive the dive then."
I think the idea would be that maybe someone else would like actually, maybe the captain would.
Yeah, it could have been another. Because that's the thing I suggested for a fix is we need to know at first that there is this many suits and this many helmets rather. Maybe some of them have been destroyed, and this is the best one on offer, and that he decides he doesn't want to tell anybody about it, and that he'll take it on because doesn't want to be.
Yeah, he doesn't want anyone he doesn't want anyone taking their life for him and him living with that. Then it's on him.
Yeah.
And so, the idea is like we didn't know this guy. It's like, I mean, so it's like he's a person in this station. He's worked with Nora already to help more people and to get out of here. And then he makes a decision, despite being the one who was like absolutely close the door, do not save those people because it'll kill us. Like that was his pragmatic choice. He also would still sacrifice himself to save someone else. Or at least,
when he knew that he could save someone, he would. Much like her, like kind of in similar situations.
Yeah.
Like she will save someone if she believes it can be done, but she's not going to throw away, lives pointlessly.
So yeah, I would go as far as saying yes, that he gets the least characterization out of all of them, but he's also the first one to die. Like I don't know. Yeah.
And we don't care.
Rodrigo, right?
And imagine if...
What? He's surprised because he thought she knew his name. Like, he knows her. He's like, what? Why are we... Yeah.
He wouldn't remember his own name then.
Like, what is he trying to say with that clip? That, like, oh, this is all the connections are...
Yeah, he didn't anticipate her to say, oh, yeah, your name's Rodrigo, right?
Which would, and it's a weird thing for him to hear from her, 'cause he's like, well, yeah.
If we did care, imagine if we, for example, spent time at the beginning to set up a secret romance relationship.
What?
Why do you need to?
Why do you need to do this? Like this is his fix. What if they're in a relationship? What if they're boyfriend and girlfriend?
Dude, the big deal with this film is that she doesn't want to love again. She's like, I lost someone. It was incredibly painful. I want to stay away from people. She's like introverted as fuck. The idea is like, let's give her a secret romance. Like, what? No.
It's like they just have these emergency buttons they could press for. If I don't like a movie, just bam, they're in a relationship now.
Yeah.
So here's a crazy thing I'm gonna tell you now. You don't know every person on this planet, even if you live in the same house, and then you can still get thrusted into a weird crisis situation.
Do you mean work in the same place, not live in the same house?
No, live in the same.
You could live in the same house as someone and not know them. Yeah.
Multiple flats with multiple
families.
Oh
yeah, house sharing. Yeah, sorry, I was just like, I was like, you live with your mum and you don't know your mum.
No,
that's the scenario.
No,
right?
I was wrong.
Yeah,
but you could have a bunch of family members, and you can consider one of them like someone you barely even talk to or know, or something like that. It could be possible.
Absolutely. Sure.
It's funny to me because
you don't know every person you meet, obviously. So I don't know what the fuck he's on about.
No, I'm sorry. I literally thought Bell said something. Well, you got a different in his head. So I was like, no, don't you mean that? No, I get it.
One of the most frustrating and common sort of stapled on elements of stories is throwing a romance. Yeah,
it's like a lazy band-aid for how do we just make it work?
With more stories not having it at all.
And one of the most core hated ones is, hey, love triangle. Love triangle, whatever. Remember the Hobbit? Like he was like, hey, love triangle, that could work.
Oh, remember Pearl Harbor? Fuck.
Oh yeah, love triangle. Nobody likes it when you just
the most unnecessary love triangle to ever be.
And the one film that should have had a love triangle, The Rise of Skywalker, didn't have one.
Oh well, the certain character was of a certain ethnicity, and they didn't want to show it in certain countries. Sorry.
Well, yeah. Gotta get that money.
The Rise of Skywalker is so bad, it would have been improved by a love triangle.
Yeah.
Oh, do you remember the LGBT moment that they cut out of from a certain country because they didn't want to show it?
That sort of thing is disgusting to certain parts of the world. You know, you can't have that. But it's in there for Americans, and well, the West, I suppose I should say. There's lots of sort of things. You could tell they put that in to be like, please make an article saying we're LGBT pro. Come on.
Aren't we so progressive? Don't talk about the China stuff, but aren't we so progressive?
Oh, yeah, people.
Don't show the movie poster.
Chat is mentioned in Love Triangle, the Dead Space 3 one.
Is what I mean. If you're not focusing,
you're fucking right. Jeez,
focusing on your writing to make the relationship meaningful, like instead of just throw a romance in, that might help. It's like no, stop.
That might help.
How can I make you care about these characters? Well, if we imply that they're having sex, then you as a human being, you like sex. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I like sex. That's great.
Neil Druckmann, you've done it again.
Relationship.
Between her, where they're planning to live a life together once their work here is done. Suddenly, his death would mean much more.
Oh, Jesus.
And again, witnessing somebody implode into microscopic meat chunks. I don't need to be in love with them to be fucking terrified of it.
Especially after seeing them make the active effort to put themselves at more risk to.
Exactly. The pin dropped for her right there when she saw that fucking crack turn into a fucking crater into, meat chunks.
To Stuart and to us, suddenly we feel there's a reason for us to fear for the lives of these characters.
There's a reason to fear for their lives. How about I like these people?
It's starting to sound like concerning.
But before then, you're right. We're starting to get in the movie Bob territory. I need to know their politics before I can be concerned about their safety.
Well, yeah, the classic, right? It's like, what is your moral system? When do you choose to care about a person's life? Because I care about these people because they all seem to be good people, and I like it when good people are okay. That's the thing.
I need to know who they voted for. Otherwise, I can't have any empathy for them. Sorry.
Did Chris do a vote for Trump or Biden or the third party?
I like the idea that the guy picks up the helmet. He's like, "Hey, Sonora, what do you think about this specific political issue?" and then it's it's like, "What do you think about taxing corporations?" It's like, whatever. And then it's
like the helmets. Take this one. He's got the two to order, and one of them moves closer depending on her answers. He's like, okay, yeah, that's reasonable.
That's a bullshit. This is set in the future. It's like 2040 or something, I think.
I don't know this.
In the newspaper articles or the news articles at the end, it has a date, but it's definitely set in the future. So, they look too young to be around. Alive in our period or now.
I'm sure politics will have calmed down by then.
Or they would be. Or they they would be children. Some
politics is so bad that they gladly will work at the bottom of the Marianas Trench and get away from it.
It's like, do you really want to work down there? It's like they don't have Twitter. It's like, oh shit.
Everyone
can go there for free.
Everyone goes down to this place to get away from modern life's.
Introducing Twitter Marianas Trench edition. Works at the bottom of the ocean.
And you're like, what's that? It's social media.
Trencher. Hey, I'm just going to send out a trench, all right?
Yeah, everyone working really hard together to survive and taking care of each other. That makes me care about these people and I want them to survive. Simple as that.
No cringe. I want
finding
them to have
out
the sex.
all of the pieces about how they interact and who they are. That's a major bonus, and I end up caring even more. It's a neat little transaction.
Funny as well. I remember, I remember telling you this morning when we watched Alien earlier, or yesterday, or I can't remember now. There was a suggestion in Alien that they have scenes alluding to Ripley and Dallas having a sexual relationship, along with Lambert having a relationship with somebody else, and they were going to have a sex or a romantic scene. And Ripley Scott went, "No, that's pointless. We don't need to do that. That doesn't add anything." And didn't need in this either, did we?
When Ridley Scott is the voice of reason.
To be fair, he did go again. He did double down on that with Prometheus, but that was like 30 years later. But Prometheus got his other problems other than having a sex scene. It's
when you say he doubled down, do you mean he went back on it?
Sorry, yes, yeah.
Because Because Prometheus has a whole sex scene, and then a pregnancy through alientisms, and then a cesarean, and then a giant tentacle monster eating one of the.
And it's so sad when Discount Tom Hardy gets blown up. It's so sad.
He gets burned to death, I think, right?
Yeah, he gets set on fire because he's turning, and they just go out and torch him, and it's so sad because they had sex.
Mm-hmm.
As they're facing these terrible horrors of the depth. Imagine that.
Yeah, it sounds worse.
No, your idea is worse.
Wait, can I just hear what that last point was? I don't think I'm a little confused.
Much more to Stuart and to us. Suddenly we feel there's a reason for us to fear for the lives of these characters as they're facing these terrible horrors of the.
I'm sorry, what's up with YouTube reviewers lacking basic empathy for human beings?
I don't know.
Like, he's like, I hate to be the guy who starts like raising the brow and everything, but it's really concerning.
Saying that it's a good thing when Barbara beat the shit out of that dude in Wonder Woman.
Yeah, these people.
Jay on Red Letter Media said if you wanted to show it be evil, you had to have it kill him. It's like, what?
What?
Oh,
there are degrees of evil, my dude. Yeah. So this section is already done, I guess. This was the character section.
So
he didn't even talk about.
Well, he thinks there's none in
the
there.
Asian lady.
Yeah, what was the feeling of the first act? The character horror or something, wasn't it?
Well, no, so he said...
I don't see how that relates to character horror. I'm still not exactly certain what that means. Maybe I
misremember him. No, you know when he started his introduction and he split up the acts or whatever, and he said Act 1 has this problem, Act 2 has this problem.
His format was, it was a horror survival monster movie that fails at all three, and the horror failed in character, and that's what we just did, and his argument is we don't care about these people.
The horror failed in character, so it's not scary.
Well, remember,
no, that's empathy. That's not horror.
Well, apparently, the capacity to scare hinges upon.
I was going to say the part you're missing there is that remember his formula includes you aren't scared if you don't care about the character.
Oh, that's dumb. Yeah.
No, we established that was a dumb formula, but going by that formula, he then concluded he doesn't care about the characters, and to fix it, you add a love plot. Like, this is pathetic, but, you know, we'll see how it goes.
This is what happens when you make 17-minute videos.
Exactly. Survival is the next one, and I think he said it was a plot failure in Survival, so I guess we'll have to see where this goes. We'll do our best once we get to the end of the video to talk about the remaining things, I think, that like,
I'm sure he'll cover them all very aptly.
Yeah. So, where will he take us next?
I'm so curious.
Imagine that.
Yeah, he didn't talk about the spider at all. Maybe we will later.
The thing that makes Alien such a memorable and highly intense survival movie is the fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot event it revolves around.
What?
What does that mean?
Jesus.
I'm sure he will elaborate on what that conjunction of words will mean.
Yeah, I almost want to skip this and just get to whatever his qualification is, because it makes it so memorable because it revolves around the epicenter of the event. Like, whoa.
This is one of those sentences where if he was here and he said that, I'd be like, whoa, before you go any further, what the fuck does that mean?
I think I know what he means.
I would give up and say, please use different words and say the same thing. Paraphrase my bro. Wait, what did you think he was saying, Theo?
I think what he's going for is that what we see in Alien is,
the inciting incident.
Yeah, the inciting incident is direct. Like, I guess by comparison with Underwater, the thing that happened to the station is somewhere else, and we're following some characters that are somewhat peripheral to whatever the event is that happened, trying to survive it regardless.
Yeah, you'd think that in Underwater, if the station were for whatever reason completely devoid of people, the same thing would happen. Whereas an Alien, it attaching to what's his face and their prodding around of it is directly it's very, very involved in how things play out.
Yeah.
It's just two different things.
That's not
entirely.
a problem,
Alien.
though, right?
Yeah,
like,
two different things.
We're definitely at the point of once again saying like, oh, you've just described a different story. You haven't said which one fails and why. You want me to Godelb this statement? I'm going to let's do it again and see if it's Godelby.
The thing that makes Alien such a memorable and highly intense survival movie is the fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot event it revolves around.
Yeah, that's a really shit sentence.
Fucking hell, man.
That's an odd one.
Can you guys help me out? What was
That's me trying to
title?
add an
The
essay.
thing that makes Alien so... What was the rest of it?
Intense and memorable, I think.
Is that it... Was it revolves around...
God,
I
can't
don't.
Let's go again. Hard to remember this shit.
The thing that makes Alien such a memorable and highly intense survival movie is the fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot event it revolves around. When the crew of the Nostromo goes to answer the distress...
plot event it revolves around.
Let's take a slight detour, particularly for Fringy and Marvel at this creation.
Oh, fuck! So many things for me to do.
What? Oh no! Oh no!
He's back, everybody.
That's very funny.
Honestly, this is kind of hypocritical considering you guys have called out other movies with a lack of proper characterization and saying they are the main characters that we should just care. So when you're talking about random people being killed in horrible tragic events, we don't think you need to be characterized. If you're talking about the protagonist, you do need to be characterized, and you can absolutely appeal to the fact that you don't care, but I would rather just talk about how they lack character. Also, this image is wonderful.
So I'm saving this on my computer as Fringy
What an
flash
honor.
drive penis fan art.
Oh, is that what it's supposed to? Oh, okay. I guess now I sort of see what that is. Oh, okay. All right. That's what it's supposed to be.
Because, by the way, you could have like the greatest characterization and the shittiest in the world, and someone could care about the latter rather than the former. It's possible. Whether or not someone cares is only going to be possibly indicative of something. It's not really useful information in terms of how good the thing is.
I think my favorite part about this drawing is the idea that I woke up one day with a flash drive instead of a penis. Just like you look at the quilt and it just shoots up like
US
50 minutes into the air.
Half the times when you have sex, you have to like turn around and reposition yourself because it's not the right way in.
When you have to pee, you kind of have to like position yourself over the bowl, you know, because that's just going to shoot straight forward.
I mean, if you're, I guess if you're excited when you go to pee, but
I feel like the flash drive is always erect, like all the time.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
What exactly does a flaccid flash drive look like?
I don't know, but I hope I never know.
Droop?
No, it's like a little one made out of spaghetti.
Made out of spaghetti.
Yeah, you know,
a flash drive made out of spaghetti. I'm not sure what that would look like, but
flaccid.
Oh, okay. Well.
Someone's movie.
The thing that makes Alien such a memorable and highly intense survival movie is the fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot event it revolves around. When the crew of the Nostromo goes to answer the distress...
Hang on, I'm still trying to get this quote down. Fuck, I've already forgotten it. The thing that makes Alien such... Jesus, I'm trying to like remember...
It's told from the very center of the...
It's told from the very epicenter. Yeah, alright, one more time. Swear to God.
Look at that, guys.
I'm almost there, I swear.
Why would you write this?
Yeah.
The thing that makes Alien such a memorable and highly intense survival movie is the fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot event it revolves around. When the crew of the Nostromo...
epicenter of the plot event it revolves around.
So the plot...
I hope you got that because I forgot.
Like the Delta version.
There, I got it now. The thing that makes Alien such a memorable and highly intense survival movie is the fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot it revolves around.
The plot event it evolves around.
Oh, event, does he say?
Yeah,
okay.
Plot event.
There, we did it, everyone. it's complete.
Like 6 attempts.
Oh, right.
Such a bad sentence. I don't understand it at all.
The fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot event it revolves around. When the crew of the Nostromo goes to answer the distress call, they inadvertently bring the alien on board their own ship and have to overcome the obstacles that creates. In other words, they have to survive the consequences of their own actions.
That's not a...
Are we about to imply that surviving the results of something that aren't your fault is a bad thing?
So Dead Space is...
You can't be a victim of something that isn't your fault?
You can't, like, it's bad that we have a Lovecraftian movie that involves you having to deal with events that are beyond your capacity or control.
Yeah, you didn't cause Cthulhu.
So
that's kind of the
point.
So this is where another similarity comes into play, and it's not a rip-off, it's a similarity, is that both companies in Alien and Underwater both have disregard for their employees and human life, and are more than willing to send them in as cannon fodder to investigate, well, for company profit. So we don't know they wail on Yutani in Alien. That doesn't happen until the second one. But they, well, yeah, the whole crew expendable moment.
That is in the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't know the whale and Yutani. They're not named. They're their company in the whole time. So their company, yes, they disregard the crew because it's the scientific extraterrestrial, whatever you want to call it, breakthrough ever, and they send the crew to investigate it. And then, like I said earlier with the exposition at the start of the film, it does vaguely hint at that it's the whole they had to stop drilling somewhere in the Mariana Trench because something happened, but we don't know what happened, and presumably it's one of the monsters or whatever at the crew, or the drill snapped, and there was some sort of, there's a mystery we don't know yet, and but presumably some big shit happened, and the company carried on drilling instead of pulling out or evacuating the rest of the crew. They carried on because corporate greed exceeded their grasp, and now consequently lots of people died. Obviously in Alien it's only a small crew. In this, it's like, I think it's like 300 people on board.
They say at the end that they're rebuilding the station as soon as possible. It's like, ooh.
Exactly. It's all just and then obviously then in Aliens, obviously it happens in the sequel, but they go out and do it all again. It's I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this. It's just another similarity that.
Well, neither does the video.
To cap it
off, that's the thing. That's the thing. He's wrong and I'm right.
I
to cap it off, as you pointed out before, Lovecraftian and Tian Industries. That's probably
yes. Lovecraft Tian.
How about that?
There's little nods. There's little nods to it. It's not just we've ripped off Alien. Bet you didn't know.
Hopefully they don't notice.
Yeah. Pretty nice flash drive.
Oh yeah, and I guess I want to make sure it's understood. He hasn't made that claim yet. He's implied it. So
true.
Let's see if we get there.
To answer the distress call, they inadvertently bring the alien on board their own ship and have to overcome the obstacles that creates. In other words, they have to survive the consequences of the.
Enunciates. This is just very petty snipe, but like I don't like the way that he speaks. It's really annoying.
It's just the analyst voice, isn't it?
It's not the accent. It's the inflections.
He
brings it on the ship and needs to. It reminds me. I always default to this back in school when people had to do the speeches and like their oral presentations, and they always have the same enunciation over and over and over again, so it doesn't sound natural. It's really bugging me.
Or when they end a sentence and their voice gets higher at the very end.
Yeah.
At the very
it's
end.
really strange. But
why you do it?
Well, the one that I remember I'm not sure if this must be an Australian thing. I wonder if it's an American thing. But like
giant
I
spiders.
specifically the enunciation was always I don't know. I went to the beach and there was a Ferris wheel and it was cool. It's that over and over and over.
It's like when you learn to read and you compartmentalize every individual sentence because you're a stupid kid and that's how you learn things. And so you just one sentence is a chamber.
Voices is rich. I don't know what you mean by that, pal.
What if this guy watched your
voice is
videos
fine.
and said, you say no in a weird way, Fringy? What would you do? Would you slap him?
I just find it funny because it's like,
no.
well, my accent isn't my voice for starters. Like,
true.
I thought your impersonation just then. I was thinking Californian white chick, honestly.
No, California.
And what's that Coca-Cola everything?
Guys, I can't believe it.
I got a spice latte.
I mean,
I was giving free credit, all right?
You may have noticed over the course of EFAP that we've never recommended anything other than a good microphone and then, like, enunciating. We never go into what the probably... I could imagine there's a fucking video on Skillshare that says, like, how to properly use your voice for video essays. And it probably does all the same as the stuff we see across all of them, where it's like, you gotta pause on the wording that is important to make sure that people
really
understand.
Drive the point home. Yeah, I think I think it's just... The only advice I would ever give to somebody is you want to make people believe that this is an authentic presentation, but it's not. So
yeah,
in like if you've written a script, so it needs to sound like a regular conversation, like this is the way that you normally talk, but it's clear as well that it's not, that it's actually better.
Well, as we found,
it's kind of like dialogue in movies where no one stumbles or stutters. Really, it's how they would normally talk. It's just the idealized version of that.
And of course,
and how like no one usually doesn't interrupt each other. Like we're fucking doing right now, where we're speaking over each other because
interrupt each other.
Yeah,
but the thing is,
what are you talking about?
There's even a good way of doing, like Family Guy's got problems, but when Family Guy does the actual like authentic conversation where people are interrupting people, it's usually funny. And it's not frustrating, like that scene where it's like, I didn't care for The Godfather, like, and they just interrupting
they start talking over each other. Yeah, it's good shit.
But it's really well done. If it was recorded all in one go, like without preparation or anything, it would have sounded crap. And that's just the whole idea with dialogue and all conversation. Make it seem real, but it's not.
This guy's video, it just makes me think of like people like Super Eye Patch Wolf, where they clearly got like, the fakest voice going.
Oh yeah, I hate
you
that
invite
shit.
some of these people onto fucking EFAP and they talk like a normal human. You're like, wait a minute.
What are you?
Because you'll know that a lot of us tend to sound pretty much the same in our videos. It's not like
pretty much.
Not the kind of difference where you're like, wait, what do you like apply to yourself? Because like the wounded animal thing is what I usually bring up. It's just like, oh, this scene, so
and that's what makes Wonder Woman 1984 kind of wonderful.
yeah, and the deliberate pauses and everything is like, fucking hell, you're reading enough Shakespeare, mate. Fucking calm down.
Yeah.
Sully Shakespeare was that kind of... Come on.
Shakespeare presents Wonder Woman.
Shakespeare in the Park presents Wonder Woman 1984 is kind of wonderful.
A Stratford von Avon production.
Their own actions, which not only makes the survival element organic, but also deeply tensely
organic.
Okay, let's do that one first. So, what makes a survival situation organic? I assume he's referring to a situation that arrives like reasonably without some kind of like hyper contrivance.
Yeah, a clear presentation of causes and effects, consequences to actions, and consistency in its own world.
So the idea that like it's natural in Alien that they came across this species, they brought it upon the ship as a result of it attacking one of the crew, and it births itself, and then fucking kills them all.
Sorry,
okay.
I jumped ahead on the video. I was pressing my shortcut. I fucked up. Sorry.
You idiot. Where were we
Okay. Like here-ish. Oh wait, that's not where we are. We'll just go from here. It's fine. The So the problem with all these statements is that it implies the opposite of underwater. Like, is underwater a natural disaster sort of survival situation? It's like, well, when you say natural, do we include just like, yeah, the monsters in the world that they've woken up have attacked the station and now they have to survive? Like, where's the breach, I suppose? And perhaps you'll explain it.
Highly intense survival movie is the fact that it's told from the very epicenter of the plot event it revolves around. When the crew of the Nostromo goes to answer the distress call, they inadvertently...
Well, by the way, something we've advocated before with Star Wars is like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool to not have to be involved in the fucking epicenter of all the biggest dramas in the galaxy and to instead see the ripple effects in the distant parts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to see the event. We see one of the big events happen like it does in the movies, but then we get a complete shift in focus towards not our heroes, not our villains, but some guy who has to deal with this bullshit now.
Yeah.
So yeah, the idea that one is superior to the other is not even something that came into my mind. I was just like, no, I just want to see other things. That's all.
They bring the alien on board their own ship and have to overcome the obstacles that creates. In other words, they have to survive the consequences of their own actions, which not only makes the survival element organic,
I don't
but
like
also
that phrasing where like he phrases it like they're culpable for it, you know?
Which
like
is
this
really
is their
unfair
fault
to Alien because they had no fucking clue any of this was going to happen.
Yeah, it's the way that they. Yeah, it's the way that he says it is not at all how I would say it.
I guess what he wants to be saying is that their hand is in the causal chain rather than Nora, who is simply dealing with whatever's happened.
Despite the fact that, again, you could say that it's all enabled by the coincidence of this ship was in this place and just so happened to be the people who responded to the distress signal, right? Like, so there's still a coincidence that sets it up, or like an unfortunate event. It's still... It's not a problem, though.
Well, yeah, you could argue there's a couple of things that could have changed these events, right? Like Kane not being so curious, the alien not being able to penetrate his spacesuit.
Yeah.
They keep them in quarantine, like they don't actually let them into the ship. But there's reasons for all of these things not happening that way, and I'd just be curious on where his line is for what could be considered natural or you know, not like this is the thing. I need to see his counterexample, I guess.
In other words, they have to survive the consequences of their own actions, which not only makes the survival element organic, but also deeply tensely
What do you mean
personal.
organic? Wait, no, actually. So like if I'm walking in a forest and like a grizzly bear just strolls up in front of me, is that like, oh, this is more organic, like it's like, or less organic because it wasn't my fault that the bear was in this area at this time? That wasn't organic. What do you mean organic? How is it organic because they caused it? That's not how any...
Organic is a buzzword that doesn't mean anything but sounds
It's so broad, because if I kidnap a bunch of people, drop them into an arena, and put a bear in there as well, versus Fringy walking in the woods and bumping into a bear, which one of these is more organic, tense, and personal? I'd be like, I don't know. I need to know more.
I feel like both of them
yeah,
are
but doesn't it
just
sound
tense.
really nice?
It's like,
it does sound nice.
You see, it wasn't the people's fault that you kidnapped them, and therefore it's not as tense, personal. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Of course.
How is it not as tense because it's not their fault? Like, Battle Royale wasn't those kids' fault in that movie, but it's still crazy intense.
Yeah. I find this strange.
He just had a conclusion. His conclusion is Alien is better, and he's just looking for ways to get to it, no matter what.
It's really unfair to Underwater. I mean, yeah, it's not Alien.
Like,
you know, few things are.
You don't,
but like, give it some credit.
Don't gotta try this hard to make Alien look better than Underwater. Doesn't take that.
You don't have to try that hard. Yeah, it is better.
Yeah,
but like, God, this movie is
good.
Fine.
Yeah, but Underwater's good.
Kind of incredible.
Yeah, but if any of you fuckers said Alien's better because it's more organic, I would just fucking laugh at you. This is
personal and had, you know.
Yeah, because chat's saying carbon-based is
This horror is carbon-based.
It's got more carbon in it. That's why it's better.
Oh god,
that was a cough.
And in Underwater is a very similar crux of a plot of humans sticking their noses in places where they shouldn't and then having to survive the consequences of that.
Yeah, but you act like it's our fault. The way you say that is like, yeah, you shouldn't have just gone down low in the planet. Like, sorry?
The exploration of humans into a position where they are in danger. It's like, okay, you've gotten nice and broad there, fella. The situation one, a group of like space truckers is told along their journey that they've got a distress signal they should inspect, and it turns out to be a creature that kills them all, versus a company has set up a drilling operation. They've drilled far enough that they disturbed some ancient creature and it starts attacking the station and the workers. This, like, why would you not describe those as different?
Same thing.
Like, I can see the desire to try and lump them in, but it's like, but stop, you're making stories so lame.
Again, he's just flying over the corporation part of it, because that is definitely a thing in both of them.
It's nobody's fault in either of these films that all these horrible things happen, except you could argue, obviously, like, the desire for the company to rescue the samples in Alien, and the desire for the company to cover this up and redo it. Like,
essentially, faceless, nameless people made decisions that led to other people dying, and they didn't care about it. But the characters that are the ones who suffer because of it, we care about them.
Oh.
And we don't care, and they didn't make.
No, we don't. We don't know what they're like in normal life. So
what's her favorite cereal?
Do they have sex? I want to know if they have sex.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Do they fuck?
Yeah. I need to know if they fuck.
I don't care about him if his dick is wet.
This. We drilled the bottom of the ocean. And we took too much. Now she's taking back.
The only problem is the characters we follow aren't actually the ones sticking their noses in a place they should.
She said we as man. Man has digged too
not
far.
like we personally.
Come on.
Like the four of us in this room or whatever.
This is what I mean. If I was in that situation, I don't know how far away I would be from making claims like that. Like, this is it. Man has gone. Like, we look how far we've reached, and look what we've you know, angered or something like that. There's lots of cool thoughts about our position in the universe, which I don't know why that would come up in a Lovecraftian property. That's not like it's just, you know, it's just a character commenting on, because right now they're viewing the drill, the big drill, and it's like torn in half or some shit, and they're like, how the fuck, what did this? It's definitely a sobering moment in terms of the scale of the universe, which is a big part of this movie.
They caused this station combustion to happen. It just happened upon them. They didn't drill the Earth to make it spin.
Yeah, the characters in Alien didn't make the ship crash and leave a bunch of eggs there. Like, why are you... There's a weird definitional line here in terms of causality. Like, you know, they brought the alien on the ship. It's their fault. It's like, whoa.
No, come on.
Like, the idea that they went to inspect the distress signal and thus lost time on their escape, does that now mean that everything's on them going forward because they made that choice? Is that how this works?
Beat out these dead creatures that begin hunting them. They're just caught in the area of it. They aren't trying to escape the bottom of the ocean because of something they did, but just because of something someone else did.
What? So why is that bad? You have to tell me why it's bad. If you're gonna say that it's bad, you're gonna have to convince me.
I'm so confused. There's a catalog of disaster films where people have to survive horrible circumstances. Why is this?
Yeah, I mean, shit. They first think it could be an earthquake because that's the rational, logical thing when the plant blows up or the base blows up.
You
because
don't immediately
they
assume Lovecraftian monsters. Like,
yeah, they don't assume that. They think like a tectonic plate has moved or whatever, and now all of a sudden everything's decompressured or depressurized or whatever. That's their train of thought. Sorry, it's not their fault.
I don't get it. Like an earthquake or...
Oh shit, yeah.
I don't know. As in, our protagonists aren't facing the consequences and obstacles of their own creation, but instead, though...
Why does that matter?
Yeah, why does it matter?
You need to tell me why that matters. You're just asserting it confidently.
Yeah, well, you look at look at like actual disaster films. Then do the characters immediately go, "Was it our fault?" And then somebody goes, "No, but yes, because global warming."
Tornado.
Yeah, you watch 2012, and then they go, "Oh, is it because of our fault?" And then somebody's like, "Global warming caused this." Blah 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 blah. So yeah,
like, but
it is your fault.
I didn't do global warming.
Yeah, I'm fucking you washing up my jam pots to recycle, but no, it's my fault. Fuck you.
Lame. You know what? No, they work for this company, so it's their fault they're in this situation. There you go, I did it. You happy now?
Oh my god.
Of else's. And why is this an issue? Well, here's why. First of all, it creates an unavoidable, like we're watching an inferior second-rate version of a much more interesting.
What? What?
I guess that's a parody.
Here's my reasoning. We're watching something inferior to something else. That's not a fucking argument.
Well,
yeah, that's part of your claim. That's not the evidence.
Yeah, he's just rolled it back. Like, it's bad because it's worse. Like, wait, what? But okay, I'm gonna roll it back. Let's see this in full.
Issue. Well, here's why. First of all, it creates an unavoidable feeling like we're watching an inferior second-rate version of a much more interesting movie. I think the main topic.
So he's establishing
that's the tautology.
Yeah, this is literally just not reasoning. He said it's worse, and then he's obviously left the implication on the table. Like, wait, why is it worse though? Well, because it creates the feeling that we could have had something better. That's not an answer.
It's worse.
Yeah, that's just the claim again. It's not evidence for anything.
Please prove the claim.
Of humans drilling the bottom of the ocean and going too deep is very inherently fascinating. And whenever our characters are looking at the drill
it's not
and
inherently fascinating.
I don't like the term.
I don't think you know what that word
fascinating.
means. I don't think anything is inherently fascinating.
Yeah, he could have just said it's interesting.
What the hell happened down there? That's exactly what I wonder.
Well, there you go. That's the motivation. We found it. He wants to find out like different parts of this movie, not what this movie's covering. He's annoyed. He didn't get to see the drill. He didn't get to see it crack open the earth or the plates, and he didn't get to see Cthulhu crawl out, and then he didn't get to see Cthulhu rack shit on the and the driller, the specific guy on the drill. He's the one who gets a team together, and he's like, you know, I was just trying to get those resources, and god damn it, I went too far. I broke regulation.
I was just too greedy. If only I wasn't so greedy, I could have avoided the consequences of my actions.
And in the background, Cthulhu's wagging his finger at the guy. You fucked up.
Like, you little coom lord.
No, I gotta give you what you deserve, I guess, because you're the cause of all this.
That sort of joke being made, there could be a good film in that if you probably do it, but that's just not this film. I don't know what else to say. Not the one we got. Reminds me of the fucking Endgame's final battle isn't good because it's not two towers. Like, okay. That's an interesting qualification.
I'd say the main problem is that like a lot of it doesn't make sense, but hey.
Yeah, well, not two towers.
And wondering what the hell happened down there, that's exactly what I wonder. I wonder if the incident was very sudden or if deadly creatures started to creep up.
It seemed pretty sudden.
It's pretty sudden.
It seemed really sudden. Did you not watch the movie?
I don't understand.
Bit by bit. I wonder if there was conflict and fights between the drillers.
That's a different story.
That's a different,
That's not the story. Were the miners concerned about how far down they'd gone? I don't know.
That's like that's pretty
I feel like if the miners were concerned about waking an ancient, unstoppable evil force, they probably wouldn't do it.
They'd probably be too late. Like,
why would they be concerned about
the capacity of that knowledge? You've probably gone too far already. Damn.
It's about whether or not to continue going deeper. I wonder if there were elements like obsession and greed.
What?
Oh, this gets even better because somebody in chat just said we never got to see the dwarves dig up the Balrog. Therefore,
yeah, the Fellowship have to deal with an issue they didn't cause. They didn't fucking wake up the Balrog. This is why even?
Yeah, we get to see the Fellowship react to something that wasn't their fault. Therefore, it's not scary.
Why should I care about Sauron beating the shit out of all these people in the opening of Lord of the Rings when I don't even know what their favorite type of birthday cake is?
Only Merry should have been punished because Pippin should have been punished because he knocked over the bucket.
Balrog grabs Pippin, swallows him, and then he just leaves.
I was not burned.
Very rude, little man.
And descend into madness.
House and wake them up, you piece of shit.
Just so weird. He's like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if like the things they were mining gave them elements of obsession, like almost supernaturally, and they pushed forward and then they cracked open into the core. It's like, what film are you describing?
What are we? I thought we were talking about underwater, mate.
Yeah.
It's like obsession and greed and descent into madness that factored into what happened.
What the fuck
no,
is
they were
this?
probably just like mining for oil or natural gas or something like that, and.
I can't remember what the explanation is, but again, it's just TN Industries wanting to.
It's described as resources. That's the funny meme is that they were like, it's resources. You're like, all right.
Presumably, it's going to be a rare, valuable resource because otherwise, why the fuck would you mine it at the bottom of the fucking ocean?
Clearly, it's worth it.
Yeah, that project is through the roof expensive.
To justify the cost of that facility, well, it's got to be something worth fucking making that thing for.
Yeah.
Like if it was coal, wouldn't you just be like, wow, you suck?
I sure do love coal.
I do is wonder, because this movie isn't that. This movie isn't about surviving the epicenter of its main plot event.
Stop with that graphic.
No, but it doesn't matter. It's about surviving a horrible catastrophe, both environmental and monstral.
So when he says epicenter, right? I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, we're just an inch to the left of the epicenter. Like, in the scale of things, I'd be like, it's pretty much the epicenter. I don't know what you mean. Like, the stations are getting destroyed by Cthulhu. I guess it's because it's like, yeah, but they weren't involved in causing him to wake up. I'd be like, and? This is still the epicenter of the fucking event.
I mean, you could say that they were working on the facility that woke him up.
Yeah.
They're absolutely tied to it, and they have to survive it. The idea that, like, if we were following some person on the surface and monitoring all of this and stressing out that there's creatures killing his men, it's like, you could, I guess, make this argument, but again, that would be a different movie.
And again, you would complain because it would be too much like Alien, so...
Wait, even if it's not like Alien, they're clearly trying to be Alien. I don't know.
This underwater walking sequence is too much like Alien.
So I guess the two fronts that are failing on is I don't understand how he's defined our characters as being outside of the epicenter, while simultaneously arguing you have to be in the epicenter for it to be more meaningful, which I disagree with too. So I'm lost on both.
But instead, surviving the outer edges of that epicenter, and that's a bummer.
I bet they don't feel like they're in the outer edges.
I don't think so either.
I think they feel like they're really close to the middle.
I guess he's talking about literally the place where Cthulhu fucking crawled his way out of a hole. It had to be there. It's like, why?
They had to have a final showdown with Cthulhu in his Mariana Trench hole.
Like, go write this movie if you want to make it. Like, this isn't that movie. I don't know what to tell you.
When you make criticism works, you don't just write your own film in your head and say it should have been this one.
Yeah, like when I talk about why The Mandalorian isn't like what I would have preferred to see in The Mandalorian or what they should have done, like that's not necessarily a knock against it.
Yeah.
That epicenter, and that's a bummer. Also, when your main characters aren't the ones causing the plot to happen, it very easily leads to randomness and confusion.
Yeah, Sicario shit.
Excuse me.
I don't know. So when they're not the cause, it leads to randomness and confusion.
So this film has a really good way of displaying cause and effect. We do this thing. We know what the stakes are. We know what the rules are. Yeah,
like I would almost describe it like blocky and Tetrisy in terms of our characters are running from one of the areas getting exploded. They meet up with a couple of others. They go to the lifeboats section, life pods. There's none left. They have to go on to an elevator to take them to the ground floor. They have to walk to another station to get to the life pods. There's complications along the way. Some people make it, some people don't. That's it. To call that randomness and confusion or whatever, I just be like, wow, I mean, I followed it. I don't know.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of yeah.
And then again, so let's just compare that to Alien. So what does Ripley do that causes the chain of events? So she actually tries to stop the chain of events from happening because she tries to stop the crew from bringing the fucking thing on board. And then Ash, who, as we learn later on, is an android, has a very hidden agenda that they want the thing to be brought on board so they can fly it back to Earth so that they can make money from it. So, yeah, but at any point was anyone fucking confused? Because they even argue it in the moment. Like Ash slyly argues that oh no, yeah, he can let them die. He had to save them or whatever. And it's like yeah, that's the reason. But the subtext is no, he's doing it because he's following orders because he is a robot.
To make sure people are following you on that, so Dallas suggests taking the facehugger off Kane, and Ash doesn't want that to happen because he wants the specimen to do whatever it's going to do. But he says, "Oh, that might kill Kane," and then he looks at Dallas like, "Did that work? Did the reason work? I don't know." It's,
and then
Alien's phenomenal as well. That's the problem, is that there's an implication here that, like, wait, you think Underwater is as good as Alien? It's like, no, it's okay.
They're both good. One's better than the other.
It's fine. It's just, stop calling this a complete failure that tried to be Alien. It's like, that's not the case. And stop getting I don't even know what this section's gonna, like, what's the confusing part? Tell me.
Who knows?
As to what is on.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna drop down to the cargo elevator.
I'm just gonna pause for. I guess as we pause through this, this is what I was talking about. It's very, very simply laid out. Go down, go across, get to pods. Nice and simple. This
why don't we go to this other part? Oh, because it's abandoned and fucked up. All right, cool. Let's go
to the seafloor. Then use the access tunnel to get to the midpoint station.
I don't think he surely couldn't have gotten away with this one. I don't know. Copyright wise, maybe the people who made this movie are chill about it.
Yeah, because he's not cutting it or anything, is he? He's just
I don't
playing
think so.
it.
This is just the whole thing.
Yeah.
We follow the markers across the plateau.
Making sure to make sounds too.
Is anyone not following so far?
Well,
I mean,
yeah. Checking. I mean, as much as we're play pausing it, so I could picture people in chat being confused, which is fine. We'll be able to. I'm just waiting to get past this clip.
The main plot of walking to another part of the station in order to escape is very clear, but the issue is that I have no clue what that means in practice.
What do you mean? Can you not? Do you not have a brain?
Okay.
Can you not imagine scenarios based on information given, but you don't actually see?
So, in practice is what they start talking about. Has anybody walked that far in these suits?
Yeah.
And will we not get hurt doing this? Establishing the stakes?
They discuss the viability of it. Can it even be done?
I don't. And then, of course, because if he's going to refer to the murky darkness, I'm going to be really annoyed. Like, he's like, I was confused because I couldn't see as much as I probably should have, or something like that. Please don't go there.
Yeah. So did they or didn't?
I don't know what Roebuck is or where it is because
he doesn't know what the Roebuck is or where it is.
It's the name of the checkpoint or the station they're going to. Next question.
Life pods
it's
in
on the map.
It's 1 mile away. They were very explicit with how simple this is. Roebuck, mile away, get there.
Yeah, he's literally pointing at the map to describe it at the same time.
On the map.
He's literally visualizing it for you. What the fuck else do you need? Do you need crayons? Please show me.
So this is the thing. If anything, they are incredibly clear. Like, I don't even think I could really say to a point of criticism, because it's just like, well, I mean, it's good that it's clear, you know, just it describing the situation and what needs to be done.
It's a straightforward plan.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be complicated. It's just, this is what we have to do. It's easy. I mean, it's simple. It's not easy. But we got to do it.
The obstacle is we're going to have to go outside, so we're going to have to wear the suits, and we're going to have to traverse this. Hopefully we have enough oxygen. Maybe we don't. Maybe we do. We're going to rush it. Obviously, we're still going to make, it's not complicated.
Because we've never been there to use it or to even see it. I don't.
Wait a minute.
We haven't seen the life pods.
Wait.
Very clear. But the issue is that I have no clue what that means in practice. I don't know what the Roebuck is or where it is because we've never been there to use it or to even see it. I don't know why walking to it.
Tell me how the Nostromo works.
Where is Mars? I've never been there.
Like how does space trucking work in practice?
Sorry, as you just said, where is the downed alien ship compared to the Nostromo? Where is it? How far? What does it take to get there? I don't know.
Yeah, which system are they in? How far away are they from Earth?
So this is fascinating, I guess. They couldn't make it any more simple for you. We are at A. There is B. We are go to B. 1 mile walking.
Yeah.
Using our legs because we are humans.
Yeah.
It's
and
like
suits.
Yeah.
And the reason why we go there is because all the pods here are donezo. They're gone.
Yep, they've been
used them already.
Broken.
Yeah, as previously established in previous scenes.
Which simultaneously sets the stakes for our team while also showing you character development establishment for the captain. Achieving more than one thing at a time. Fine.
Yeah, you move the plot forward and have your character moments at the same time. Fucking golly gosh.
Zad Gooks.
I have no clue what that means in practice. I don't know what the Roebuck is or where it is because we've never been there to use it.
He's pointing on the map right there. That's where it is.
I don't know why walking to it in the suits would be dangerous because we've never been outside.
You don't know why walking to it in suits would be dangerous at the bottom of the ocean.
Did you not see the scene where the whole station imploded on itself?
Why would it be dangerous?
The opening catastrophe?
To walk at the bottom of the Mariana Trench? I don't know. I couldn't think of any reason.
Why can't they do it? Why can't they do it in their swim trunks?
Does he not understand
quite
that,
high down there?
Does he not understand that water has weight?
So, The best interpretation I have of this is that he's trying to suggest, with what we've seen in the movie, that it's a perfectly normal thing that they can all perfectly normally do. The problem with this is they establish about a minute later this is not normal, and that the most they ever go out for is minutes at a time to fix small things.
Because it's so fucking dangerous. You don't see him at the start of the film. Fucking people like outside washing the windows, fucking in their pants, for fuck's sakes.
Come on.
The film was explicit.
Did you watch the movie reviewer? Did you watch you got the clips?
Something else on the background.
Like, this is not essential, but have you ever seen a submarine film, for example? Do you know what it fucking is to be under the water? It's not. I've never been a like in the Navy or anything like that, but I know the fucking dangers of water, especially deep water.
Well,
yeah.
How do you not know this is just like an adult?
I'll tell you this,
kids
okay?
know this shit.
Like, in Alien, when they were suiting up, I was a little bit confused. I was like, where's the tension here? Like, why do you need the suits? These suits surely protect you from everything?
Yeah. How does space work?
Why don't they just go outside the ship, guys? Just park the ship and leave.
Yeah.
There's a lot of room for air. Why can't they breathe?
Like, I feel frustrated on behalf of the movie because it takes care of all of these things. Like, it gives you the information you require.
Yeah, not a single time during our viewing of it were we confused about like what the stakes were and what they were trying to do. It's really clearly explained.
He's taking quantum fucking leaps in retardation. It's so impressive.
It would be easier to criticize the film for being overly detailed and redundant than it would be to say, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, this movie is anything but confusing. It's actually quite simple.
Yeah, it's really simple. Because they have
it's so simple that not even a YouTube film critic could understand.
I was going to try and get the line, but I mean, fuck it. Sources do trust me, okay? Like, they say it.
Even Rotten Tomatoes fucking reviewers know what this fucking film's about if they watched it.
Before, I don't know why we have a time limit to get there because
the fucking thing is exploding.
Okay, so they actually specifically set up here that the fusion reactor is going to blow.
Yep. And
also,
they need to set it up because of the payoff.
The incredible pressure.
We're sitting on it. Isn't the line, we're sitting on a lot of energy with nowhere to go? That's what they say?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's reincorporated right at the very end.
Yep.
That specific thing.
So that's the timer. We got a huge power source that's fucked because Cthulhu punched a bunch of the stations.
Because we don't even know for sure what caused this combustion to happen.
We don't know what caused it. You don't need to know yet. That's up in the air. The explanation we've got is possible earthquakes. Then you hear the screaming and the roaring, and if your there's a human brain is like, wait, I've seen movies before. Is there monsters?
Wait a second. Like, wait a second. That sounded like a critter noise. Oh no.
Yeah. Not a friendly critter though.
No.
Has been established visually because our characters weren't there at the epicenter to set it all in motion.
Because they'd be dead.
So,
what are you talking about?
What you're almost advocating that the film spoil its surprise here. You're saying like, well, no, we should have seen the Cthulhu thing earlier. We should have seen what caused the destruction.
We can't learn about what caused things at the end. Like, I guess is the rule now.
I think it's infinitely better to have had it be because I think it's, to be honest with you, the next person I ever show this film, I might just skip the opening credit things, just run straight into the destruction and not set up that there's any kind of creatures in the movie to see how the film fares in terms of convincing you of it being a normal.
I mean, that's basically how I watched it. I didn't realize the.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people wouldn't. There's only a couple of small clues in the opening credit. They do show a couple of images of creatures, and they say like unknown entities or something like that. So if you miss it, you miss it.
Also, it's plaguing me. I've got to get it out. I've been a few people pointed out that quantum leaps are very small. So what I said about being retarded is actually retarded as well. To say, I've got to get out. Is eating me apart.
Well.
Instead, it's all just built on what the characters say.
30 minutes till meltdown.
And what the characters know.
So, 30
so you just meltdown showed us
is because of the destruction caused by the event. We don't know what the event is yet. The film comes through on telling us exactly what it was. For now, you can assume earthquake.
Yeah, and plus we're fully aware of the consequences of it and how they impact our characters.
100%.
Yeah.
The cause is totally... You don't need to know anything about the cause to understand that we are in a moment of great peril and we have to do shit.
Do you need to know how the virus was made and where and how it was distributed? No. Just be a zombie outbreak. Why not?
Yeah.
You have to deal with the circumstances. Like, yeah, but what caused it? It's like, do you have to know what caused it? Do you have to?
The tiny pieces want to surface. Not everyone here is an experienced diver, and core of the Kepler is completely unstable. Can you just?
Yeah, so this is important dialogue. Like, I don't know why you shit on it.
This is the character work that it's not just character work. It's good exposition for us to understand stakes and how much of a danger this is.
Let's pretend.
Also the way that she delivers it and the captain's reply. It's so much. This is an efficient movie. Okay,
really is for the time we have. Let's say we were writing this scene. And we've established already that the suits aren't perfect for long-term walking under the water. We're like, how do we establish that these people are also, like, unfamiliar with the tech? It's like, well, we could have a narrator say, these people are unfamiliar with the tech. Like, well, that's probably not. Maybe if we have one of the characters announce it, and so we have the captain say, he just stands still and goes, these people are unfamiliar with this. It's like, no, that's not. Maybe if we have Nora say it because she's concerned for their safety, which will add to her character and give us information we need for the stakes.
Ding, 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 ding.
We did it.
Yeah.
Yay, we won the battle.
And it's being noted here as an example of, like, a flaw. Fascinating to me.
Just admit we might die doing that. The suits can't be down there that long, you know that.
No, I don't.
No, but now you do.
This is you knowing that.
Now
she's not talking to you, Filmento. She's talking to the captain.
Somebody complain about being given information for stakes. What the fuck?
Oh, no.
Oh my god. Filmento, you're so bad at your job.
The reason she brings it up
embarrassing.
is because she's concerned for their lives, and the captain understands that they could die doing this, but he's going to do it because it's the best option they have. Like, why? Why are you doing this to me?
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
No, I don't. Now you do. You fucking like.
That's such a weird response to that.
What's happening now, baby?
Well,
apparently there was some other crew here who went to check out some kind of a distress call and got attacked by some kind of scary thing, I guess.
But
and
he
once
doesn't
they
know
came,
that.
What is the comparison here?
Why would he say that? This doesn't make any sense.
The danger in Alien isn't the environment. It's the alien. It's not the same scenario. It's not attempting to copy Alien and failing. We need to know why their expedition is dangerous. We don't need to know why the expedition is dangerous in Alien, because it's not. It's the creature that attacks Kane. That's it.
back on the ship, some kind of deadly alien burst out of one of them, and now that deadly alien is hunting us as well, I guess.
This is so shit. This video is so fucking shit.
Feels like he was looking for a reason to hate it, to be honest
exactly
with you.
what it
Definitely gone to that, yeah. Jeez.
And in addition to confusion, this bystander in someone else's movie aspect can also make situations and obstacles seem insignificant and without purpose. When our characters go investigate a distress call, unlike in Alien, it ultimately contributes nothing to the plot other than just introduce the existence of monsters.
So does everything have to contribute to the plot?
No.
Every scene?
No. That's a fucking stupid thing that people say sometimes.
It's a stupid thing that a lot of people say. If this scene doesn't advance the plot, cut it out, even if it has really good character development.
Yeah, like there's people who need us down there.
Writing advice. That's common writing advice, yeah.
He even used the example of a captain reacting to the fact there's a distress signal earlier. And this is the thing, that's what this is. They're investigating it.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, he brought it up, but we characterized it as, like, this is good because it tells us something about him. I don't think he said that. So, you know, just I don't think he notices.
I'm saying he just used the scene of the captain reacting to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, because we can, I guess, go over what is achieved in this scene. Is like, so first, as we talked about before, it tells you something about the captain. Then it tells you something about the escape pods not being a perfect exit, which is going to be important for later. The fact that TJ Miller immediately gives himself up for saving them. Him with the tech guy, they do a little secret handshake thing before going out, which means those two are good friends, which is going to be important for not only the fact that they're doing this together, but also when one of them dies, it's going to mean more for one of them. It sets up that this is absolutely the bigger reveal. This is the overt reveal that creatures are involved, because the example he's giving there of a creature that was looking at them and then moves away, like that's absolutely something people can miss, or be like, "What was that? I don't know what that was." Huh? Weird. But this is like overt. This is a fucking creature. And then of course it's the fact that they take their time out to actually try and help someone when this is a drastic situation with a timer. Like again, on theme in terms of what humans are doing for each other. We'll get into that because I don't think he's going to talk about the theme at all. Then, just the way that reacts to the situation. Then, of course, the suspense, the atmosphere, the horror, which is adding to this whole film's fucking entertainment factor. What is in this area? The element that you would have experienced while playing Soma, where everything is really dark, it's all water, everything's really creepy, the soundtrack is on point. What's going to happen? And we find it's an empty escape vessel. You're like, oh shit, so where's the body? And they do a little subversion. I don't know if you consider this a joke or not, but they're just like, yeah, no body. Just like, oh, hang up, there he is. This is like caught in a bunch of cables and stuff, and then of course, further inspection, his back looks really fucking weird. And then, as we brought up before, it's a reference for sure to the sequence in Alien, but they subvert it in that nobody gets hurt, they've killed it, there it is. And we hard cut
they have a gun, they shoot it, it dies.
To talk about that, from a writing standpoint, as having no purpose, because it didn't add anything to the plot, is fucking reductive.
It's really not. I really don't like it when people don't give movies their fair shake that they've earned. And they have earned it. There's a lot that this movie has earned.
Because
it just ain't fair. It ain't right.
I'm pretty on board with the idea that if it's achieving nothing, then you should probably cut it.
But if it's achieving something in the way of characters, then it's worth keeping.
I think this scene achieves a whole bunch, both character, plot, and meta.
And world.
Yeah, like it's... I just think he just didn't care. And that's sad, but whatever.
Which kind of anyway. And so it just ends up feeling like a pointless waste.
We haven't even talked about the fucking conversation they're having while this is happening. Remember the girl who's
gonna
losing
go?
her shit? She's constantly talking about her pets, her friends, her like children. She's like freaking out. And then that prompts the conversation with the captain about his daughter, which is going to set something up later. But then when she's like, wait, have you remembered the age wrong? You going nuts down here? Following the madness element. And then it cuts back to her saying,
that's right.
That's actually something that happens when you are dealing with death. Time just, and then we cut back to the action. There's so much. I like this movie more the more I talk about it, I guess. Like it's underrated for fucking sure.
Waste of time. And when we're not taking pointless detours, all that we're
pointless detours. Fuck
off. He didn't even understand what the detours were. He couldn't work it out.
Essentially doing is waiting for elevators to go down or waiting for carts to go forward.
These are the two examples of this happening in the whole film. What the fuck?
That's like less than 2 minutes of footage for the whole film. Come on.
What the hell?
It's not a Mass Effect loading screen. Fuck off, mate.
It's fine that you don't like it, but chill, dude.
Because you'd be confused how they got down. How did they descend to this level? I didn't see an elevator. Did they take the stairs? Did they walk down? Did they jump off?
To kill or not kill us. Because since we had nothing to do with what happened here, that's all we can do. Just flow through the leftover scraps of what happened. Look, not every movie can or should be
bad.
Isn't that how Alien starts?
Yeah, the crashed ship and whatever the purpose of the creatures on the ship is, we never get that. Well, Prometheus wanted to give it to us, but fuck that movie.
I like the idea that you show up after the event has occurred and you have to put it all together. I mean, this is like Event Horizon. So many of these classics start out like this.
One of the most engaging parts to me in Aliens is when we've established everything and they arrive at the planet and it's fucked. They're just like, what the hell happened? They're all like slowly moving into the base. There's environmental storytelling everywhere.
Yeah, when you see the space jockey, he's like, what the fuck is going on?
Trying to piece it all together. Boo. And I think that he's finally realizing in his script, wait a minute, you can have films that do this and it's okay.
So we can do. Just flow through the leftover scraps of what happened. Look, not every movie can or should be about...
That's like what the premise of Dead Space is.
Yeah,
go to a place that has already been destroyed.
Nobody liked Dead Space.
Yeah, Dead Space 1 and Dead Space 3 are very much aftermath settings.
Nobody liked these things. Nobody liked Aliens. It's so interesting that he's describing how much it failed to be Alien while also describing events that are very similar to Aliens.
Yeah. It's also stuff like going back to the whole films where the protagonists aren't directly involved or on the cause of it. There's just a billion. There's just millions of them that could be referenced. And thankfully, somebody in chat gave a few just a neighbor, like The Thing, Schindler's List, Forrest Gump, Seven Samurai, It's a Wonderful Life, The Terminator, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory,
The Thing's
Saving
opening.
Private Ryan, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Joker, Snatch, because Turkish and Tommy are the protagonists, Cabin in the Woods, Predator. You could go fucking on.
I was going to say, if people don't remember, in The Thing, the dog is being shot at, and then the guy gets shot who's trying to shoot it, and they're like, what the fuck? And they trace him back to his place. Everyone's gone or dead. And
the Norwegians, they're thinking they've got cabin fever when they're really trying to kill the dog because he's carrying the thing.
Such a fucking cool opening, because you're just trying to piece together what the fuck's even happening. Meanwhile, the dog is like erupting in flesh and tentacles, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And hey, they were at the epicenter of this event, which, by the way, the 2014, 2016 thing did that. It was at the epicenter. Guess how many people like that one over the original, or rather the previous? Not gonna surprise
7
you.
people.
There's a lot of other problems, but yeah.
It's fascinating to me that he's making these claims when, it's just so wrong.
Of what happened. Look, not every movie.
Remember BioShock?
No, here we go.
Oh, BioShock.
This is the part where he'll say, "Look, not every movie does this, and it's not every movie that does this is bad, but I'm still going to pitch my pitch my I've lost the saying.
I'm going to pitch my pitch.
My tent to this hill or something.
Hitch my wagon to it. Oh.
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, I was just thinking about BioShock. Like, BioShock is fucking amazing because you get introduced to this world that is cool to begin with, but has fallen the fuck apart. So you get like the intro from Andrew Ryan and the splendor of the city, but at the same time something's wrong.
Only to once you get down to the bottom and just witness a grisly murder.
Like, you went at the epicenter of the events in Rapture, or at least you don't remember them. So I guess it's not as good as it could have been. Oh well.
Just flow through the leftover scraps of what happened. Look, not every movie can or should be about the very epicenter of an event.
So
but if
but
you
then it's not. Wow.
Well, he's going to clarify why this one fucked up, alright?
Oh boy.
Not every movie can or should be about the very epicenter of an event. But if your movie is about surviving an event and about nothing else, then maybe your hero should have something to do.
That's it?
Why?
That's your justification.
You just said the thing again.
You just repeated it. Yeah, that's all.
It should because it should.
That was your premise. You were like, when it's a survival thing, you need to be involved in the center of it. But you don't have to. You don't always. But if you're trying to survive it should be. It's like, what the fuck? You just circled all the way back around. Like,
God.
All the examples we just gave all fly in the face of what he just said. All of those people are trying to survive Rapture or in The Thing, obviously in Predator. These are all like survival. But they didn't cause the thing to happen. Like, it's fucking mind-blowing.
Do with that event, because otherwise it might very well turn your movie into a film equivalent of a boring, pointless walking simulator.
Which is not at all. You know, the actual time they spend walking around is actually not very high at all.
No, it's not.
Do we have to explain to him as well why you can't why we can't like just run around like the fucking 40 miles an hour down there? Do we need to explain that too?
Fuck.
So this is the walking simulator of horror films.
Seems to come from a misunderstanding of what even makes walking simulators bad in the first place.
Walking simulators are bad because the event you're trying to survive had nothing to do with you personally. It's like, what?
You're like, what?
Excuse me? Like, if you're trying to survive a zombie apocalypse, that has nothing to do with you personally, probably. So is that all post-apocalypse stories with zombies bad?
Yes.
It's nothing to do with you. Yes, evidently. Otherwise, it would just be The Walking Dead is just a
28 days later.
Boring walking simulator. Yeah, 28 days later, that's just a walking simulator. Running simulator.
Someone's asking if it's like a reference to Sober. It's like, I fucking hope he isn't. Stay the fuck away, my friend, please.
Well, he said he didn't say this isn't a horror film, did he? He said this is a bad horror film.
Yeah, he just said it fails at being horror.
That's it, yes. So he's
Which
acknowledging
that,
that,
saying it's not horror. Yeah.
Even though he's wrong, he is acknowledging that it at least is in that fucking genre, at least.
This is just a walking simulator, and Hannibal is just a cooking show. The epicenter. You need to be in the epicenter. Come on, guys. We can all agree.
Honestly, it just sounds like it just sounds like a fucking buzzword to me.
Yeah.
Oh, we're done. So that was the plot problems, I guess.
Okay. That was the plot That's it?
Oh
shit! Yeah,
so
you
now,
about this.
And in fairness, he's defined character and plot as failing. So now all we got left is the monsters. Yeah. I guess
we know extremely little about, but all right.
We're going to do this a lot of justice in about 4 minutes.
We did a lot of commentary on not only how the build-up of the monsters works, but just the effectiveness of it. The only thing else I want to mention is I saw a lot of reviews mentioning they were really unhappy with the look of Cthulhu. I consider that subjective. I thought he was neat. I like the monsters in it. I think they really work for the film.
Yeah, they definitely got rid of the...
I prefer like normal Cthulhu that's just basically an octopus with a
with a tentacle beard kind of thing.
Yeah, I prefer that.
He looks more like a monster in this rather than a king, dare I say. He's he looks like a big monster rather than the monster.
I would say that Cthulhu not looking like we would want him or prefer him to kind of adds to the whole point if it doesn't matter what we think. Cthulhu's under no obligation.
I mean, that's definitely something you could say, but I'm just talking about I like the design of
literally just
Cthulhu. Yeah, totally.
And they don't go they don't explore any kind of thing with like going insane by looking directly at him or it.
No,
you know,
they stay relatively far away from topics of madness and
and there's no cult, for example.
It's more
there's no cult
subtle...
trying to awaken him. It's purely accidental or malicious practice by the corporation versus like a cult.
Yeah, they like the film is definitely doing it. It's adapting, right? Like it's if you said like where is the cult, where is the more overt madness, they're like, oh, we weren't doing that. That's not.
They don't have to be there.
That makes it bad though.
Oh, maybe there is a cult out there somewhere.
It pulls you a bit further from the center of the heat map that would be Lovecraftian media.
Look at this one. Imagine he looked like this. That'd be pretty fucking creepy.
Yeah, some good.
I like
Cthulhu's such a cool.
He's a really cool monster.
Cthulhu's awesome.
So yeah, not entirely sure what. Yeah, so this is the Cthulhu in the movie. I can totally understand why people don't like him compared to other iterations, but
it would have been really scary if they.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I don't know. It's like
I don't mind the look.
I mean, I think the one in this is more scary. Like Cthulhu, I don't find scary. I just think he looks awesome. Whereas that one's kind of a lot more off-putting.
Yeah, his visuals aren't really, in and of themselves scary.
Well, scary isn't a concept I'd really associate with Cthulhu.
I think the problem is if Cthulhu like existed, like if I opened my window and saw Cthulhu, I'd probably be pretty scared. But as like a as a design, I just find him cool more than scary.
Yeah,
Shub Niggurath is scary. That one's real weird looking.
Yeah.
That was the boss.
Lovecraft didn't like black people.
No, he did not.
I when you said that thing, I couldn't help but think of someone else. I was like, because I don't know what the fuck that thing is, but yeah.
Oh well, I only remember Shub Niggurath from the Fractured Butthole, the South Park game, when the cops were feeding black people to him. And they're like, "We're not racist, all right?"
Nyarlathotep
he was
really
the
cool
boss
as well.
from the first Quake game.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what he has to say on this topic.
If we've talked about Aside, the one thing Alien is remembered for above all else is its super duper scary monster, for good reason. And even though
that's not the best shot.
No, I don't know why he chose that one. That's the awkward shot from Alien where it's I agree with Red Letter Media, it's like he's like, happy birthday.
yeah. And also, it's only featured like less than like 4 minutes or something like that. It's barely in the film.
It's an incredibly awesome design. But like, if anyone wanted to reduce Alien to the point of being like, oh, that monster made that movie, I'd just be like, oh man, you're missing out on so much of what makes Alien so impressive. But sure, it's a scary monster. I am more than willing to concede. See where he goes.
Though a lot of it With its ingenious design, you have to also give credit to the masterful way the movie establishes it narratively. Basically, the alien is built up to being this perfect, unstoppable organism existing only to kill every living being, and that if it gets away, it can spread to more populated areas and ultimately extinguish all life. And so, since our heroes are the ones who personally...
I don't believe that, like, if you released a xenomorph on Earth, that it would be able to take over. I feel like any of the military would be able to stop it.
Not in Arkansas. The first B&E it commits, it's getting lit up.
Well, this is what's said about a lot of zombie stuff. It's like you can't just be zombies. It has to also be like a big disease that knocks everyone out, because like zombies aren't going to get very far in certain areas of this world. Like they will try.
Zombies are actually kind of like really not at all dangerous.
Or do like the Last of Us thing where it's an airborne spore infection, and by the time that people figure out it's a problem, like half the world's already been infected.
Yeah,
and like they
gotta be either super fast or mega fierce or something
really strong.
Yeah, something.
They have like a medical equipment that cuts through it in this movie. So like, and it's also scared of fire. Like I feel like it's controllable.
Only brought it to life. We better not let it get away. And to Underwater's credit, I'd say it does build up this creepy, unknown atmosphere of the bottom of the Mariana Trench very well. The intro sequence especially incredible. But
because it's so weird, because that's one of our criticisms of the movie. Yeah,
it's really weird.
I don't want it called incredible. I'm sorry.
I think you have to be charitable there, because I don't think anyone who did watch this could go, oh yeah, they didn't build this up at all well. No, all of a sudden they're in your face. Where
yeah,
I don't get why he loves the intro sequence so much.
Yeah, he really likes the intro sequence.
But once it actually starts to acknowledge the existence of a scary monster, the whole build-up quickly comes crumbling down.
Why?
It's all because of just one letter.
Oxygen scrubber took a hit.
We all saw this, right? There are things out there.
Unlike in Alien, in Underwater, there is not something out there.
Wait, what? I'm confused. What's happening?
We have to keep going, because what is the
surely
argument?
he doesn't, yeah.
But instead, some things. And when it comes to constructing a genuinely scary movie monster, this is a huge problem. Because once you establish that your monster exists in plural form, whether it is your intention or not, you subconsciously plant the idea in the audience's head that one monster isn't enough.
Thank you for finishing the argument, okay?
What an insanely stupid thing to say.
Thank you for finishing the argument, because there's so many ways this is wrong. First of all, Aliens.
Holy shit.
Aliens is a film that came out. It's a sequel to Alien, made by James Cameron back in the day. It's a pretty fun one.
Might have heard of it.
Yeah, some people think it's pretty neat, some people don't. That's totally fine. There's a whole bunch of the enemies in that movie, and they are fucking terrifying, whether or not there's one or more.
No, but Razorfish said that if there were lots, it makes them not a threat anymore.
That's not actually a thing. So,
I would argue makes them a bigger threat.
Mandalorian
more
of them. This season 2, episode 2, those fucking space spiders were terrifying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
they were like, it was strange how spooky they were.
Once there was more than one, though, you weren't scared, though, Rex. To be honest. So I'm gonna do a favor for chat. Actually, I was gonna show it earlier, but I decided not to. Let's have a look at what one monster can do to a person, shall we?
Do it.
Gotta find the scene. Yeah, just give me. Well, talk amongst yourselves. I'll get it.
What about all the in King Kong, right? The scene where they go into the canyon and there's all the fucking bugs and stuff, and there's a bunch of them, and they just they overwhelm some of the guys. That was really, really scary. Part of the scariness comes from the fact that there are a bunch of them. It's not just one, it's just this horde.
Someone's asking, so Razorfist thinks that Aliens is a bad movie. He thinks that Alien is like incredible, which is accurate, but that Aliens is bad. And I think his main reason was that by having more than one alien, that diminishes the scariness of like an alien or a xenomorph.
Which you saw how many eggs there were.
I mean, again, even if that was true, that it diminishes the threat of the. Well, I don't think it does, because in Aliens, they're space marines with guns.
Well,
that helps.
Let me ask you this, Fringy. What would you rather in Australia, battle 1 cassowary or 7?
Well, I feel like I'd rather fight one, surely.
Why?
Yeah.
Why is that? Why would you say something so strange?
And again, like Aliens, because Aliens is more of an action movie. And that's not a bad thing. It's good.
It changes direction without just being.
Razor thinks that Aliens is a bad Alien movie. Well, good thing it isn't Alien. It's Aliens. It's a different film.
I hate that sentiment.
I hate that statement. It's a bad. This reminds me of that conversation I had where it's like, oh, it's a bad. Assassin's Creed Origins is like a bad Assassin's Creed game. It's like, what do you mean? What is an Assassin's
Good thing
Creed?
It's not
what
that
is a
thing.
good Assassin's Creed game?
Like,
stop doing this.
This is the scene. So this is the first time we see what one of these creatures does to one of our characters, because prior to this, the only death has been decompression.
Yeah.
So this is also a little sad because this guy I found him quite endearing. A couple of his jokes really landed. He went first to get to help people. He also went last when going through this sequence, which is going under some rubble in water. His line is caught. He's being pulled back. First thing he does is say, "Get my helmet back on," because he knows he's going underwater, which again, we'll probably talk about more, but I just fucking love characters who are like, "Whoa, smart thing, quick."
They do that a bunch in this movie. It's really good.
Unfortunately, as he's being pulled, these enemies, just one of them, they're pretty strong, and his suit is broken. He's being pulled through it, and that is disturbing. It happens for a quick second, but he's pulled so hard it crushes him through his own suit, and then it pops his suit, and it's just blood.
Yeah, and bear in mind those suits like weigh well over like what 100 pounds or whatever, and obviously are built to withstand such intense pressure, and then that monster just pulled it off like a fucking chicken wing.
One monster did this. So, like, the idea that there's so many of them, therefore no longer scary, is fucking absurd, and I don't even understand. Like, there's just so many films that apparently lose their panache, if this is true.
Yeah, it's just not. I don't like the idea that just because there's more. Again, one lion is threatening. 10 is just more threatening. Like but one is still threatening. Oh, and also, I'd seen somebody. This is a tangent. Halo 4. So, I don't know. This might actually be worth tangenting on. So, one of the storyboard artists for Halo 2, he published the storyboards for the original ending because if you don't know, Halo 2 was rushed. They ran out of time. And they cut the ending and made it basically Halo 3. And the ending of Halo 2, they go back to Earth. The Ark is on Earth. Big Forerunner installation. They fight Truth and beat him. And while they're in there, Arbiter finds definitive proof that the Forerunners were humans. Just human beings. So that argument that people were having about those Halo 3 terminals, like, it's pretty clear that the intention was that they were humans from the very beginning when you combine it with all of the other evidence. So I was right. You were all no. The people who agreed with me were right, but the people who disagreed with me, I guess it's a question of how much does deleted footage, like deleted scenes, how much does that how much does that matter?
My girlfriend agreed with you, Fringy, because I had to consult her because I don't have a clue about Halo, but she does, and she was like, yep, and I was like, oh right, okay, so there's really you didn't miss anything then, no.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's just that's.
There'll be people who disagree in chat. There's always gonna be.
Well, I don't see how you can when it's like it was clearly their intention. They just decided not to overtly. Well, they actually do overtly say it in Halo 3. They call Chief a Forerunner. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like, not even deleted, never implemented. It is deleted. It was content that they planned to make and they had to cut. That was going to be the original ending of the game. They ran out of time. But yeah, that's done. Yeah.
I like this would kind of fuck with velociraptors to a certain degree, as someone mentioned. Jurassic series, they're best known for hunting in packs. Like wolves, the gray, that would have been scarier if it was just
gray.
the one.
Yeah, it's not one. It's not one super mega wolf. It's a pack of wolves.
And I saw someone say like the actual argument is it makes the aliens more cheap. I should like define cheap.
Like as an individual, not necessarily at all. It just means there's more of them.
And we already saw there was the capacity for many. You saw the ship was filled with eggs. You just need more subjects to apply them to, more aliens. Yeah. Why? This argument to me is so fucking subjective. It's just like okay, that's how you feel,
I
guess.
If you march like 100 civilians into that place, then you'd have 100 aliens. End of. That it would be 100 times worse if you want to measure it like that. But it's fucking. What would you rather do? Fight one alien with just a flamethrower, or would you rather fight 7 with a plasma rifle? I'd take the flamethrower myself. Take my chances. Not 7 of them, because I don't think I can get past 7 of them. especially if they come at you all at once.
Also, yes, people are sharing some love for the Grey. Grey is awesome.
Grey is excellent.
Yeah. If I ever end up in a situation, just kill me first. Fuck it. I don't want
to fight a bunch of wolves.
Yeah, I want Filmento to casually, tangentially mention that aliens failed too. I just want to have the balls put it in your video about how underwater sucks. Come on, it's the same as aliens.
Oh, hey, Hard Home. There's a lot of them, so it wasn't really like deadly or terrifying. It's fine.
It would have been better if it was one super zombie.
Yeah, one super zombie is what I'm looking for. Left 4 Dead, don't worry about it.
That we shouldn't be afraid of the monster, but instead of the numbers it comes in, and to actually
the numbers
showcase
of monsters.
Maybe, yeah. Well,
why can't
if it was 1,000 bunnies, I wouldn't really care about it all that much.
Why wouldn't both be relevant? Why would it have to only be one you focus? Why can't it be both?
They don't cancel each other out, but they add on to each other.
Again, I'd rather fight 1 cassowary instead of 7. All right?
That's very true. Yeah.
But 7 makes the 7 the cheapening cassowaries at that point.
I do like the idea that if there were 7 cassowaries, that it cheapens the threat of 1 cassowary while they all lay waste to you. It's like, well, it's funny because it's like, yeah, it kind of does cheapen it because it's way, like, 1 is easier than 7 to deal with.
Someone's saying, what about
really hard.
Wouldn't this be the argument for like the Final Order and their 1,000 Death Stars? So my argument was never you're cheapening Death Stars outside of actually literally making them very cheap. Otherwise, how the fuck did you afford all of those? It's more so the absurdity of the escalation, and then we would appeal to how could they possibly have gotten all of these things. Like the argument isn't I don't like this because it makes Death Stars less spooky. It's this shouldn't be possible. Like that to me is the difference that isn't being made here. This is I see lots of them and thus I don't find them as scary. It's like, oh, well when I see lots of them I actually get more scared. Now what?
Yeah, because I know that fighting them becomes less of an option. I have to run.
And if someone says, yeah, well the alien is less special, I'd be like, oh, I think it's equally as special because this is something I understood about it from the first movie. There could be multiple of them and that would be horrifying.
Those multiple eggs from minute 1.
Yep.
In the audience's head that 1 monster isn't enough, that we shouldn't be afraid of the monster, but instead of the numbers it comes in. And to actually showcase what I'm trying to say, take this...
What was that weird asterisk? Unless it's what?
Unless it's a hive?
Like a hive organism.
Unless it's a single multiform hive organism?
What is a single
I don't even know what you mean by single
organism?
multiform hive organism.
Is that like the Borg, is he trying to say, or something? Multiform
I'm not sure.
hive? I'm not sure.
But there's still a whole bunch of different individual Borg units in that sense. Just because they're connected like mentally, or like the Flood, that doesn't mean that their numbers aren't super imposing and scary.
Comes in. And to actually showcase what I'm trying to say, take this moment at the beginning of the 3rd act, for example.
Pause just for also something I think that's really neat in this film, more so in terms of the meta references to Alien. She blows her way out of this creature and bursts from its chest. Pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
I'm assuming. Do you think the argument's going to be like, wow, how easy she defeated this creature?
Yeah, that looked really easy.
I mean, when you fire a gun from inside their bodies, it's probably gonna hit.
That
Looked like it
looks
went
like
through
a...
yeah. When you say the aliens are a hive, because they have a queen and they have eggs and like they're like kind of like bees in that way. So
I don't think he
hive,
remembered
right?
aliens exists like in this video. Aliens isn't a thing. Only alien.
And I really appreciate stuff like this because one of my least favorite tropes is the guns are useless trope. For just inexplicably, it just survives bullets tearing through it.
I mean, it looked like she may have shot
it so much
through the center of its back as well. It might have been its spine.
Oh yeah,
another good point I just read in chat. If you think in Alien, the film now, Alien, there's only one of them, but if you had multiple of them on that spaceship, imagine if you had to shoot them all dead, they would melt through the hull. Whilst in Aliens, they're in a building for most of it, and they don't have to worry about blowing a hole through the hull.
Yeah, obviously the acid blood still plays into it because again, it's another element that makes them so fucking unique and terrifying.
Yeah. They they're not the literal perfect killer machines, but like they're fucking dangerous. Even in death, they're very dangerous. Like.
When Kristen Stewart blasts the monster just as it's eating her and then emerges from its lifeless corpse, that'd be a kick-ass awesome ending moment to any great horror movie. But the reason that's not the case here is the fact that it's not an ending moment.
What?
So why does that make this any less awesome?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to. Well, actually, hold on. I need to use the loo. I'll be right back.
I didn't even want to grace it with a response. It's like, this is an awesome moment, but it should be at the end. Like, what?
Why? Wouldn't that detract from Cthulhu?
Yeah, fuck it.
Because there's more of these monsters right there beside her, which...
That's the fucking sad part. She worked so hard to kill one, and there's loads left. Like, what? Why is this considered like, well, I don't know, It's like... Why don't you like what it's offering
That's
at
not
all?
the case here is the fact that it's not an ending moment, because there's a bunch more of these monsters right there beside her, which not only ruins the moment, but also the monster itself.
What? You just want the scene to be something else.
Also, he's stepping all over aliens again. Like,
Yeah,
this happens
how
in
many?
Alien.
How many does Ripley kill?
Many. She fucks with the queen. Like, why are you saying this? Why?
Kristen Stewart does beat this monster in a cool way and survive, yes, but so what? There's a lot more of them just...
What do you mean, so what?
Bro. Yo, it doesn't matter that Ripley's killed any of the aliens. There's loads more. Like, what the fuck? Why would you say this? It's... Oh, this is some intense analyst.
This video makes me perform worse than Bloodborne.
Wow.
Oh, and that is pushing it.
We can't continue until Rags is back. He's got to hear this.
Yeah. Man, what autism.
No.
You ever get the impression that you didn't want to like this film?
Oh, just a little bit. I mean, this is a fucking epidemic in the video essay community. They watch a movie, they were not satisfied emotionally, and so they just start grasping at straws. Like, what was the reason? Well, it's not like it's like a fucking bad ripoff of Alien. Remember when she killed one of the creatures? There was more of them. So, you know.
What was the point?
Also,
do you think you ran these criticisms like by anyone, like a friend or something?
No.
Nobody else watched it, did they?
Nobody watched this movie for Theo.
Yeah, nobody watched it.
How could he?
That's another problem, is that he's established all the characters are 2D. You wouldn't know any different if you haven't seen the film. Not cool. Also, Fringy Rags, did you hear what he just said?
No.
Okay, let's go. Enjoy.
Rewind it. Go on.
Enjoy.
Of these monsters right there beside her, which not only ruins the moment, but also the monster itself. Kristen Stewart does beat this monster in a cool way and survive, yes, but so what? There's a lot more of them just waiting right there.
She beats them and survives. So what? There's more of them. What the? What? I don't even know what to be like. I'm very confused and upset right now.
Yeah. Can you guys think of any movie where there is a threat and a person survives a different threat with the threat being maintained?
I love that. So what? There are other ones. So what? Just die? Is that what you tell me?
Yeah, just lay down and fucking take it because there's more of them. So what?
I'm guessing Rags isn't actually here yet. Rags, have you peed? No. Alright, we gotta wait until he's back. He's gotta hear it too. This is a really bad take, okay? Cosmic. Gidelbit? Yeah, that's Gidelb, I think. Why would I care if she beats one monster when there's more of them?
Yeah, no. Who cares that Sarah Connor kills the Terminator when there'll be more of them?
Yeah, guess I'll die. This video is so awful.
Well, it's sad as well because that means this is the most popular coverage of underwater. Like, what a shame. This is unironically the movie Soma, the movie version of Soma. Like, the reason I made my whole series, well, for many reasons, but one of them was Joseph Anderson was fucking flailing miserably trying to actually rate the game in any way, shape, or form. This is the same thing.
It was such a self-own with that as well, where you said that many people go play horror games and they don't pay attention to them, and they just try to skip past through all the scares, and then they're cheapening the experience. They cheapen themselves out of the experience. It's like, dude, you just did that.
Yeah, entirely what he did.
Yeah, you went into it. And like, well, I don't know when you came to the conclusion, but you decided that it wasn't even a horror, and it was like, fuck it, hell, come on.
Nope. All right. Well,
One Reborn is shit. Just had to get that out there again.
Well,
Good
Bloodborne
music,
has
though.
a few not great bosses.
Yeah, one or two.
Like the one the fan art for that Wet Nurse, really cool. Wet Nurse itself, lame.
Hey, Rags.
Living failures.
I make the nurses wet.
Rags.
Also, I know you.
Oh,
I was going to say, before you start that, I've also noticed that there have been a few super chats that have actually said, stop to watch the stream, and they've come back. Yeah, film's pretty decent, and this guy's an idiot.
Oh my god! Wow.
Told you,
It's gonna be fun to get to them. Yeah.
Of these monsters right there beside her, which not only ruins the moment, but also the monster itself. Kristen Stewart does beat this monster in a cool way and
kill the other
survive.
people?
Yes, but so what? There's a lot more of them just
So
waiting
she gets
right
to live. You fucking dunce. The character gets to survive and keep going. The plot progresses.
I thought this wasn't.
What a simpleton.
I thought this wasn't survival horror. I thought they didn't do it right.
Well, guys.
So what? The characters survive.
Have you ever even seen a movie where someone survives a scenario, but the overall scenario is still happening?
Oh, the Fellowship survived Moria. That wasn't even the finishing moment of the film.
It should have been the ad.
What if Aragorn kills that orc in a really cool way, but so what? There are other orcs around him.
Yeah, I guess we saw them kill Uruk-hai at the end of the Fellowship. So now that there's a bunch of them at Helm's Deep.
Of course.
It would have been more threatening if there was one Uruk-hai.
Yeah,
one super giant orc coming to Helm's Deep. I will break down your wall, man. And they just had to
the
kill
battle
that
of
one.
Helm's Deep would have been scarier if there was just one orc, right?
A single giant, or all of the orcs did like a Voltron, and they assembled into one massive orc.
Cthulhu.
I'll step over your puny wall, man thing.
right there. And those monsters in of themselves just don't seem so scary anymore because
Why?
Fuck off! No, they're
Those
terrifying.
monsters in and of themselves don't feel scary anymore.
Also, she's
That's
out.
not what you think.
She only has 2 shots. She uses her second one. She has none left.
We were
She
shown
used them to.
that these creatures can crush the bodies from like grabbing the body, pulling it through the suits. Like, why do you think that they are no longer a threat once she kills one of them? This is just aliens again. Like he's seriously shitting all over aliens without realizing it.
Just one more for the circle jerk, but who cares? Master Chief destroyed a Halo ring. There's more.
Yeah, there's more than one. He blew up a super carrier, so what? There's other ones right there. It's not like it wasn't helpful.
Is the super carrier the scene where he jumps through
in
space?
Halo 2 where he gives the Covenant their bomb back? Yeah,
that's it. Yeah. I fucking
It's like, well, that's not really impressive. There are other super carriers around.
Also,
it's like, yeah, but there's one less.
I played that recently, and that scene is fucking awesome.
Halo Reach, where you go through all that trouble to blow up one Covenant carrier ship, and then a bunch more appear, and you're like, well, fuck.
Well, shit. Yeah.
Someone said,
well, whatever.
They've killed Jaws, so sharks aren't scary. Also, have you noticed, the monster isn't scary because she killed it. Also, it's pointless because there's more monsters. Like, how do you maintain these two positions exactly?
Because he doesn't think. He's just like, video, pump it out.
Because we've now established them as being disposable mortal creatures that can be stopped.
Off.
How many?
Fuck orcs,
No,
Uruk-hai, and zombies.
Predator is one of the best movie monsters in existence, and he's as weak as a human. Or, well, he's stronger, but he can be shot and killed, is my point. Like, stop saying this. It's wrong. It's really wrong.
Yeah, he's still a mortal being that if you cut off his head or riddle enough bullets in him, he's going to bleed to death.
Yeah, if a lion,
awesome.
again, to default to the lion, you shoot a lion in the head, it's dead. But what if you don't have a gun? What if you only have one bullet? What if you have a bunch of bullets?
And a rock?
You throw his shoes out then.
Wrong. Wrong.
Yeah.
You're so wrong.
Wrong!
Fucking aliens can be killed, you moron. Like, why would you say this?
It's actually kind of bewildering how many movie examples go against this confidently proclaimed idiotic statement. Saving Private Ryan, all of the Lord of the Rings movies, every zombie movie ever made.
So someone just mentioned Hannibal Lecter.
Starship
He's
Troopers,
just a
exactly,
guy.
chat.
Just a guy. Like, it's clearly about execution. It's not whether or not they can be killed.
So if Luke killed one Death Star, the second one's no longer threatening.
God damn. Like,
and it's funny because someone might bring up the example of, well, you guys said it was really stupid when there were like 1,000 Star Destroyers. It's like, there are a lot of reasons why that's stupid.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, beyond.
I didn't like confidently claim if ever you have lots of super weapons, it's not scary. The claim is, wait, how do they have this? How is this possible?
Yeah. And on a meta
that's
sense,
more the
it's like
practicality or the resources of whoever or whatever you're talking about at the time. Like if you have one nuke and then you have two nukes, they're both as scary. It's not.
No. It not if you can kill one of them. Are these mortal
The existence
nukes?
of a second one doesn't diminish the threat of the first one.
It does.
Shut up, Metal.
Mel, you're ruining it. The presence of the Third Reich doesn't diminish the second.
Yeah. Let's wait until I open up the Fourth Reich.
Oh, well.
I'm going to go tell you to go suck a more Blood Bowl, Mel.
Why do they even shoot soldiers in war? There's always more. What the fuck?
Mortal creatures that can be stopped with just one shot from a gun. They are still a threat, definitely, but not as much in a scary monster.
If you blast, I bet if you took a big gun and you shot Alien with it, it'd die.
Oh, you know, I'm pretty sure that's the case, Rags. I'm pretty sure they wound it in the movie, and they use fire against it to make it run away.
Criticizing it for not being like Alien again.
Because like Alien, the first one, if those were a bunch of space marines with machine guns, Alien wouldn't be that scary of a movie if it was presented in the same way.
If they all just
you'd have to change that movie around.
Yeah.
Movie way or in an action thriller movie way, because in movies just like in real.
Wait a minute, did you just reference aliens?
Wait, so aliens can't be scary? Aliens and aliens aren't scary?
Let's have a look.
Them as being disposable mortal creatures that can be stopped with just one shot from a gun. They are still a threat, definitely, but not as much in a scary monster movie way, but more in an action thriller movie way.
Okay, so it's still
how is that
scary?
a problem though? It's still scary.
Yeah. Also, he's so wrong. There's so many strict horror movies where the creatures are plentiful but killable. Like why would you say? Like it's like no, it becomes an action movie if you can kill them. Like, well, we're not. I mean, there's action in it. There's action in Alien.
Yeah, and
you can only ever be scared one way.
Ripley still kills one in the first film.
Yeah,
and she does it. And she does it by kicking out. Well, she does it by opening up an airlock and then hold it on and then fucking just setting the engines to blast it more.
Ooh.
Because just like in real
whatever.
life, things are scary only until we realize we shouldn't be afraid of them. 1,000 5-year-old kids could definitely kill you, but that doesn't mean 5-year-old kids are scary.
I could.
You're equating fucking xenomorphs and Cthulhu-like monsters to fucking 5-year-olds. Come on!
What a bizarre analogy that is. First of all, you should absolutely be afraid of one lion. You should be afraid of one lion. You should be afraid of 10. You should be afraid of 1,000.
I would rather fight the one lion, or sorry, I'd rather fight the 1,000 5-year-olds than a lion.
Yeah.
Easy, not even close.
Like this
is
a
stupid analogy.
It's incredibly disingenuous. It's like, what do you think you're saying?
It's like the fucking joke. You know, what would you rather fight, like a duck-sized horse or 1,000 horse-sized ducks? It's just stupid.
I'd rather fight the duck-sized horse. That seems easy.
Yeah.
I think I'd just kick it. That's a weird one. I've never heard that one before.
Drop it in like a cup of
that horse
goo.
duck's getting punted, man.
I'm just saying, if I had to fight a 1,005-year-old, I'd fucking just get a lawnmower. Fucking
a lawnmower, Jesus Christ!
Damn, dude.
They could never catch me.
No, you just need an Anakin Skywalker.
And they're stupid.
Oh yeah. Just give me a light. Just give me a lightsaber. There we are.
Oh Lord.
What about creatures that are only scary in large numbers, like fire ants or something?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's loads of movies that relate. Fucking birds, the crazy birds that kill people. A Hitchcock movie, like this is dumb. So
like
reductive
a pack
too.
Of hyenas.
Either you're going to
one
be
hyena
horror...
will fuck you up.
Also, what is it suggesting that like why is it that this film failed to be Alien, but at the same time is doing what Aliens did? Meaning, is Aliens a failure to be Alien?
No, because he'd be like, well, Aliens is an action movie. It's not trying to be a horror movie or something.
It's totally fucking horror in that movie. But also, it's funny because Aliens was a successful box office hit. So I guess you can't cite that, right? It's like, no. I'm trying to explain to you why it didn't make money, and it's because it's a failure of an alien clone. You're like,
so is he gonna make a movie called Blade Runner: Anatomy of a Failure? And talk about how it's not. I'm not interested in whether or not it did well or poorly. Lots of terrible, like Transformers 4, Anatomy of a Success, I guess, right? Because it made $1 billion.
How to successfully copy all of the other shit you've already made with Transformers, just keep plowing it onto the screen.
Yeah, fuck it.
In addition to making the monster not scary, the movie also fails at building a personal relationship between our heroes and the monster, like in Alien.
You're not supposed to have. You are not.
Relationship?
You do not have a personal relationship with Lovecraftian monsters. That is just not a thing. Stop. Back away.
What?
Stop.
A personal relationship.
They
with
are
the monster?
explicitly unknowable.
This is one of those things in the writing room when he suggests it. We're all like, wait, why did we hire you?
They told me you were good. They lied.
They were wrong.
They said you got millions of views on YouTube. You're supposed to know what you're talking about.
They said you know how to figure out why movies fail.
It was our fault for trusting someone who got millions of views on YouTube. I think we should all know better by now.
I like Cthulhu at the end is like, Dora,
I love you.
I've been watching you from afar.
I am jealous of your relationship with the other character. This is love triangle now. This is making the film better. Hot damn, man. Hot damn.
Between our heroes and the monster, like in Alien. Because not only does it make there be multiple monsters, it also then out of nowhere decides to go all J.J. Abrams on us.
No, no.
It doesn't though.
No, the whole angle there is one of them is horrifying. There's many of them. Also, they're the low-level threat.
Yeah.
It's like Cloverfield.
Yeah, Cloverfield would definitely.
Well, you have these be the low-level threat, and then you're like, "Oh my fucking god, Cthulhu!" Like,
just
Jesus.
because, like, having large scale does not mean JJ. That is not what JJ Abrams just cranks forever. He tries to up himself.
And don't you like? I like how he ignores the fact that Cthulhu is seemingly unkillable. He talks about how, like, oh, well, you make it so that these threats are killable. That's lame. That's not scary. But then when Cthulhu shows up, it's like, oh, but this is J.J. Abrams. This is a massive scary threat that's unkillable. This video, man.
That's so unfair. Like, whenever there's a larger scale... So, when they reveal the alien queen in Aliens, J.J. Abrams.
And introduce other slightly bigger monsters.
As well.
I think that's awesome.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah, that's really great. That's a really great reveal here.
Once the not Cloverfield monster shows up...
Yeah, because it's not Cloverfield.
It's Cthulhu! What the...
Oh, man.
No, it's a rip-off of Alien. It's the Alien Hive Queen.
I like how he thinks Cthulhu is a rip-off of Cloverfield.
Oh, don't start.
No, we're doing the RoboCop Vader fucking crazy nonsense where you're like, wait, what do you think Clover was probably inspired by? Because Because that's the name of the Cloverfield monster, right? I think it's called Clover.
I think that's just they do. Well, it's never named, is it? Same like this monster, but the creators give it a name, and that's the name we're going with.
Unless he's specifically referring to the design, and he just thinks it just reminds him of Clover, I guess. In which case, fine. I don't really care. But like, hot damn, man, movie monsters—they're all just iterative, I guess, of Clover. It's like, wait a minute.
But we then get to the ending choice where Kristen Stewart sends her friends up in escape pods and stays behind to blow up the...
That framing is interesting to me. I wouldn't... Like, choice, sure. This is more so realizing that just because you are so tiny in relation to the universe doesn't mean you can't have an effect on it. So, like, I wouldn't... It's not like she chose between A and B. It was rather she acted. You know, like, instead of feeling the weight of the world and just refusing to do anything. There's not really a criticism of him, it's just not how I would word it.
The station to it, as well as the smaller monsters, to make sure they don't get to her friends or the human race on the surface, kinda like Ripley stopping the alien. But the difference is that here, the reason to do this is never established.
To kill the
fucking... What do you need?
What the fuck? Why would you say that?
Why would you need to establish that she... Okay, so I guess I'll just die and let Cthulhu kill my friends too. Like,
and the whole world.
Do you think
they actually just say that?
I'm kind of at a loss to have
there's nothing I can say. There is nothing I can say to make him seem stupider than he just
seeing that creature?
Can I get an action replay? Is that real?
Yeah, did you think seeing that creature? You're just like, oh yeah, that idiot. Do you think that'd be cool? I hope somebody uploads this on YouTube. Like, what the fuck? No, she's fucking trying to save humanity, you dickweed.
What? I got nothing.
I talk about this in the boys script. I've transcended. Like, I would have been amused, like confused, angry. I've gone straight over to just this apathetic existence where it's like, you just said that.
It's like the South Park episode where Cartman can't laugh anymore.
Yeah, like he's too much. Like,
yeah.
She could save her friends. She could prevent these monsters from dealing more damage. But why?
Yeah. She decides to destroy this monster for no reason.
Why would
she literally did this for no reason. And yeah, for anybody who's like, for anybody who's like, did this happen as a result of his misunderstandings? Like, the film, as we've already talked about, establishes the like engine or energy sort of source is out of control, and she can push it to critical immediately or leave it. And if she pushes it to critical immediately, it'll save her friends and destroy Cthulhu and the monsters.
And she doesn't have to drown a horrible drowning death as well.
There's also there's also commentary from her during this moment that ties into what I was talking about with how she's like, you can feel insignificant, you can feel afraid, you can feel destroyed, but it's like, you have to block this sensation out and act.
Fuck, dude. Man.
What were you gonna say, Rex?
I was gonna say, well, if you, based on all the information that the film gives you, if you can't figure this out, like, you might actually be stupid.
Well, of course, he's only made the point. He hasn't qualified it. So let's venture into the mind of Filmento.
Rescue
the alien. But the difference is that here, the reason to do this is never established. The Not Cloverfield monster just pops up out of nowhere without any build-up, meaning that there's nothing to indicate that it wants to go to the surface.
There's nothing to indicate.
No. Fucking hell. We have literally witnessed the tiny monsters rip apart the humans like they're fucking nothing. And now you got a bigger monster that is way fucking bigger. And your first thought is, oh, I wonder if you like Star Wars or something. What the fuck is wrong with you?
This was definitely foreshadowed because all throughout there's instances of this enormous scale damage. It's like,
yeah, the little creatures didn't do it.
Little things pull that off. I don't think they could. You know.
Well, remember, was it an earthquake? Well,
yeah.
If it wasn't an earthquake, there'd have to be something fucking big, didn't it?
Also, is he suggesting we need to have confirmation of these creatures making it to the surface and killing people before we could assume that's a possibility, and that we should prevent that possibility from ever happening?
Like, do you seriously need to question his motives or his agenda? Like, is it that fucking difficult?
They are actively trying to attack the friends, okay? We are shown... That is a duck.
I can't remember. I fucked that up when I said the duck and the horse size. I think I mixed them up.
Duck-sized horse.
A duck-sized horse or 1,000 horse-sized ducks is like, well, it seems a lot more manageable.
I know. I think I flubbed it. But okay.
Duck-sized horse.
So yes, to clarify, right? Motivations to kill Cthulhu. 1, he's destroyed the station and killed all your friends. 2, he's about to kill more of your friends. 3, this could be something that heads to the surface. That's all you... And so, like, what you'd have to do is prove to me that all 3 of those pieces of reasoning aren't present in the film. And so far he said, we don't know for sure that they're going to kill more humans.
Nora, I just want to talk. Please don't...
I mean, insufficient, Filmento, but carry on.
Or that it should be viewed as a threat to anyone, especially those who aren't drilling up its home.
Wow.
Okay, so if we're not drilling up its home, it's fine.
When the entire fucking thing is that this guy like erupted and killed everyone, and it's like, you shouldn't be drilling his home though. It's like, what? I didn't even, like, what are you talking about? Drilling up his home.
There's nothing to indicate that the smaller monsters could stop the escape pod, seeing that they had trouble harming our heroes when they were...
We've seen them pull people out of suits to the point of breaking their bones because the suits are too strong for them to pierce themselves.
Yeah, also she would have... Yeah, the monsters clearly have limited intelligence. They're like animals.
Yeah.
And when humans are in different scenarios, like when he gets pulled out of his suit, he's in a very kind of odd predicament where his body is placed. Also, so that makes sense that they would do that there. But here... I'd be like, yeah, I can see why a monster would try to just like devour its prey.
If Rags is escaping in his tank and I see a bunch of aliens heading toward him and I can blow them up or leave them be when they've killed all my friends, I'm gonna blow them up. I don't fucking care if they can get through his tank or not.
Yay!
They're getting get.
Were just in their diving suits, or that they could even survive a trip to the surface in the first place. They or the not Cloverfield monster
why would you not blow it up? And risk that. Why would you just be like, oh, okay, I guess this is... So you're just going to say, I guess this is all fine, I guess.
It's
this
incredible to me that he would be in the room with her saying, whoa, we don't know that they're going to kill your friends. It's like, they've already been shown to attack the pods. Also, they're heading right toward it. All of them. Why are we talking about this? Are you crazy? Like, no, we're going to blow them up.
This is actually kind of nuts.
It's amazing how far people will go to criticize a movie that they don't like, I guess.
Why would he write How to Fail at Alien and properly not capitalize to an ad, but then he capitalizes of an A in Anatomy of a Failure right afterwards?
I don't know.
Established as killing machines that need to be prevented from spreading like the alien. And so this whole sacrifice finale moment just ends up feeling undeserving and...
Oh, fuck you.
It's undeserving.
Okay, whatever you say.
I'm so baffled at this. Like, the bar for being a YouTube film critic is so pathetically low. Like, all of you could do it. Every single one of you could do it. Because the bar is so low by people. Filmento makes the bar so low. Him and the rest of the people who have no talent at what they do.
Meaningless. In general, that's kind of what this whole movie ends up feeling like. Like Alien, but undeserving and meaningless.
Bullshit.
Fuck you.
Improve shit. Oh, I guess that's it.
Yay!
No conclusion, or
There was no real conclusion, and none of the arguments built off of one another. In fact, they feel pretty disconnected.
Yeah, the essay was just 3 sections that each just petered out.
Oh my god!
And then it just stopped.
Look, he has a corrections. Like last time I did Sonic, and it got Jim Carrey asked for the role. He wanted to connect with his grandson. I was a big fan of Sonic. Dude, the correction section for your next video about this video. Oh,
Theo just popped out.
Theo, no, come back.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
I like how one of the recommended videos is Days of Future Past, how time builds great movies. Like, Days of Future Past is not a great movie.
It's filled with problems, plot-wise, but...
yeah. I like it a lot, but...
Yeah, same. Wow.
That was bad. That was pretty bad.
That was really,
really bad. Yeah.
And what a shame in terms of like this poor movie, man. Because again, I want to stress, I don't think it's great. I think it's pretty good.
It's not better than Alien. Like,
no.
Yeah, it's definitely not that. But is it worth a watch? Well, if you like fucking horror films, yeah, definitely go check it out. It's fucking.
So
yeah,
I'm baffled right now. I've just pulled up his YouTube channel, and his Anatomy of a Failure for Terminator Genesis is a guide to making the ultimate boring blockbuster. That is not Genesis' main problem.
It's not even.
I wasn't bored when I watched Genesis.
I wish it
was.
I wish that was the biggest problem.
Yeah, like it's the fucking writing. It's not whether or not it's fucking paced up to be action packed. What do you mean?
Yeah. Oh, this is really frustrating because like his it's so obvious, right? If the movie failed or we all agree that it's really bad, he'll do an Anatomy of a Failure. But then he does one on Blade Runner saying, wait, great movies fail for 2049. 2049 has problems, guys.
Shit ton.
Like these are really oh no, I hate this so much.
Well, yeah, a lot of people in chat have been saying like, okay, the two ones you've seen, the Knives Out one and this one, they're bad examples. He is good at his job. I wouldn't know. I don't watch him.
Believe you.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. This is
I actually feel like this is a really lame channel where he just takes the perspectives that he knows are popular. Like, shitting on Transformers 2, that's easy. Everybody agrees that that movie sucks. Shitting on X-Men Origins Wolverine, like, that's really easy to criticize. But meanwhile, he talks about Inception, says film perfection, like, because everybody likes Inception. I can't help but read it like that.
Can I read out a title? Those who have been following EFAP, well... Why Captain Marvel failed where Wonder Woman worked.
No, there you go. There you go, everybody.
Well, but he made a video on Wonder Woman that says Wonder Woman, the choice that destroyed a movie, and it's about the fact that I guess she didn't crush Dr. Poison. Like, she's in the thumbnail.
That film was destroyed regardless of
that film was already
tangent.
A disaster.
No.
Well, I just feel like it's lame. All of the things that are like these videos are just the popular perspectives on films.
I just stopped everything. I'm not even playing Bloodborne right now. I'm just sitting here trying to live.
I mean, it's a really bad video. And like I said, I just feel really bad for the movie. The movie deserved better than that.
Absolutely.
It really did. That makes me upset when movies are not given their fair shake.
At least put in some effort if you're going to criticize it.
I saw someone mention their problem with Underwater was there wasn't enough. There was too much action, not enough character. It's like there are so many pauses in this film for people talking to each other and talking about the reality of the situation. There are huge bouts of it. It's just like I would argue the pacing's pretty damn strong, and it's crazy that it's a 90-minute movie for what they get out.
Fringy, give him a chance. I just did. I watched this video.
Hey,
I watched 2 videos and they were shit.
I'm willing to believe he's got some good videos. I'm incredibly unimpressed with the 2 that I've seen. And
yeah, this is like my first time.
His perception of the shit that he's watching needs serious work. Like, because I feel like he may have watched this movie knowing it failed already and was just like waiting to list the reasons.
Yeah. Feels that way based on the content of the channel. Hey, Charlie's Angels, that bombed. I can make a video on this. Dark Phoenix, everybody hates that. Well, that movie bombed. I can make a video on this. That's how it comes across to me.
Well, the thing is, if we do that, we're going to watch the movie like 5 times and still come out with like a 30, 40, 50, 1 hour video.
If we're going to be quick, yeah.
How long have we been going for?
Sorry?
How long have we been, how long have we been going for?
We're at 4.5 hours. And yeah, to
Time
close out
flies
on...
when you're having fun.
I was going to say, yeah, this was... I think this was...
You guys having fun?
I was engaged, I'll say that much. I feel like we've done a good job of like propping underwater up where it's been tanked down unfairly. Because again, I don't want to try and put forward this film's beyond. In fact, to close the subject, I'd rather talk just a couple bit more about what I think the film does well, and then what it fucks up, and then yeah, that's probably the end of the segment, if you will, if you could call this a segment. So I thought it was really cool that the nature of the deaths in this film are very perfectly in line with the Lovecraftian themes. I apologize for using such horrifyingly video essay-ish words, but I mean, how else do you describe what it is? Having them be at the bottom of the ocean means that whenever they're fucked in terms of the things that are supposed to protect them, they get crushed instantly. And the relative nature of being such an insignificant element in a universe that doesn't give a fuck about you and you'll never understand it. It's a pretty cool death to have this in line with it, while also being completely representative of how you would die in these scenarios, being at the bottom of the ocean and your suit fucks up, that sort of thing, or the building you're in. The first, when she meets Rodrigo, she is the one that saves him from depressurization, and he ends up depressurizing and dying to save her. When she meets TJ Miller, she pulls him from underneath like a series of rubble and saves his life. He obviously, his death is being pulled back under that different rubble, and his body is fucked. The captain, when we find him, is he's saved by Nora by unjamming the door. When he's let everyone escape through escape pods, he ends up cutting his own wire to let her survive and himself die. Like the deaths and the way that they're met seem to line up also in the order of their deaths.
Yeah, they die in the order that Nora encounters them,
and they seem to be relevant to how they were found as well. I think that's pretty neat. I think that the point the film was trying to make was, you take Lovecraft's sort of main elements and you try and come to some sort of a point. What do you want to say about the fact that we're so insignificant in the universe? Like, well, you have that opening with the spider. She helps it out, and thus different things can happen. And it's like the whole film is filled with cooperation and support. Everybody.
Yeah, the spider died though.
Oh, I'm sure it did. There's not much it's going to do in that.
I mean, unless there's an underwater too, where the spider somehow survived. Maybe that part of a
it could be the protagonist.
Just made it. Yeah. I want to follow that spider around. He's a long way from home.
And so yeah, you have everyone's just working to help each other, like unjamming the door, pulling them out of rubble, working to make systems function better, leading people, getting them different places. And a lot of the deaths are focused around having helped someone else or being the last person to do the thing. And I think it's really neat because by the end of the movie, Nora, there's only 2 escape pods, and Nora gives hers up because these 2 are a couple. And Nora says, there's a line, I think. She says something like, "I'm not going to leave you behind," and then Nora says, "You're not going to leave him behind," or something like that. You're not going to leave him.
Yeah.
I think
I really like that line.
Because Nora says she'd do anything to have another moment with her, loved one. And
it's also just every character, before they die, basically chooses to sacrifice themselves in for the good of the crew or for the good of the rest of them.
They're all really good people.
Yeah, and then she fully, absolutely kills herself for the final protection on her friends, and you get this shot that he showed and was just shitting all over, but it's fine. Like I like the nature of all the water is spreading around and coming at her. The whole universe is collapsing on her, and she's happy.
I did it. I won. I made a difference.
Yeah, she took an action despite, and she literally is a pathetic little human, and she killed Cthulhu because of the nature of her choice to take action instead of succumb to the fear. So cooperation, it means a lot regardless of our position in this universe, which is quite uplifting when you can get bogged down in thinking about what it is that we're even doing on this rock hurtling around in this galaxy, you know? I like it.
Very good.
I think we already mentioned like how much I've liked. Is it Bloodborne or?
Oh, Mikolash, that's a good fight.
Oh yeah.
Do you like his little tentacle shooty thing? It's so awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I couldn't hold the gasp for me. I'm sorry.
There's near the beginning, once all they've done is heard the talk on the radios. They hear like, "Oh no," and then that sort of thing. Yeah. I think in a lot of movies they'd be like, "What a weird sound." All right, let's keep going. With our team, when they're suited up, two of them walk over to like where I don't know if they're like nail guns for like when you're sorting out piping or whatever.
Yeah,
but they're like, "You gonna take one of these?" And he's like, "Do you hear that fucking thing? I'm taking one of these."
Yeah, that was awesome. That was such a good scene.
And that's also the so Nora at the start of the film is wearing glasses, and then I think literally as soon as the shit hits the fan, she loses them. And there are moments in the film where the audience or the camera, it's not focusing directly, but you see either little snippets or whatever of the monsters swimming about, and Nora's almost looking at them, and you're thinking, why can't she see them? Why is she not reacting to them? And it's like, she's fucking, well, presumably short-sighted or whatever. And it's like, yeah, she can't see. She's not actually got 20/20 vision right now. She's
yeah, she says, I saw like, because it's
remove or something in there.
Almost hard to believe that it's even happening as well.
Yeah, and I think it also just adds to the fucking weight of the situation. You know, you're fucking trapped at the bottom of the ocean, and you can't see well. Like that sucks. Like more so.
I like that when they say, "What should we do if we find a body?" during the distress signal. Nora says, "Just bring something back for the people who love them."
Oh yeah, yeah.
She also, once they figure out that there's no body in the thing, which means they have to be dead, she's like, all of the people who aren't out there, like, come back, just come back, come back, just come back. The job's done, just come back. And it's very like, instead of just be like, well, let's have a look around at some other stuff. No. I don't know, like, why not?
Yeah, let's split up further.
I really like this little moment where they've got the creature in the ship, and then they start hearing stuff around theirs. And they all look, I think the lights go off and they all look at the doorway, like the bulkhead, I think it's called. I'm no submariner. Submariner, that's the correct term, right? But TJ Miller is like looking at it, he goes, "Can we close that door?" Like the second one, he goes, I'm gonna close the door.
Yeah.
And he just closes it, and it's just like, hey, another thing that, like, remember, Patrick Willems said this, and a lot of people have echoed it. You have to have people be stupid in horror movies, otherwise you don't get horror movies.
Wow,
it's a shame
insane.
that that's believed by anyone. It's fucking absurd. Yeah, there's a lot of things the characters do throughout this that are smart, and it's satisfying because that's what I fucking want. Yeah, I think that everyone was really well characterized, and I cared when they died. I don't. I think for 90 minutes they achieved quite a bit. It's a really cool world. It's a really nice addition to the Lovecraft genre of movies. You could throw it in. It's not super overt, but it's definitely, well, depends on what you like. Seeing Cthulhu wrecking shit, it's like, oh, it's pretty overt.
It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't touch on the horror or not the horror. It doesn't touch on the losing your mind kind of thing or insanity by looking at it or anything like that. It's just, oh, it's a very big monster. Let's run away or swim away, whatever you want to call it.
I like this part as well, where he's damaged his oxygen thing, so it's going to be way less than everyone else's, and he's like, I'm only going to slow you down. You have to leave me behind. And like, nope.
Yeah. Also, yeah, I do love it that the one guy who survives has the number 13 on his suit. It's like, lucky motherfucker.
Yeah, that's probably deliberate with how many details there are in this film. So yeah, I think it's pretty neat. Flaws, and this is really open for everybody, but I think the first one we should start with is, does depressurization work like it's shown to in the film IRL?
No.
And
not with the suits. It seems to be pretty on point with the
station itself.
The station,
as soon as it's depressurized, that's it. It's over.
Yeah, I feel like it's an all or nothing thing. I'm not certain, but I would feel that it's an all or nothing.
I wouldn't want to.
We see water like dripping in a couple of instances, and
whereas it would be dripping, that's it. Yeah.
So yeah, because would it be for water to drip in? Wouldn't it need air to come in as well? Or...
Well, so the water could be from piping, right, that's getting damaged or something. But the problem here is that the only way I can imagine any of this making any sense is like a really hyper-specific situation that maybe a mechanic could explain, where I would just be like,
it has different layers, or that there's weird buffer zones or something. But
none of us are qualified for that, I don't think, for this.
Yeah, and so when you see this particular shot, it's like, I think she's dead. Like, I think everybody in this area is probably dead. With how I understand pressure works, I think it's over.
Yeah.
But of course, they want scenes where we can have characters fleeing the incoming pressurization sort of monster, if you will.
I think the easiest way to visualize it is that being underwater and having like a something that breaks is kind of like in space, where if there's something that penetrates, that's over. It's not going to be represented in the same way, but it's over. Like, it's this massive force that is just going to come crashing down on you.
I'd say that they are, from what I understand, they're pretty lucky in this film with how the monsters seem to attack them. They're not as angry and overt as I might have expected. I guess there's an implication that they're both attracted to and scared by the light. It's a bit of a balance I find in this film, where there's a tad amount of plot armor. There's 4 of these people, and there's shit tons of these enemies. You just have to assume that as they were walking through, they didn't encounter many of the monsters, and the monsters were a little bit careful.
Yeah, maybe they were moving towards Cthulhu, so there'd be more monsters over there. It's hard to say because we can see so little.
Yeah. This one's more of a little. This one's like insignificant, but when I rewatched it with my girlfriend, and then there's one line that Nora says is when they got to go through the tunnel or the hole, and she goes, "Let me go, I'm the smallest," but she's in the suit. The suits are all the same size.
We're not 100%. I'd have to check them as they're portrayed. I'm assuming they are the same size from that, but there's a chance they could literally be small, medium, and large, like depending on the frame of.
Perhaps, yeah. I was under the impression these kind of suits would all be like. The sheer cost of them, I can't imagine them being customizable, but maybe, yeah. It just made me laugh because I was just like, oh yeah.
I feel like they would be like you'd want them to be custom fit or at least adjustable.
Well, I was just scrolling through. There's a shot here that kind of implies these are different sizes. Again, I wouldn't want to say for sure. I don't know, but it looks as if
chat is saying they're not the same size, but.
Like, if you look at this shot, his does look smaller than the 2 to your right.
I feel like with how expensive each individual suit would be, you'd put a lot of work in because they're supposed to protect the wearer, and they have to be sealed, that there would be a level of customization that each one has built into it that you can adjust so that each person could wear the suit as long as they fit within parameters.
Look at the difference in those visor sizes.
But it could be like shortened or heightened. And
like, his is very much smaller than the one next to it, right? Like,
all right, well, they didn't explain it. All right,
it's fine. I think it's a reasonable thing to point, because I think I thought that when I first saw it. I was like, wait, aren't you all in these suits? Like, I don't know, but yeah. Like we said with the crack, I think Rodrigo would have highlighted it. I think there's just a little bit more of a tweak to be done with that one to fix it up. I saw someone mentioning in chat, how did the creature that killed T.J. Miller get in without there being a complete, breach in pressure?
Is this 2 doors? No, there's 2 doors. You just decompressurize, remember?
Well,
does he know how to do that?
Yeah, like I don't know that the creature would have used those doors.
Oh wait, yeah, he didn't pull the door closed behind him.
Yeah, exactly. Pull it closed and then understand how depressurizing works.
Yeah, so I'm not clear.
He wanted to give him a chance.
And surely that would have an effect on it, right? Like if this is a creature that lives at the bottom of the ocean.
I just assume that
if the moon pie is a reference, if there's something Lovecraftian about the moon.
Oh, the moon, yeah, moon worship, or moons relating to like summoning or just signals of.
Maybe that's why they have the moon pie there.
Moon used to be associated with insanity.
Yeah.
Lunatics.
Yes.
We solved the mystery of the moon pie. There you go. All these little
there's probably more to pick up on in terms of flaws, but I'm running out of my brief memory. I don't know if anyone else has any.
I guess the structural integrity of the suits and what they can kind of cope with.
That'd be we have to resort to sci-fi, right? It's just like.
Well, it's just because there are parts where they hit objects, and it's like, man, that must be some strong ass glass, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it would have to be though, right? Because of how low they are to the ocean.
Yeah.
It's not,
just little strange.
Really
also, because he's not actually a spider, is it? It's a daddy long legs. that doesn't matter. But like, how more probably,
yeah, those the spider.
How did he get down there?
Yeah, the spider in the sink was. We have those around here. I don't know what they're called. They're just.
I guess it
like,
could have come down in like a maybe a craft.
There's
like in a food shipment or something. Like
I was going to say
yeah,
there
like
are supply
chains
chains
on sailing ships and things.
Yeah,
like
there's
that.
ways spiders could get down there, I suppose. If they just, if you're in a human's fucking backpack or something, I don't know.
Unlucky for that spider.
Yeah, because if they did more of the insanity thing, you could even you could even question whether or not it was actually real. But
yeah,
it's that as soon as I saw that, I was like, how did I get down there? It's not a fucking.
Doesn't she actually say it as well? It's like, how did you get down here?
Maybe I think she did actually.
I think she did say that.
Yeah, it was probably in a box or a crate, something they sent down.
Presumably that's how it didn't swim down it, did it? So
no, I don't know. Spiders are. I never know.
Oh, please, I don't want to think of fucking spiders that could fucking swim to the bottom of the ocean.
Someone was asking about, so when Nora's helmet's broken open with the fire extinguisher, it's like either she can break that open because it's cracked, which would mean that Nora would have died outside, or it's not cracked and it shouldn't be able to be destroyed by a fire extinguisher.
Yeah,
probably,
I think that part when we were watching the movie, I was like, man, it's a good thing she could break through there.
Yeah, I'd agree.
If it's strong enough to withstand the force of like 10,000 semi-trailers stacked on top of one another, yeah, it's probably indestructible.
Going back to
unless there are details about the physics that I'm just unaware of, then I would.
It's hard to understate just how much pressure there is down there.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
Yeah, so somebody's just pointed this out to me. Going back to the water dripping down bit and all that. The water pressure down there is 1,029 bar, or about 1,000 atmospheres. It would only drip if there were many, many layers of empty space between the outside and the base already filled to disperse the pressure into the base's paneling. If not, the water jet would just cut you in half.
Yeah, it's enormous pressure.
That sounds really smart. I'm not going to challenge it.
That seems to make sense if you had those, like I was saying earlier, those layers and those buffer zones.
Probably worth thinking
Mariana
as well.
Trench
It may well be that Nora couldn't have shot through that thing if the pressure was accurate for a creature that lives that low to the.
Well, not
maybe I don't know.
Creatures that are that low are really fleshy, and like if they're dropped onto our surface, they just die because they're equipped to deal with that level of like.
Oh, isn't that what blowfish are? Like they only look like that when they come out.
They're really like see-through and wobbly because they're all yeah. So I can believe easily that they're actually quite simple to toy with in terms of you could probably rip them apart to some degree. But the thing is, especially if you're inside them, like
yeah.
Oh, it's not. Sorry, it's not blowfish. It's what is it called?
Anglerfish.
Anglerfish.
No. This fish. It only looks like that because it's not. Sorry, I misheard you. Yeah,
no,
it only looks like that because it's above. Well, it's not in its natural pressure.
Oh, okay, right.
That's not a fish. That's a squish.
That's a man's face.
It looks like that when you bring it up to the surface.
This
doesn't look like that.
This is the face of a person who just watched the Filmento video.
Yeah, that's our face right now. We're deflated. We're deep. We're unpressurized.
Yeah, I know it was like a blur fish, but I said blow, not blob, because I know a blowfish is a different fish.
Yeah,
you're a fish.
I don't know fish well. All right. Sorry.
I like how it just looked like a sad old fat guy.
What's the thing of it? I think that's how he got like so. Well, I wouldn't say memeable, but it's just so recognizable.
It's such a funny looking thing.
I want chicken nuggets.
Chunkin nuggets. Yeah.
So yeah, in conclusion, check out Underwater if you were watching this whole stream and you thought I don't want to see it, but now you're like, I mean, maybe from what you've seen, it's a fun ride.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff we never got into.
Real quick.
So
I'm gonna take long.
And well, try and I don't know what can we learn in a meta sense here. It's like trying to take more grains of salt with what YouTubers tell you about things, I suppose, including us.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like since we took nearly 5 hours with our references, you could probably trust that we're a little more accurate than good old Filmento.
Just a little bit. Just a little.
Check out Alien, Aliens, and Underwater. How about that?
Oh. That gets the Kumis going. What?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it for Underwater.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know much else. It's just a nice, nifty little movie.
Also, did anyone come up with a better name for it?
Like I said, I'm sure Abyss isn't taken. The Abyss is, but Abyss.
Man, enemy design in this game is fantastic.
Slap Abyss. No.
Slap a horse. A duck-sized horse.
You promised that you'd simply punt those ones, Ranks.
Kalel now.
Kalel.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Wait, what do you mean you're getting there?
Well, because once we get to Justice League, Rags gets to see it for himself.
I love that. H2O no.
H2O no. Kal-El no.
Yeah, you got the deep depth. Yeah. The blues.
The blues. I mean, you know, these are all options. I'm not going to say any of them are any good or bad.
That's good.
It's wet here.
Just call it soggy.
Soggy. That's not very ominous, is it?
Well, you know, that's really up to interpretation, isn't it?
Moist. Oh, yeah.
Moist.
Man, I remember now why I never fought these enemies, because they fucking suck.
Which one's that, Metal?
The one in Mikolash's arena that have like those weird whip thingies. When you go up the stairs.
Yeah.
One
I
of
hate
them.
those things.
So I just tried fighting them. All of them just stun lock you pretty much. But there's like a little scaring beast that has chunks. And I went down there 2 times now, and both times those two that are pretty much guarding the scaring beast just stun lock you to death.
No, you failed. It was your fault.
No, shut up, Fringled.
Whoa.
Frogled?
Are you gonna stand for that?
Frogled croak.
No, I got nothing. You beat me. You got me. All right.
Yes.
Vanquished.
Success. Okay.
Christ.
You've been emued.
I guess we're on to super chats, and so if anybody wishes to eject.
This is I will have to bid you farewell. I must depart.
I think I need to eject as well.
Oh my God.
Falling asleep in my chair.
Well,
I'm staying.
Would either of you wish to talk about things that are happening in relation to content, maybe, and why people should hit the subscribe button?
Don't hit the subscribe button until I have something to show for it. There might be something to show for it in the future, hopefully, if the script doesn't get deleted again. You know, I'll give it a go. Yeah, that's me.
High five.
All right.
Don't subscribe.
I said I was going to finish the video by today, but I can't. It's not happening. But soon, in the definitely next week, and then after that, Crash 4, obviously, and then a couple other things. So,
oh my God.
And streams as well. So yeah, a few things going on.
And also, I think we're gonna aim for the final Bloodborne race
next week.
Yeah, hopefully for our Friday night, Fringy's Saturday morning, Rags' Friday afternoon. That's around, and then Saturday will be another EFAP, I would imagine.
Wow, again?
I know.
Damn. Yeah, spamming me. Yeah.
It's like a weekly thing you do, or?
Everyone unsub from Frinkled. Hey, that's mean. Definitely next week we'll hold you to it. No, I will. I have something I need to finish today. Other stuff I need to get done. But after that, yeah. So new video about a certain topic that may have to do with a certain space bounty hunter show that I hate. And then Crash 4 video, which is like still writing. It's going to be a big one. Not finished this month. Absolutely not. I don't know why I thought I could finish it by the end of January. Stupid.
Optimism.
Yeah, it was optimistic. February might even be pushing it depending on how much work needs to be done on editing. So, but that's the target.
It's done when it's done, and then it will be good.
Unlike CD Projekt Red, I don't really want to just be like, it's done when it's done, and then release it and half of the footage is broken.
Ooh.
Hey, look, alright? They said it when it's done, and it wasn't done.
Bringing going up against a corporation, Jesus.
God. Did you get over your RSI from Crash 4, by the way, Stringy?
Wait, what's that? Oh,
did you from your RSI from playing Crash 4?
You mean his PTSD?
Both.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm both. Yeah, my hand still hurts like from all of that, and that's been like 2 weeks since I stopped playing it. So
that's not good, dude. Fucking hell.
In your review that this game physically hurts you?
Well, it may also be that in general I just like clicking mouses all the time.
You have weak hands. You have weak little girly hands.
Put away the girly hands.
Ow.
It's interesting looking at Fringy's icon evolution. Yeah, just in the mind of this scattershot idiot who can't make up his mind on anything. I'm sure it's very fun.
I stuck with mine.
Yeah, it's been very fun.
Liar.
Alrighty. Theo, Fringy, we'll see you guys around.
Yep. Bye. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Goodbye.
Bye.
Lorms.
Well. And then they were full.
What?
So to start us off, is humor objective? How do you define funny? What makes for good humor? Are poop jokes objectively funny?
No, it's not objective. We can just point to general trends.
And yeah, like construction, detail in joke, multiple layers. Like what's funny? That's really just down to the person. Like, you know, I could find child murder funny, someone else might not. It's like this whole subjective thing. Some people could find underwater funny. I think that'd be weird, but you know.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward if that would happen.
In the same way that someone could find a piece of drama engaging, be like, yeah, I mean, can't take that away from anybody, so. We discussed this in the Discord on Wednesday and couldn't come to a conclusion. So, between Rey and Mando, which character is better and why?
Rey. And the reason is because Mando basically doesn't have any character at all. What little we get of him is kind of contradictory. It doesn't make much sense. Rey is extremely weak as a character. I wouldn't say that her plot armor levels are the same, more that she's a Mary Sue. But yeah, I would say that at least for now, Mando is a worse character than Rey because he almost doesn't even get to compete.
Yeah, I'm struggling between how crap she is, but then how nothing he is. So kind of like, I don't know. I guess when it comes down to like how much of a character someone is, I would probably go with Rey over Mando. Mando's such a blank slate. The two things we knew where he cares for Baby Yoda, I guess, and he doesn't like droids because of his history.
The show isn't even really like, it doesn't even really say why he cares about Baby Yoda.
He sees himself in Baby Yoda.
Yeah, that's sort of what it implies, but we never get anything on that. It's really poorly sort of developed, which you'd think it would be really explicit for, you know, it being sort of central to the show and everything, but, well, you know...
He giggles while he's with Baby Yoda in that one episode, so... There you
go. Nice.
Bring metal on EFAP more.
Even more?
I mean, isn't he earning enough? I don't know. Ugh.
That's enough. Mutteldorf, enough!
Yeah. Who do you guys think is hotter? Wonder Woman, Linda Carter, or Gal Gadot? I prefer Linda Carter. She's also a better actress.
Linda Carter is...
Well, I'm assuming they want to compare them in their prime. She was the classic one. She turned up at the end of 84.
Let me take a look. Linda Carter.
Also, it doesn't surprise me that she's a better actress. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm a better actress.
Oh yeah, she's good looking. I think I would go.
I need a minute.
And what was the third option? We had the Wonder Woman, women, and who?
Those two.
I'd say Gal Gadot.
Yeah, I would too. But
definitely the better actress, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't even really need to check like all of the episodes or anything. It's just like
she was better in the she was in the little cameo she got at the end. She was a better actress than Wonder Woman.
You just hate women, or some of them. Yeah.
Some of them. Yeah, I hate some women, but I also enjoy some women. So
nice.
Howdy
Oh my
all.
God.
Question. What's a movie that is universally loved and praised that you do not think is good for objective or subjective reasons?
Wait, is that Linda Carter?
Yes.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, as Wonder Woman, I wouldn't even call her... She looks weird. She looks like a bad drawing of a person.
Oh, what's that
Okay.
mean?
No, let me explain. Let me explain.
Please, that's funny.
Let me explain what I mean here, because this is very much a symbol, like a times related thing. So let me go with black. So just like look at her. Like, why would it go back to red? Why would it do that?
Come yum 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 yum.
Look at the shape of her body, like there, right? See where I've made the little black marks? Like, look at that. That's really weird. And the arms, it looks really strange. She looks very strange.
It's funny you say that because I see other photos here, and I'm like, well, this definitely wasn't a time when Photoshop was about, and she's a very I don't know.
When she's like, because both of those are her hands on hips, like twisting a little bit.
She's got very broad shoulders.
Yeah, I see why they cast her as Wonder Woman, but I don't really find her like sexually attractive in that sense. She looks too like a model, if that makes any sense. She doesn't look real.
Is a model.
Dun, 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 dun. No.
Not that. As for universally praised content that you consider bad for either objective or subjective reasons, I can tell you Bioshock Infinite and Interstellar were 2 examples of that when they came out.
I'll put my mark on those two.
Yeah,
and,
Bioshock Infinite.
And John Wick 2. I remember everyone loved it, and Alex and I were like, "What the fuck? What's wrong with you people? Terrible." What else is that?
Well, it's not to such an extreme, but Dark Phoenix, I didn't hate it as much as everyone told me I should.
That's your fault.
So we're doing both ends. Like,
I'm not gonna say it's good though.
Hated, but we didn't.
Well, I think the question was only specific about what are universally loved and praised that you don't think should be.
Sorry, it's just something that's of recent, but it's not a good example.
Yeah, I think Skyrim's probably a classic.
The Last of Us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've definitely covered this before. I'm just trying to think of like almost a list at this point. There's a lot of poopy things that get high up. Big Lebowski. I like Big Lebowski a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Big Lebowski. Gravity. That's probably a fair one. Yeah.
Big Boobatitsky.
Oh yeah, Atla. That'd be an obvious one. I think that's incredibly overpraised.
Yeah. Get in first and early. That's all I gotta say.
Mel only comes on EFAP to shill for his Twitch. True.
Twitch.tv/Random Commander.
There's no way they understood what you just said.
Yeah, that was a joke.
Is there a character that you really like, but he is from a show that you absolutely despise? For me, it's Kylo Ren. Wow, you like Kylo Ren?
You like Kylo Ren?
Apparently.
Interesting. I'd be curious what you like about him, and also which Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
I would say the General Man in Man of Steel.
General Man.
Yeah, the guy who's gonna knife fight the.
Oh yeah, that guy.
I like him a lot. He's pretty coolio.
I'm trying to think of like more of the examples of like,
Maxwell,
oh man, that character was...
Max Lord.
Oh yeah, Max Lord. There
yeah.
you go. I liked Max Lord. I think we nailed it.
There's probably actually a bunch where you just have that one character who's pretty good. I like Dr. Pershing in The Mandalorian. Let's see, what else do we have?
Oh, there was a lot more whiskey in that bottle than I thought it was.
Oh my god.
Well, time for a big boy mix.
Yeah, that I mean, it's probably sufficient, I suppose. It's kind of neat when that happens in that you're like, at least it wasn't all for nothing. Oh man, I did the thing. Lame.
Wait.
Hello, Lord Longbone of Muchlington Abbey. Can't see all of today's EFAP, but wishing everyone a fun day at the Abbey. Yes, hello, Wagsies, scritches for the good boy.
Oh, hello, thank you.
Yes, the Abbey is doing wonderful. You do a video of Confused Matthew's review of Lion King or No Country for Old Men? They're among the first reviews to be hated. Like, this is the when reviews were initially despised.
I mean, if that's not a reason to cover it, then you know what is.
You know what? It'll be in the backlog. One day we shall give it a look-see, I think.
Liar!
Liar! Molar, have you ever played Colosseum Road to Freedom? No. I have no idea what that is.
Never even heard of that game.
Maybe it's an arcade game. Maybe it's a board game.
More like boring game.
Thank you, Longman, Rag, and Fringle for getting me more involved in storytelling and for watching things more critically. I hope to write my own stories. Hey.
Well, that's great.
Good to hear it. Yeah, just, you know, be a little selective with which YouTubers you're learning some advice from. Because some of them might lead you away from making the next Aliens, apparently. Wouldn't want that.
Nope. Nope. Don't be inspired by things and pay homage to them. Don't do that.
Ew.
That's bad. That's bad. No.
What is the difference between whataboutism and asking someone for consistent standards? So you're going to need to signpost that in the actual discussion. For example, Rags is like, oh, I fucking hate anything sci-fi. And I'm like, oh wait, he hates everything sci-fi because of like a present issue that he just takes issue with. And I'd be like, but wait, you like blah blah blah. Would be my initial response, like the conversation's just started and I'm only interested in finding out if he hates the things I thought he liked. However, if this is in the middle of an argument, you're trying to define whether or not an argument is valid in this case and your only evidence is, but it's present in another thing that you've claimed to like before, that's whataboutism.
It's not just the fact you bring up other things and asking for consistency. It's really mostly, if you think this one thing is bad, it's generally made in defensive things. It's not made on the attack. That's where we primarily see it. It is like when we point out a problem in The Last Jedi and they say, oh yeah, well what about what about this in this other movie? What about if this other movie does it? It's not relevant.
Yeah, I suppose
it's trying to basically drag other things down instead of lifting your thing up.
So Holdo wearing a dress, they'll be like, Mon Mothma wore a dress, and it's like, okay, so one, we can actually justify in the scenarios why she's allowed, like, what, not allowed to, why she would be wearing that versus someone not wearing that. But then at the same time, it's like, why are you even doing this? Why would it be that it becomes valid if it's a present defined issue in something else? Like, yeah, but you like Star Wars, right? You like Return of the Jedi, so how could you do that with this?
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, and that brings up the whole conversation of, like, even if it's present in something that you enjoy, that doesn't mean that it's no longer valid as a criticism. It could just mean there's a different impact or a different frequency of issues in totality. But it can be lost in conversation. Someone could accuse you of one or the other when you meant one or the other. So I don't know. Keep on track.
Yeah, just because someone brings something else up doesn't mean it's whataboutism. It's trying to use a different thing to, like, justify something else. Well, no, that's not good phrasing. Think of it as, if I bring up something else that isn't related or is only very loosely related, that must mean that this thing is also bad.
Yeah, I suppose in the case of the Mon Mothma one, if they brought that up with the specific point to say, I've seen people on command decks wearing dresses in Star Wars before, I think it's something they can do. Like, that could be why you brought it up, not because you were like, hey, you like this in this other film, so why don't you like this when it's in this film? Or whatever. Corridor Crew is doing their Luke Skywalker deepfake. Comes out tomorrow on their YouTube channel. Would love to see your thoughts on Twitter or EFAP.
It's better. I haven't seen it, and it's better.
I was gonna like, we've seen the one that was done in, like, what was it, like 2 days? So I feel like Corridor Crew are gonna nail it. But I'll check it out. It'd be cool. I can't watch the rest of EFAP past episode 50 due to a Mass Effect spoiler. I won't be watching any more EFAP until I play 1 through 3, which won't happen until I join the PC Master Race. See you then, fellas.
All right, see ya. It's quite a wait, but all right.
That's what we want to do. wouldn't want to stop you, I guess. 8080 chat talked with Shiny FX, Mudcast member.
Okay.
How did it go? How was 8080? I'm sure he's a wonderful character.
Next.
Can we get an estimate time frame for your Force Awakens Part 4 and Rags Mando video?
I hesitate to.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
because every time I like start working on it and go back to change things, it just like gets longer magically.
I'm gonna say, like, these projects, we can give you estimations, but then those estimations will be treated as release dates, and that's a problem. So, I would rather not give you anything at all until it's finalized. As in, like, I can give you progress reports in terms of it's being worked on. It's a lot of fun in terms of, like, wow, the things I'm finding. But, like, an actual estimate, even within a month, I'd just be like, oof, I don't even know what month I'd want to say it's coming near, because this project can get bigger as it goes. All I'd want to say at this point is it's gonna be long. Okay. But as you know, as the weeks go by, I'll probably have more and more details. I will give as many as I think would be wise in terms of representing the picture, if you will. Like I said, I wouldn't want to give anyone any false expectations. Which has already happened so many times. Often referenced, you know? The weeks between the episodes were supposed to happen originally, how things have changed. Yeah, updates will follow as time progresses. Also, hi Rags and you other masses.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Oh look, as moderate Muslim, I don't know if this is Sim, T-S-I-M, is that a Muslim term, or is that them spelling tism wrong?
T-I-S-M?
T-S-I-M.
Sim?
Not tism.
Not tism?
As a moderate Muslim, I assume it, I don't know if it was supposed to be tism or if it means something else. I would like to say that we live in an RPG, so let's say you're playing Fallout New Vegas for the first time and a person sitting next to you knows everything about it. That person is God, and he knows what would happen with every choice you would make. The crucial thing here is you have free will to choose any option. God knows what that choice will lead to. The challenge is to win by doing enough good tisms. Also, you can Netflix and chill, but you can't EFAP and chill because you need to focus.
So I get what's the goal of it? So the question is,
I just don't know if
it's a little hard. It's a little hard to follow. Paste it.
It sounds like, from the way they introduce it, it's like, I'd like to say we live in an RPG in relation to, I guess, God's position in the world is just knowing how mechanics work.
It's kind of like, yeah. If you have an intimate knowledge of a video game and you know everything about it, and you know how to change all those things, yeah, sort of. It's somewhat comparable. Somewhat.
Did you like Life better than Alien Covenant? I appreciate portions of Life, but overall found it to be pretty weak.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it since it came out. Wait, yeah, sorry. There's a film called Life. I don't.
To clarify.
Life is pretty lame. Not as good as Alien Covenant. Yeah, like I'd have to rewatch it. I saw it when it came out, and I thought it was pretty poopy. But funnily enough, I actually showed Smiley here the death scene in the film. I'm gonna remain nice and vague of a character early on because it's particularly haunting in terms of how it happens. It's one of the things I liked about it. There's probably a couple of others, but I just don't remember enough about it. I thought it was bad, so I'd have to. That's all I remember thinking about it. It's been a while. Greetings from all of Serbia. How are you? Fucking. Always kill myself when I look away.
Oh, I thought you meant Serbians, and I was like, that's alright.
How are you all? Will you celebrate 20th year anniversary of Bionicle? Wasn't necessarily intending to, but you know, Bionicle is
I'm gonna
special.
say it right now. I won't celebrate it. There, I will not celebrate it.
That was a big bad.
You suck.
Yeah. Oh man.
But yes.
I mean, apart from that, yeah, you still suck.
Oh.
It wasn't really necessary to bring that in on top of him already sucking. So come on, leave him alone. But yeah, hello to all of Serbia. You know, I feel like we don't say that enough. Molesby. If you guys end up covering Resident Evil 8 or Hitman 3, can I join? Long shot, I know, but I suppose it's worth asking. Gotta put myself out there eventually. Hi, Rags. Make sure to proofread. Always a plus. I don't care about Hitman at all, so I doubt that would be covered, but I am interested in Resident Evil 8. As for who we would have on for like an episode covering it, I don't even know at this point who it would be. But of course, it wouldn't like asking through super chats. Wouldn't want to establish a pattern there of like that's how you can get onto EFAP. So I wouldn't want to suggest even slightly that that's how you could be able to get on. But I appreciate the enthusiasm. Hope Resident Evil 8 is good. Lots of discussion about the vampires seen on Twitter. No context for it really.
Interesting. Slightly off topic, I'm just reading about the wet nurse, and apparently if you use the tiny music box, she will do a sidestep.
Alright.
It's interesting. I don't know why I would want that, but okay.
Muller is long, weed gets you high. Look out, Grandma, Rags is going in dry.
Oh my goodness gracious, that sounds unpleasant.
Greetings from Florida Man. Thoughts on Berserk by Kentaro Miura. Is that a specific type of Berserk? Is that the original?
Sorry, what about Berserk?
It's Berserk by Kentaro Miura.
I guess that's just the guy who draws it?
Yeah,
Question mark? I don't know.
I have not. It's unfortunate Alex isn't here right now because he would.
Yeah, Al, you cuck, come back.
I'll reread it when he's back. So he'll be able to say something.
No, don't read. Don't read.
I'm going to read. You cannot stop me.
Oh, chat says it's the manga who's doing the manga.
I mean, I've heard good things. Lots of good things.
Fortunately, I can't read.
Hi, Rag Daddies.
Hey!
Oh, that's multiple? Hell yeah.
Fuck, Marry, Kill, Morgan, Zevran, and Liliana. There's only one right answer, smiley face. I have no idea who these people are.
It's Morgan, Liliana, and
Zevran.
What is that?
Oh, okay. I just had to double check. I think it was Tim Curry who actually voiced him.
Oh, I like Curry.
Yeah. I would probably say. Let's see. I want to. I don't know. I like that dark streak Morgan has, but she's kind of a. I'd want to fuck Morgan, marry Liliana, and kill Zevran. But I like them all in their own different ways. The characters in the first Dragon Age were really cool. They were all kind of nifty and great.
Excellent. To my knowledge, all the DC Universe stuff moved to HBO Max, and Doom Patrol and Swamp Thing are really good IMO. Yeah, that's what they were saying on the Friday Night Tights. A lot of stuff is going to move to HBO Max that was CW, so I suppose that'll be interesting. Whether or not Swamp Thing and Doom Patrol are any good, I have no idea. Not seen them. Good things, like I said, about Swamp Thing though, which is interesting in and of itself, wouldn't you say? Swamp Thing being one of the best of the CW shows, like. Damn, I wouldn't mind checking it out.
He led us into a swamp.
Swamp Thing.
Ugh.
Led us into a Swamp Thing, sounds a bit, yeah. I don't know. Moving house, so I can't watch today. Rags, please watch Grandma Got a Facebook by your favorite Martian on YouTube.
Grandma got a Facebook? I don't know.
That sounds funny.
Who knows what might happen?
What happens next might surprise you.
I did a thingy. Wanted to do some more, but I'm lazy, so you can imagine the rest. It's rare that I do a fan art since I'm not a fan of anything, but I wanted to do something nice for you. My respectisms. Alright, here's a link. Ah. Neat. Here you go. You have something on your face. Oh, it's your subjectivity. How horrifying. Nice. Hey, I'm wearing very different clothing in this one. I like it. I like red. The neat one. Thank you very much. It's looking pretty cool. I don't know if it's there might be a reference I'm missing. I don't know if that's true. Like it evokes something to do with that show to me. What was it called? The one on YouTube? Something Hotel? Was it?
Come Hotel.
Transylvania?
The Has Been Hotel?
Has Been Hotel, yeah.
Something Hotel. Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you very much. I do get distracted by the subjective on people's faces. I do like I take my glasses off, it's like the eyes are the same. Yeah. See, I need them to protect me from such things.
So that was not worth it. Alright.
So sorry, Metal. Watch the Slender movie for EFAP movies. Could happen. Maybe against
No.
You'd want to see the Slender movie, be honest.
I don't even like Slender Man. What about Slender Woman, you fucking misogynist?
Well, is she really that interesting?
I don't. Is there even one?
I don't know. Horrifying to think. Slender and Slender Woman got together and they made Slender Child.
Slender Child.
What is the best Mario game objectively? Oh.
My ass.
I mean, probably gonna be one of the newer ones, I'm guessing. Because, like, Galaxy really impressed me, mechanically, but I don't know if... Like, I didn't play Odyssey. I don't know if that's like, super duper well designed. It's not Sunshine, I can tell you that much. As someone who regularly plays it on these things.
I can't tell you objectively. I always go back to 64, though. Wow. I actually streamed it not too long ago. For the lulz.
Yeah, because you're a giant nerd.
Hey! You're a nerd. You're a long nerd.
Yo.
Hey, hello.
I just wanted to go grab some food. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, Thoughts on Berserk by Kentaro Miura.
Oh. I hate it. Jokes? No, I love it. No, I don't know. Do you want me to go on about it? I don't know.
Well, they asked, and it's just like there's nothing I can add to that. So I'm just like, well.
I mean, I've now read up to literally the latest chapter in the manga. So that's quite a enduring task. It's not as enduring as other mangas, but it's still long. No, I really love the series. It's unfortunate that the anime is just piss poor. And yeah, there's the 97 one, which is and then there's the 2016, which is fucking horrendous. Like the 2016 one fails at just basic filmography. It can't even. It doesn't even know how to like. So because it's in 3D, and the guy who made it, or the team that have adapted it, they've only ever done 2D animation before. It really shows just how piss poor it is in their execution with Berserk. Add in the fact, really, really bad CGI. Like, I think you saw him all, and I definitely showed you at one point. Genos in One Punch Man in season 2, they CGI'd his arms, and they look fucking awful.
Did they really? I didn't even notice that.
yeah, they might have. I think they did go back and edit them. I can't remember, but it's not that CGI in anime is inherently bad. It's just when you do it bad, it looks fucking bad.
It looks really, I've seen clips of like Berserk or no Goblin Slayer where they have that mix and it looks fucking horrible.
Yeah, well, the only redeeming quality of or feature from the 2016 anime is literally the music. The music is there's some awesome tracks. Stuff that you can easily put on whilst playing other games, or so it's no surprise or shock or secret that Berserk or Dark Souls is heavily inspired by Berserk in terms of its art style and its atmosphere and depiction of some creepy dark fantasy shit. And the soundtracks from the new Berserk that could go into it, or could easily fit into a Dark Souls-like game or other stuff like that. Not a big fan of the films because the films just cut out too much shit from the original anime, which cut out too much shit from the manga, which like loses too much character detail. So yeah, it's just the manga going for it, really. And the manga's not perfect either, but it's the best one I've read. I've not read loads of manga, but it's the best one I've read.
There you go. It does come highly regarded in a lot of communities, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, definitely.
Please have Major Leon. It's been almost 2 years. Good old Major Lee. Wouldn't say an impossibility, you know. Maybe one day. Did you grow up with Tom and Jerry? Certainly to a degree. I remember watching.
Yeah, Jerry. Me too.
It was on TV when having dinner.
Tom and Jerry, and I remember as a kid I watched a lot of Coyote and the Coyote character. I don't know what it's called in English.
Wile E. Coyote.
Yes, yeah, those guys.
Wait, what is it called in German?
I don't remember either. I just remember a coyote.
Wile E. Coyote. The coyote. Yeah, Tom and Jerry's neat. Good old-fashioned animation.
Roadrunner, yeah, Roadrunner and Coyote or something.
That's it. Yeah.
Meep.
Not my Star Wars. On the next Star Wars EFAP, or perhaps once the new Star Wars show drops. Oh, get my not my Star Wars. I guess that's like a creator. He just.
I can't imagine someone would have that name.
He just finished a solo 16-hour deep dive in Disney Plus group watch of Phantom Menace Episode 2 on 29th. 16-hour deep dive. How does he
into the Phantom Menace?
In Solo.
He did a 16-hour video on the Solo.
Unless, wait, because he said it finished a solo 16-hour deep dive. Could that mean he did it on his own, or is that about Solo?
Oh, a single character or a single video?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I mean,
let me Google it, or let me.
So, while you Google, so just fought the wet nurse again, and it said here on the wiki she's extremely weak to rapid poison. So I used that gem on the cane because it's pretty fast as a weapon. She didn't get poisoned once, so I don't know what the fuck.
Take more damage, or?
Huh?
Did she like take more damage at least?
No, you add the effect rapid poison at some at some point. So I might as well check it out. When she's extremely weak, might as well try it, but didn't get poisoned once. So
your fault. You were supposed to. You know, you were supposed to. More poison gems.
This is a 12-hour video on the Phantom Menace that I've got here.
Just Phantom Menace in general.
Either it was a stream or a let me see here. It looks like him in front of his webcam just talking.
Made for poison knives or something. I mean, it didn't have any poison knives to throw. I thought if I have the gem and have a pretty quick weapon with the cane, I feel like it should apply that, but it didn't happen.
But yeah, who knows?
Should probably try it though.
Yeah, this seems like an unscripted webcam video for 12 hours.
Wow.
Which is impressive, but I guess this is a stream. All right.
Explain anomaly situation. Is Anomaly a bad man now? I mean, I don't know the situation in total, you know. I'm just a bystander. Saw some stuff, heard some stuff. Suppose the people to ask would be the people involved. I can't remember. We talked about it on the. Was it the last EFAP or sometime before that? I'm not sure. But it's a weird one, for sure. That's whether he's a bad man. I suppose that's down to the personal. Soma, you mean that not horror game? Joseph, games don't scare me, Anderson.
Oh yeah, that one.
Hey, In fairness, he explained himself thoroughly. It's not scary if you can respawn. Simple.
I miss when you said in furnace. That was fun.
I realized that Doom and Annihilation have definitions so similar that they could have called it Doom Doom, and it would have made about as much sense. I want to watch Doom Doom.
You're a Doom Doom.
Mauler, do you take meme videos from Mauler Reddit? Yeah, it can be from there. It can be Twitter. It can be the Discord. It's just grab them as I find them, or sent them. It's a shame you guys haven't played DMC5. Would love to see react to Under Mayo and Kotaku's awful videos on them. Also, hi Rags.
Oh, good God. Hang on. I have played a game.
Well,
sorry.
They probably want
the Gundam game?
No, sorry. I played majority of DMC.
Oh,
and
yeah, I haven't
DMC5.
played any.
Yeah, I haven't.
I've not seen anyone. I've not watched any videos on it though. Probably for my own personal health.
It's quite the commonality in the YouTube sphere, you know. Gotta look after yourself.
I'm pretty sure Theo would bust in that too. I think he loves the DMC5.
Oh, Theo's like Theo's like favorite game of all time is DMC5. I think.
Yeah, it's either him or somebody else in Discord, but there's somebody who is actually like acing all the hardest difficulties on it when they're hard games. Or at least DMC5 is pretty damn fucking hard. I can't beat it like on anything more than challenging. There we go, Theo. Yeah, do I hear Devil May Cry? Yes, there we go. I knew it was him.
Yeah, Devil May Cry 5. Apparently, the reviews of it from Kotaku and
oh, I can already tell why Kotaku wouldn't like it because fucking there's asses in it and there's boobs.
Oh no, my two favorite things.
I didn't know they made good reviews anyway.
Oh, so Sony really cringily censored parts of it with like lens flare. It was really like God. What? And that was part of the controversy because they censored that, but then The Last of Us 2 had The Last of Us 2.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when that came out. Yeah. People were saying, how come it's totally okay to do this fucking bullshit, but this other stuff where it's not allowed?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, at one point, there's a character with his butt out, and you don't see any cock or anything. It's just his ass, and they lens flare it. But it's like, oh, can't see the male physical form in its perfection with an ass.
Oof, it's perfection. Oof.
Oh, it's a perfect ass. Don't make me get it up, Rags. The picture.
Since you watched Hardcore Henry, I'm going through Buffy as per my promise. I have 10 million issues with the show, but one specific problem had me rolling. Rags, close your dog ears to avoid spoilers.
Wait, so is there more to the super chat or?
Well, person who wrote this, you'll know. I can read it and then respond to it in a non-spoiler way.
Okay.
Trying to figure out. Listen, if any of it is from season 1, I agree with you. Okay. Like, I'm not 100% sure what scene you're referencing, unfortunately. But I could believe that's from season 1, possibly relating to Blonde Vampire. It's chill. There is a lot of problems with Buffy. If Mauler is literally Internet Hitler, does that make Rags and Wolf Mussolini and Hirohito? And
no,
if all that
would be Hitler's dog.
Yeah. And if all that is true, who is Oswald Mosley? I guess Metal. Mel, you could have been called Oswald. He didn't say no. Just watch Blind Manor. Really amazing. Definitely a modern masterpiece. It freaked me out through that Rebecca Jessel was the name of one of the characters. My mother's middle name is Rebecca and our last name is Jessel. Damn.
Oh my god. You just doxed yourself.
Well, there's still one more name to figure out, right? First, middle, and last. You'll be alright.
If you're Hitler, I'm Hotler.
Sweet. But yeah, glad you enjoyed it. I hope more do. Gosh, a monster must be an alien ripoff. Oh, we're getting into them now.
Oh yeah. So, bro, I can see where we are.
It's got a monster. It must be alien.
If Rags hates Buffy, will it be the end of EFAP? Will it just split off? Who will get custody of Jay? Also, hi Rags.
Hey, hi there.
I'd be surprised if Rags hated it, but I mean, if he did, that's totally fine. You know? Everyone
Hated
can
what?
have.
Just say again?
Oh, if you were to hate Buffy, would it be the end of EFAP? I'm sure I'll get over it. It's okay.
It'd be the civil war that you've all dreamed of.
Muller thinks Halloween's better than Christmas. We made it through that.
Yeah, we survived. Surviving.
Well, next year.
Yeah, the war shall begin
around
again.
2021.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Halloween was shit this year or last year, and so was Christmas. So
I had a good Halloween.
Maybe
I don't know what to
yours.
talk about.
I mean,
I had a great Halloween.
I thought EFAP had a fantastic Halloween and Christmas.
Yeah, I had a great. Both of those were great, especially particularly.
I personally didn't then.
Well,
do you not like happiness because you're German or something?
No, wrong
wait,
guy now.
You're not. Where are you from? You're down the street from Mahler, right? In Welshland?
Yes, in
literally,
Germany.
yeah.
You just go and you go shopping together.
Yeah,
we did.
Yeah. Back in the day when that was
before
legal.
the dark times.
If I stick my head out and scream loud enough, you might be able to hear off Mahler's mic.
Yay! Die. Jesus. Boop, boop, boop. Don't mean to sound pretentious, but when for decades the likes of Bergman, Scorsese, and Lynch pioneering film to the trash modern day's Batwoman being critically acclaimed, I can't help but feel crestfallen.
Yeah.
There was shit stuff forever, and there are still good things that come out, but it is hard not to feel at this point with mainstream stuff that we are running out of cool new things that are well made. They seem to be in short supply.
Well, it's just original things in general, isn't it? It's just everything's a sequel or an adaptation or something or other like that.
Well, I mean,
there's barely any original films or original TV shows. They're all just based off of something or another.
Full Underwater original.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Unfortunate that it is not enjoyed by many, I guess. I don't even know that that's true. Like, I definitely know Bly Manor isn't enjoyed by many. Like, I understand that, but Underwater, I don't think anyone's seen it. There's sort of just like a collective agreement that, like, not a fan. It's like, who's even fucking watched this movie? Nobody talked about it.
I'm not even convinced that Filmento saw it.
Well, you might have seen the trailer.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? If there's a Kirsten Stewart film where nobody's seen it, just think how many films where like there's no nameable actors or actresses who, well, yeah, there's no recognition whatsoever, and just think how many of them will go unnoticed because of reasons.
Yeah, I suppose part of this is you have to remember, like, there's probably loads of really good films that we're not even aware exist.
Oh, I'm back.
Hello.
How did Wales go?
Answer the question, Mel. What the fuck?
I did a poopy on it.
Oh.
Oh, you know you did.
You can also say like, how do whales go, and you'd go.
Oh, they go like,
the German whales go.
What were you doing?
I'm starting to feel more persecuted. Yeah,
I'm Welshman.
Oh.
Oh, I'm white though, so it doesn't matter.
Where's your stupid knot?
Stupid.
It's not what?
I actually need to look that up. Welsh knot.
Anyone else miffed by the impractical costume design? The high-pressure diving suits in underwater only look functional if you don't think about how water pressure works. Also, hi Rags.
Hello. Yeah, I could totally believe that might be the case.
I don't believe we have the materials on Earth to be able to make those suits the way that they are. However, if we give them the benefit of it's the future and they've got some form of material that allows them to maintain themselves at that depth, which we allow for a lot of just science fiction stories, because in the future...
Well, dumb question. Can you like make a submarine that can go down to the Mariana Trench, like to the bottom of it right now?
I can't remember. I want to say you might be able to. I'd have to check.
Like, is that possible right now? Because it's another 20 years in the future, or 30.
Well, but either way, I quite like that they're clunky. To try and make it feel a little bit more hefty and able to resist the deep pressures.
Yeah, I can believe they can. That's not an issue that I ever had while watching it.
If they really can, that's another question, I believe.
I agree. If they can, that is a question I often ask.
Listen, I've been drinking, okay?
We made suits that could survive a vacuum in the 60s. Well, I know obviously it's different from space and underwater, but fuck it. If there's a will, there's a way, I guess, maybe? Am I wrong?
Like I said, I just don't know enough on the topic.
Oh yeah, there was a submarine that went to the bottom of the Marianas back in the 60s. Yeah, specifically built for that purpose.
Like Jacques
and apparently James Cameron went down there too.
Really?
James Cameron.
Was he like in a suit walking on the surface, or was he in a ship or submarine?
Yeah, he's probably in a really big ship. He might not even be in. What if he's in like a station that has a direct feed to the ship? Who knows?
Like presumably it's like serious shit to go down there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was in a sub. Yep. So we can build a submarine at least that can withstand it.
Also, those escape pods at the end are lethal. The bends come from altitude, not water pressure. Zooming from the bottom of the ocean to sea level will kill you in any circumstance. Also, true.
I've read about that. The whole
yeah.
It's like for this. I was reading this Reddit post about deep sea diving and how that there's like people who
it's every 10
go
meters,
down to a certain point. Yeah, they go into a certain point, and it's something to do. I think like, is it nitrogen in their blood?
Yeah, the nitrogen. It doesn't expand like everything else does, so you got to give time for the, I guess, rest of your blood to catch up and all that. I think is how it is.
It's something like that, yeah. Because it all plays into that. Deep sea diving is like you have to be well trained for it. It's not something that any of us could just slap a suit on and just like immediately to traverse and be comfortable with. It's very well. We're completely out of our own element, aren't we?
Yeah, I was going to say I think the biggest flaws in underwater are the way that they portray deep sea pressure. Like there's a lot of consequences for things that happen that are like, yeah, that's probably what would happen. But then there's also ones where you're like, wait a minute. Objective quality doesn't exist. Oh, hi, Theo.
That's not true, though.
Well, I mean, I claim the counter. We did it.
Nice. High five.
Cthulhu-tisms, also high rags.
Hi!
Wonder Woman 84 ripped off my EFAP 100 meme, the Persona 5 video. Also, Mr. Robot did accepting truth/reality infinitely better. I'm sure. I'm sure everything did it better.
Oh yeah, anything. I could believe that the Fox and the Hound did truth and reality better than Wonder Woman 84.
I agree. P.S. How do you rip from Blu-rays? I'm guessing the same way you do with DVDs, just you need a Blu-ray drive and then the software for it.
Yeah, I'd assume.
It is. Well, you're right in theory. As far as I'm aware, there's more copyright protection on Blu-rays to stop that, and you need to have a certain type of Blu-ray reader. But
yeah, I'm sure there's people who've like capitalized on that market in terms of drives. I don't know anything about them further than that.
The fuck? Tell Smiley to stop simping for Mikolash on Twitter. It's starting to look desperate. The fuck are you on about?
What? I don't know if that's to do with you. Is there someone called Smiley?
Do you like Nickelback?
I'm not even on Twitter. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I don't think it's about you. Yeah, obviously it's not about you. It's Twitter.
You are mistaken, and I am upset by that. How dare you?
How dare you?
Shut up, Simpy.
Simpy.
Simple Ash.
Which is better, Crash Bandicoot or Spyro the Dragon?
Oh, Fringy's not here. We could debate about this.
Fringy would be the one to get this answer.
Wait, what was the question?
Crash
Bandicoot or Spyro?
I mean, I'll pick Crash because I prefer the game. So we did.
We're talking purely PS1 titles. Then it's so hard for me because I love them in tandem. They're fantastic. The PS1 games, not.
Oh, I just meant like. Oh, if they're actually asking which of the original two games are the better one, it's probably like I wouldn't really know for sure, but I assume Spyro is actually the one that's like more mechanically sound. I wouldn't be sure. Because Crash 1 is really clunky, but I really like it.
Yeah, it is, and Spyro says less clunky, but they both have difficulty. But both of them are more difficult than the rest of them in the trilogy.
I prefer Crash. Yeah. This one just says rags.
Hey. I'm gonna assume that's like a hello.
Actually, I was completely wrong about the bends. It's entirely due with pressure. The pods should be safe if adequately pressurized. Also, high rags. Oh, okay.
Hi. Is that
what's funny to me about?
I tend to agree with that one more.
What's funny is I just don't know. So someone could literally
Because
fucking
altitude,
claim.
the only reason altitude would affect your blood is because the pressure is changing.
So like the pod itself would account for that.
Yeah, if it was pressurized. Like that's why the astronauts can go up into space. Because the inside is pressurized.
Yeah, like I said, I would just be like, if I needed this for a video, I'd be Googling and trying to ask anybody who has any experience with it, because I wouldn't want to rely on like a layman understanding, you know.
Yeah, I would call a local dive. I almost did a dive certification at one time. I would call up, Rick's Dive and Travel over there, and be like, "Hey, I got a question about a movie. Hey, you guys know about diving stuff? Tell what would happen."
Don't fucking lie to me. This is incredibly important.
Yeah, I know where you
I'm
work.
analyzing movies. Don't end up like Filmento. Yo.
Sorry.
That wouldn't be good.
EFAP movies Leviathan when? It starts RoboCop, a Ghostbuster, a Wet Bandit, and the Colonel from Rambo. It's actually Alien but bad and underwater. What the fuck? I've never heard of this movie.
I've never heard of Leviathan. Let me take a look, actually.
Is Marv in it?
I guess it's 1989?
No, it's 2021 right now.
Oh my god. A mutant creature from a failed experiment. Oh. You got Peter Weller, Richard Crenna, Amanda Pays. Oh yeah, Marv is in it. And Ernie Hudson.
Okay.
I mean, maybe one day, yeah. I don't know. Hey Moobschley, I always wondered this one question to ask you, and I keep forgetting to ask every episode of EFAP because of the sheertism of some of them. So, and it just ends.
It's a sad, tragic story.
Yeah.
Some big brain stuff.
The big suits with tiny heads reminds me of male soldiers in XCOM.
Oh yeah. big old armors at some point.
Regarding the ripping off other movies beat for beat, Wreck and Quarantine are practically the same movie, except Quarantine is shitter, or anything else by Asylum. Yeah, 100%.
you just missed that, because Quarantine's the Western version of it.
Well,
they're not rip-offs. It's like The Ring and The Ringu.
Well, yeah, I suppose it would be an adaptation argument, but like that's kind of how I envision really bad rip-offs. That one is a blatant to the point where you just be like, well, of course they have the rights to do this.
Yeah, it's the English version. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not. That's not a I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, no. Well, but it is like they try. I mean, that's what an adaptation that failed would be, right? It's like it's trying to be as good as that original, but it's just not. It's like, yeah. Wreck is awesome. Go watch.
Yeah.
I've heard that's quite good, yes.
No. Everything's a rip-off of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah, and I'm fucking tired of it. Enough.
Wow, characters, dialogue, plot. Wow,
Disgusting.
It has all these things.
Gold Marge.
Cryptids? What is cryptids?
That was reference to what the creatures are at the bottom when I was saying like they're not aliens, are they? They're cryptids.
Oh, alright. Everything. Oh yeah. Suspicious. The video. What do you mean, like in terms of everything that's coming up is like, this is a ripoff of Alien. This isn't as good as Alien and should be more like Alien. it was an interesting ride, honestly. I remember reading that O'Bannon who wrote Alien designed the story as a haunted house in space. So is that a ripoff? Yes. He ripped off haunted houses.
Haunted house is also space.
At what point do common sense choices characters make become a ripoff of another film? Exactly. So I mean, if your film has lots of similarities, but it's all justified within their own story, and it's got different beats, I just start to wonder, like, gotta be a little bit fair to people. They can tell a story that's that has characters that decide similar things, because humans, you know, they have a lot of similar reactions to a lot of things. In my opinion. I'm safe from criticism.
Fucking hell, Logarius. Calm your tits, bro.
What if you don't wanna?
Well, it doesn't seem like he wants to.
Wait, Lugaric?
Logarius.
The Iron Horse of Bloodhorn?
He doesn't look like a horse. Like
yeah,
a
that's
Ludwig.
Ludwig. He look like horse.
Horsenheimers.
Ah.
No, he cast a spell, so I couldn't use my backstab.
Rags, please open every EFAP by fat shaming. Thanks.
Yeah, you shouldn't be fat. If you can avoid it, it's not good for you. You'd be probably better off if you weren't fat.
That's not shaming, that's just general good
I guess
advice.
fat shaming is when it's like, you should be ashamed of yourself if you're fat.
You should be ashamed of your fatness, whoever you are out there who's fat.
Oh, man.
Hey, you know, some people think that fatness leads you to a different dimension once you get fat enough, so some people are just trying to get there.
Fatness leads to fear.
Fat diabetes leads to suffering. That would actually light up. Yoda was a fucking... It was all an allegory.
His life coach, he really was, in more ways than one.
All this to unlock Falco, and I'm probably not even going to do it. I need...
Come out!
God damn it, he's...
I need DK. Don't worry, guys. I don't think I'll be able to beat this with Metroid. He's not good enough.
I can't Metroid crawl.
Yeah. He doesn't even have a crawl ability. Looked up. Muller & Co. Some people will never hear the arguments you are making. You can make a seemingly clear point, but when the words enter some people's heads, it goes through a retardification process.
Yeah, it's a shame, but
oh,
it is what happens.
Hey, Muller and horror fans, read some of Junji Ito's stuff. I actually have been sent bits and bobs from him. That man has some ideas.
Yeah, it's nightmare fuel.
Yeah. Can't wait for them to adapt it into something terrible. The ominous them.
Every time he says them, I just think of Joe Rogan. But who's them? Who are they?
Fuck them. I'm gonna ruin everything. Did you see Life 2017 starring Jake Gyllenhaal? It borrowed a lot from Alien. Yes, it did. I remember people making a lot of dumb decisions in that movie, so yeah. I'd have to give it a rewatch though.
Although it's a trap.
Episode 2 of Batwoman. Kate picks up the bat and Fringy says, what if it has a disease? Batwoman, Corona, Patient Zero, and Fringy is Aussie Spider Oracle. Well, I mean, the bat having a disease, yeah, it's a possibility. Everyone should be concerned about stuff like that, you know?
Oracle.
We'd have a lot less coronas. Guys, it's okay, I knew this would happen. DK is the answer to this one, okay? Gotta get DK.
Donkey Kong.
He'll fuck you up. You know him well.
Oh, wait, he's not.
Fuck you, Logarius, you're dead now.
I could see someone make a hardcore scared knee movie where it was all from a first-person point of view in a system shock environment without any characters. Yeah, you could do it. You just, like the exploration of the environment itself is, and the world. Well, what has become of the world rather, and whatever. We've already been over this. Fucking, you don't have to have characters to be scared.
True.
Yeah. It could be a photograph of just something spooky, of an environment.
Look at this graph.
Look at this scary graph.
Underappreciated meme, I feel like.
I think people love it.
Good. They should. It's funny.
Oh, I hate my beautiful speech. If a donkey is born with a stick in its hand, it can be used. The better. If this dog had brought a psychologist or lawyer to this Tanzanian wedding, he would not have been shocked. It just says,
I agree. That doesn't make some sense.
What is any of that? Why?
It's pretty clear.
How much should do this to be? Metal would have made a good Roman Catholic priest performing exorcisms. The girl's body and soul is mine. Oh, fuck off, you flimple-dingle.
Oh, fuck off, you flimple-dingle.
That's the name of the demon. Now you have control over it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's an intense spell to cast. You gotta be careful.
Flimple-dingle is one of the great demons from the ancient times.
It's actually the secret boss in Divinity Original Sin 2.
Flimple-dingle is, he'll get you.
He's tough. Big old tough demon.
You once mentioned how it would go if you worked out listening to EFAP. Since January 2020, size 40 to 30. I have a 3-hour a day, 7-day straight charity row from home coming up. EFAP 66 on the playlist.
Oh, wow, that's really excellent. I'm super glad to hear that, my man.
Keep it going. EFAP will be here for all of your weight loss and muscle gaining needs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unrelated, but I'd love to know how y'all's thoughts on my favorite movie, Boondock Saints. Also, hi Rags.
Hi, I like Boondock Saints.
Yeah,
I remember liking it.
I think it's very awesome.
It's very thin in my memory, though. Rewatch it sometime. Which is better?
I watched it a couple of times.
Which is better, original or 2020 remake?
From what?
It doesn't say.
Original or 2020 remake of
Balls.
Yeah.
Original.
The original Balls or the remake of
Balls?
Balls my ball. What?
Return of the Balls.
Well,
I'm trying to figure what we were talking about that could have been referencing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure which is being referred, I'm afraid. Hello Muesli. Have you seen Snowpiercer? Yes. I've only heard good things about it, but I found it pretty poor. I get that it was being hyperbolic to explicitly show the themes, but that leaves the world fairly nonsensical, IMO. So funny story. I was watching Sean take down CinemaSins, and he points out CinemaSins is missing the forest for the trees in that movie, in that he's complaining that the train's mechanics shouldn't function, or at least the errors that come with that, you know, in the same way that we were doing with Underwater. CinemaSins complains about that, and it's clearly in relation to the... Everyone understands what the fucking theme is in Snowpiercer. It's not hard.
Wait, is Snowpiercer movie or
movie? Yeah.
Wait, I thought this was serious.
It's no movie. It became a series afterward.
Oh, okay. Because I've when I was watching wrestling, I saw ads for the series, so I was confused for a second. All right, go ahead.
There's loads and loads of trains, carts, carriages, whatever in the train. The ones at the back are all poor. The ones in the middle are like halfway. The ones at the top are all affluent, crazy people who like in restaurants and wear gold and bullshit. You know what they're saying. Very obvious. And so, talking about like the way that this world works and the viability of this train and the world surrounding it, I think really shows you how well they managed to couch this message inside this world. And like that's Sean's counter to CinemaSins. Like he didn't even realize what it represents. Like I don't think for a fucking second that anyone missed it. I just think it's more interesting to celebrate the stories that are actually functional on the surface level while giving you a message, instead of the ones that go, I don't know, fuck it, shut up. And this goes with stuff I like too.
I agree.
So
that's why we get upset when Star Wars world building gets all fucked up.
Or when Underwater doesn't do deep pressure-tisms properly. I would prefer that it did. And, you know, that's from my fucking layman understanding. Again, I don't want to be definitive. Like, if someone's out there's like, no, actually it makes super sense. I'd be like, alright. Sorry.
Well, now I know.
Yeah. Why do they keep getting fucking immunity pickups? Fuck you, game. Stop it. But, well, overall for Snowpiercer, I remember finding similar issues. I liked it. I can't remember how good I think it is anymore. It's been too long. How many are there left? 7. Again, the last spawns are actually like, they matter. They're not dumbasses. They do this on purpose.
Oh, you're doing the 100 TISM challenge.
Multi-man melee.
Multi-man melee.
There's only 1 left. Don't fuck me up. No, there's 2 left. Ah! Oh, please. Oh, thank fuck. Wait, it's not over? Oh.
I just walked into a fire. That was big smart.
There we go. I believe Falco is unlocked that way. Yay!
I am now going to the best area in Bloodborne.
Whoa!
It's actually not the best area because it's all of those sucker guys.
Sarcasm? How dare you?
Sucker guys.
Yeah, it's really great enemies. I'm really glad they implemented in this game. I'm lying, by the way.
Don't Molar, I saw Snowpiercer. It was awful. Oh, I've seen it. I don't remember it being awful. Like, good, jeez. Oh my goodness.
Jesus.
I mean, how bad could a sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory be?
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, that video.
Yeah, that's a great reference, Molly.
You've seen that video?
Yeah, I made it.
What?
I already said it was. I guess no one heard me. That's all right. That's fine.
Oh, well, I mean...
I will assume that everyone's reaction to you saying it would be what they would have said to me mentioning it.
There you go.
That wasn't too bad.
Everybody wins.
Oh, those enemies are so great. Fucking hell, man.
iMorbles, Ragtime, and guests.
Ragtime gal. Hello.
After EFAP 100, I decided to go back to learn the lore and in-jokes. 120 FAPs later on 16th of January, my journey is complete. Wow.
Wow, that is very impressive.
After 120 episodes, I'm a changed man. Thanks for the massive laughs, insightful commentary, and honestly, just some friendly voices on lonely days. Aw.
I'm glad you liked it.
No problem.
No worries.
No worries. Be happy.
Lumpy.
I'll go.
This is
Falco. Oh wait, I don't do this fucking mode. No. So many tentacles. So many possibilities. And yet no schoolgirls. Oh jeez. Such a disappointing, such gut-wrenching blue balls, and yet high rags.
Hello.
If there was a horror film called Splat vs. Galathar Skin Eater, where would it be set? Space, underwater, Jay's S&M sex dungeon, also high rags.
I think space.
Probably space. It has to be a cosmic event, right?
Yeah, I'm digging like an Event Horizon kind of vibe. Like some weird, creepy science thing has brought Galathar into Spart's world, and Spart's one of the crew members.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, that would just be like Alien, so...
I think it's
no point anymore.
Some kind of bedroom, because he just sleeps under beds. Bunk beds,
it would be the bed of the galaxy.
Also, this fucker just grabbed me without doing his stun move. I didn't even expect that to happen. What the fuck?
So sorry.
Oh. Why does the best shit always happen off stream? Like, there's 2 of those sucky dudes in the area. Okay. And they just spam the stun projectile over and over again. One after another, there's a pew, 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 pew.
Watching you talk about this makes me want to see EFAP movies or just a discussion on Dog Soldiers. Seriously underrated niche werewolf movie.
Dog Soldiers?
Dog Soldiers is awesome from what I remember.
Jesus, those...
How you doing, Metal?
I mean, you know how I feel.
Yep, they are.
Because you know those enemies, and there's 2 of them right now, and they just grab me over and over again. It's so much fun.
It's good design. You're just a sad man. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason why Dog Soldiers wouldn't be a potential possibility in future. I liked it.
Okay, can these... Alright, there you go. There's one. Please be the one with the key. Oh, of course you're not the one with the key. Fuck you, game.
I miss Al's Mouth of Sauron voice. Oh.
I don't have the microphone anymore. It won't happen again, sorry. Unless this microphone breaks.
You still got the Play Creations meme. You can all rewatch it whenever you want for that golden moment.
I'm sure I could get a software and emulator.
Dude, the frenzy mechanic can suck a big floppy dangus. It's such a stupid fucking mechanic. Frenzy, the thing that goes up from the winter lanterns. Or did I say it funny? Did I say, are you mocking me?
What the
fuck's
fucking
piece of shit? Not frenzy, frenzy.
Oh, frenzy.
Oh, cast, definitely.
Now I'm confused and drunk.
I'm assuming it means
frenzy. It sounds like you're saying Francie.
Fine. Yeah.
Hi, Theo.
Being bullied.
Theo says hi distantly. I can hear it.
Hello.
Rags, you don't have general empathy for people. Stop.
I know.
Empathy?
I'm not a very good YouTube video critic. I'm just basic empathy for other, dogs and also human beings is just. I don't know where I get off on that kind of attitude.
Yeah. God, you've already got so many of them. Well, alright. If you ever want an EFAP, a good video essay, I recommend Why Johnny Lawrence is the Better Sensei by Strife the Warrior.
Who's Johnny Sensei?
That's the thing that Jay pointed out one of those EFAPs ago, where people want to recommend something, so they just wait for an opportunity. They're like, you want a good video essay? It's like, well, I mean, we've seen a whole bunch, but thank you for the recommendation. How many gigs does it have, Fringy? Oh, I'm sure it's terabytes upon terabytes.
Terabytes? Now that's a horror movie.
Oh,
that could actually be a really shit horror film.
I feel like that probably exists. Terabyte.
Let me look it up. I'll find out. We'll explore here.
Otherwise, you should patent that, right? Before someone steals it. The story of a cybernetic attack. Pond.
It looks like it's a. Terabytes Robotics. I guess they're just a the Terabytes of Vehicle and Grand Theft Auto Online. Looks like some college group of people who build robots. Yeah, not as much as I thought there'd be. I think a lot more people would have capitalized on terabytes.
Oh, you little. Samus picked up 2 heals, but then Snorlax sat on it. Fuck you. Late super chat. I agree with Fringy about playable female characters being attractive but samey. Using Smash as an example, I personally like to go for very cartoony, heavy, or bulky characters to play as. Luigi, DDD, Yoshi, Wario. I guess Luigi counts as...
Mario?
Well, Wario is what they were actually going to reference.
Wow.
Well, he's slightly taller. Well, he's taller than Mario.
I guess, does Luigi count as cartoony? But at that point, surely Mario does.
Yeah, Mario surely is the cartoony one. Luigi's more,
well,
realer.
But for female characters, there's only around 3 or 4 original ones that fit, at least with those traits. Peach Daisy, Isabelle, and Power Suit Samus. Yeah, we need more diversity in our Smash games. More female monsters, too. Like a giant, disgusting creature, like, Galithar, but the girl version.
Galathier.
Galithara?
Girlathar.
Yeah.
Girlathar. Not bad.
That's Gala woman to you.
Sorry.
If you ever want an EFAP... Oh wait, I read that one already. Junji Ito / Lovecraft made horror where characters don't matter. It increases the horror. By the way, play Pathologic. I wouldn't go as far as saying they don't matter, unless it's in reference to, like, the universe or, like, to the reader. Characters are oftentimes, a POV. But, yeah, the idea that, like, you have to know them in order to understand the gravity of the situation. Gonna go ahead and say no.
No.
No. Zack Snyder sucks. Ignore the Snyder cut. Why anyone waste their money on that garbage is wrong. You can put lipstick on Movie Bar, but it's still Movie Bar.
Oh my goodness. Based on what I've seen, I've only seen Man of Steel, but holy fuck, that was bad, so...
And that's like the best one from what I remember. Of the Zack Snyder ones. This BVS.
That bodes not well.
Suicide... Well, not Suicide Squad. Justice League. You know what? We'll see. We'll see, won't we? We'll see. In a universe where lions can survive and maneuver in space, who would win? 1 trillion lions or the sun? Please discuss.
Probably the sun.
Probably the sun.
I don't think 1 trillion lions, even though that's super big, of course, I don't think that's big enough to, like, put out the sun.
No.
However that would even work.
Yeah, the sun, I think the sun's gonna dominate, honestly.
We need more lions.
Yeah, you're gonna need at least 10 billion, trillion, gazillion sun-sized lions to really fuck with the sun.
No bad. No
Maybe
bad,
I don't know, duck-sized horse. I could probably do it.
Quack.
That's the tagline for the movie. Quack. In space, no one can hear you quack.
In space, no one can hear you quack.
Oh, right on. Oh.
Yeah.
Captain's log. Stardate, January 23rd, 2021. EFAP 121. Message. Hi, Mola. Hi, Rags.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, at the end of that one about the lions, it said also hi, Rags. So there you go.
Oh, hey there.
EFAP quote without context. Yes, Ryan. Yes, Ryan. That's brilliant, Ryan. Come into my nose, Ryan. Jay. That's a quote from Jay.
I can believe that's
yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
Wouldn't need the context, it's fine. Haven't been able to do these lines in a while due to financial troubles, but I've been watching every episode. Good to hear. Hope you're still having fun. Appreciate any and all donations as well as, I mean, out of context quotes can be pretty darn amusing.
Oops.
Oh, I'm still alive, good. Did folks in Volcano cause the volcano? Well, you see, that was what was wrong with that movie. I needed Tommy Lee Jones to fucking have dropped C4 into the volcano and that somehow activates it, you know? That's would have made it better.
Oh no, what have I done? Well, at least my movie is interesting now.
What a terrible circumstance. I just think it would have been better if Cthulhu knew her personally and he had a grudge. He was jealous of
like
her promotion.
They knew each other. They were in a relationship. Things were fine for a while, but sort of had a rough patch.
You know how things are.
He was an interdimensional cosmic squid monster. She was just a girl. Yeah.
He has needs, okay? Like,
man's got needs.
Yeah. This sort of thing happens. We don't like to talk about it, but it's real. That's what I have to say.
Real cringe.
I would find a real Lovecraftian monster much more horrifying than aliens. I could believe there's weird aliens, but giant extra-dimensional creatures? Yeah. But if you find out there's more than one of them, it kind of, you know, it's no longer scary. Just the reality, you know? I asked a while ago your thoughts on Dark, and you said you liked the aesthetic and the atmosphere. Thoughts on the writing and time travel mechanics? I've said before, I got lost when I was watching it. I wouldn't be able to comment that anything is or isn't working in that. It's so, like, layered, and I wasn't absorbed in it enough. If I was to rewatch it someday, maybe. But yeah, I would rather not comment on the writing because I can't quite tell if I was impressed or not. But I really liked all the other production elements. I just, I think it was 2 seasons and a few episodes, and I eventually gave up because I didn't understand the stakes anymore. I was just like, stuff's happening, I just don't get it. Which, you know, can happen when you time travel a lot. But I've been told it makes a lot of sense. So I was like, alright. That actually helped. Filmento has some decent videos, but some bad takes. Yeah.
Yeah, clearly he has some bad takes.
Agreed.
Oh, fuck off, Ritas, you cunt.
Oh.
I agree. Fuck off, Ritas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck him and his cunt.
No.
Someone needs to tell this guy nobody cares about his underwater fanfiction. Hey, man.
Underwater fanfiction.
He needed to just... He had to contextualize it into a video, so he did. Were they mining unobtainium? I have to imagine, yes. Like, what else would it be? Yeah.
They have to get into mini Cthulhu's suits so that they could their soul is placed into suit where they can be Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
A gallon of water weighs 8.3 pounds.
Interesting.
Made a mistake.
Just finished watching Underwater so I can watch this. Good rat. I wish it were longer. An extra 30 minutes could really flesh out the characters and give spooks more room to breathe. Also, hi Rags. Yeah, like I said, I just wanted more of the movie. I liked it. I liked it. I want to see more
Yes, it is
stuff.
definitely a movie that I would want more of.
I'm 3 hours late. Fuck. Hi Rags.
Hey, and don't worry, you can always watch later.
Or
really,
you're not going
to watch
anywhere.
us sped up, and you'll be able to catch up to reality as it transpires. Love all you guys and find your streams to be hugely entertaining. Keep up the awesome work. I know it takes a lot of effort, but you often make my week 10 times better. Pandemics suck, and you make them less lonely. Aw.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear that.
Also, hi Rags.
Hey there.
Yeah, good to hear, man. And hopefully we come right through, and maybe even this time recommended a movie that you enjoy. Who knows?
Insane. But we always hate.
Nothing but hate. Yeah, I guess this would be another example of a stream where we defended a movie this time. How about it?
It's nice. It's nice to defend a movie instead of attack it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens. Here and
But like Underwater, nobody watched this stream, and it would be lost.
Oh, this would definitely be like a less engaged.
More
EFAP.
people watched our podcast than watched Underwater, so we're all good.
Yep. It equalizes.
So you got the likes to prove it.
I remember playing System Shock 2 and how it was ruined because you arrive well after the epicenter of the inciting incident and navigate its aftermath. Yeah, I mean,
fuck's sake,
there's so many properties he shat all over without even realizing it. It's funny. This is the problem. No thinking and redrafting about all the points you're making, because he clearly was like, you know, if it was when the explosion happened, this film would be good. And then his brain was just like, yeah, that's it. So really, what I've just figured out is that it has to be about the inciting incident. That's the key. Yay, advice.
Yeah, just start with Nora's character like picking herself up after the initial explosion or implosion or whatever.
Where they should have started the film was right before she blew up Cthulhu. That's where it should have been.
Yes.
Hi, you're probably wondering how I got here.
So, this is awkward. EFAP Longman takes are having a ripple effect over YouTube, but sadly some don't have their education and talent. I appreciate when EFAP does this because it's a huge learning tool for anyone trying to get into this niche. Well, well. I mean, I hope people find what we talk about useful, but you never know. I've been known to be one with Rags in destroying the art world and discussion of cinematic-tisms, so really, who can you trust?
We won't rest until reality is just a gray blob.
In our
no, not even
endeavors,
sadness. Sadness is an emotion, and art is very emotional.
Yes. In our endeavors to make everything make sense, hopefully everything will get destroyed. That's just, you know, the logical conclusion, right?
I think so, yeah.
Haven't seen Underwater since theaters, but what indication is there that the big boss monster is Cthulhu? Also, hi Rex. It wouldn't matter. I'm just calling him that.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. The director confirmed it out of the movie, but it doesn't actually matter. We just call it that.
Call it whatever you want. Big Daddy, John. It's fine.
But how did you know it was a threat, guys?
I don't know.
Did you know it...
You know those teeth? They look pretty big.
They were pretty big.
First 89 minutes.
Turn me into a hamburger.
I like burger.
Thoughts on Conthwoggledump?
Oh, he's my favorite.
What?
I have not witnessed or consumed Conthwobbledonk, so I can't really speak on it.
Conthwobbledonk.
I haven't tasted the Fobbledonk. What was it?
Conthwoggledump.
The way
is it like a Welsh word?
I mean,
is this a Welsh
it
like
could be a
dish?
king of Wales from ancient times. I don't know. Yeah, not sure about that one, but I agree. Lovecraft admitted he was wrong before he died. Well, is that like related to the meme about, was it Darwin? Fucking my RE teacher would bring that one up all the time.
Yeah, that bullshit.
It's just funny. They would use it for like every single thing he's ever done or said. They'd be like, he admitted he was wrong when he died, lol. Like, what?
It's not true, though.
Oh, my physics teacher was not happy that we were told that. I like it when teachers clash. It amuses me. Like, but you guys were supposed to agree. And so my child brain was exposed to nuance.
Guess it's time to fight Ludwig.
Literally just watched the movie and gotta say, pretty good. Ending was a bit meh though. Mole was right. TJ Miller's death was brutal. Yeah. And if you thought those things weren't a threat after that, I just don't understand how your brain works. I'm sorry. I just don't know.
Your brain doesn't work.
Oh no.
Your brain is supposed to tell you about, like, based on what you see, whether something's a threat or not. So if your brain is not working correctly.
The thing with zombie media is that half the time the world acts like they don't know what zombies are.
Yeah, I like it when zombies happen and they're called, like, zombies.
Yeah, there's
like werewolves and vampires and
there's
stuff.
often an effort to give them a different name for your IP. It's like, I don't want to call them zombies, I want to call them
They're walkers, they're shamblers, they're communists, or something.
Short of the Dead, it's Ed is like, Eddie Zombie's out there. He's like, don't call it that. He's like, well, what? That? Zombies? Ridiculous. Don't call it. Wouldn't even fight a single bug from Starship Troopers. Yeah, why would you? Exactly.
No.
Like, what the fuck? Those things are horrifying.
Yeah.
That argument was so bad. So wrong. And it's the kind that reminds me, it's like, I know you don't think this. Why did you say it? Come on.
I don't know how you redraft your script. You read this like, yeah, this is correct. This is
because
fine.
you don't have anyone telling you that it makes no fucking sense. You just type it out and you crap out your YouTube video, and no one ever tells you that what you're saying doesn't make any fucking sense and it's nonsense.
Oh yeah, and that video, by the way, is approaching 1 million views. That is influence
Jesus
right there.
Christ.
To tell people that movie fucking sucks. It's like, oh man, that's not fair.
That's the thing. Like, you don't have to have any talent to do this. It's just the truth. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is.
Especially in the movie no one has seen. People are gonna see this. It's like, oh, this sounds terrible. I'm not gonna watch that movie. While doing the movie a great disservice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Look at Rise of Skywalker's 1,000 Star Destroyers. Well, see, at the same time, I wouldn't want any one of those near my planet. It's like,
yeah.
Please don't. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, more than one. It's honestly, what was wrong with it? The more you talk about this movie, the more I'm itching to call it great. Like 8 out of 10, great. We settled on a 7, was it?
7, yeah.
Yeah, I could agree with that. It was really good.
Yeah, that's a good score.
I mean, that's higher than pretty much all the other movies I've seen.
It's way better than other films.
Watched Blind Manor and liked it a lot. Who'd be your top 3 characters? I'd pick Peter, Hannah, and Viola. Was strange when Danny got grabbed. Was that just plot armor? Also, Peter's mother needs a slap. True. Yeah, bit of plot armor. Definitely. Yeah. As much as her neck is probably thinner than Peter's, she hung on for a while. She was a little lucky there. Then, as for favorite characters, yeah, Peter and Hannah are definitely my top 2. I think Owen might be my 3rd.
Yeah, I think Hannah and Owen are my 2 favorites, I think.
Oh, you guys? Oh, Mulu.
Give me 1 second. I need to just dodge these enemies. So, favorite characters in Blind Manor. I really like Peter. He was really well established.
Yeah. They're all great.
Hannah is awesome. Owen is awesome. It's hard to narrow it down. They're already good. But I think I would go for like Owen, Hannah, and Peter, and probably Peter on top. I really like him as a quote-unquote villain.
Yeah, yeah. You there, Smiler?
Damn it, yeah, I just revealed I am. Yes, but I've not been paying attention, sorry.
That's alright. Favorite character from Blind Manor? If you have.
Oh, Probably Peter.
Yeah, I mean, he's a common choice. He's just really well characterized.
Yeah.
The thing is, a lot of them are in that show. I wouldn't want to be
Yeah.
mentioning these names as if like the others aren't good.
I love a good bastard.
Yeah.
I do forget his name. The Indian guy.
Owen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His puns are eye-rolling worthy. They're great.
Yeah.
Stop watching the stream to go and watch the film itself. It was pretty good. Glad I stopped to watch it. Also, this guy's a moron.
Yeah, he is.
I get it. The giant killer bugs on Skull Island aren't any less terrifying just because you can kill them dead with a Tommy gun. Exactly.
Oh yeah, that shit. Yeah, like Skull Island.
Those
I
things are
really
horrible.
loved that movie. And part of it was because the critters were fucking terrifying. Fuck being on that island.
So what? There's more of them. Is the point of this type of horror is she's supposed to kill them all? It's about escaping.
That's true. Yeah, it's not like it's a point scoring thing.
It's fucking amazing that critter. We got lost on a couple of the, but like his third act in that video was filled with craziness. Like the first one was just sort of he missed stuff, but later he started making arguments that transcend the fucking topic. What is the point of defeating any one enemy if there's more? Why would you say that? She didn't get eaten as a plus.
So is Rad's talking about the Peter Jackson Kong or the new one? Both.
Yeah, I remember liking the Peter Jackson Kong.
Yeah, I liked it a bunch. Both of those films do really good at showing how terrible that island is.
Cucked by the wall.
Skull Island spooky.
Deep Rising. Who cares that they killed a massive kraken? There's more monsters on the island they landed on. Exactly. I feel like this could just be infinitely applied. Not a good criticism.
Dude, there's like no worse feeling in Bloodborne when you try to hit an enemy and your hand just goes through the wall and it's like ting. It's like, well, I'm dead.
Yeah. Children of the Corn. Argument invalid. So many things invalidated.
Yes, yeah, I mean we had like a fuck ton of examples. So
Child of the Corn Kid is what they call him.
Corn Boy.
Corn Boy Jr.
Little Clord Boy. Pretty sure there are countless now extinct or living species that can tell you how scary one human with a stick and a rock is, let alone 12.
Yeah.
You wanna fuck with our sticks and rocks? Just try. You should check out Victor Frankenstein. It's as fun and goofy as Van Helsing and has James McAvoy suck milky fluids out of Harry Potter.
Oh my god.
Wow. Well, you know, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Put it on the list, I guess.
Started religiously watching EFAP about a month and a half ago. Currently up to episode 58. Much love from Channel Madness, all the way from Auckland, New Zealand. Hello there.
Kiwi.
Glad you are enjoying. And, yeah, that's the thing. We have a lot of lore on this channel, you know. A million Germans are something to be concerned about, but that doesn't make me fear metal. Crying frog-looking ass.
Crying frog? Oh no.
Fuck you up.
Do not you offense me. Why would you do this? Danny Glover killed a predator, but who cares? There are 9 more. Yeah, that's in the movie. I'm sorry. Like, I just didn't care when he killed them. There was just more of them. Total watching underwater now. Be back in 90. All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
I hope, yeah. I hope you enjoyed it.
Probably back already.
I thought Underwater was set in the Cloverfield universe. I don't think so, and I'm glad it wasn't fucking thrown into that selection of movies. Ew. I thought Underwater. Oh wait.
I shall do it back.
She did it for this reason, and she did it for no reason. Yeah, that part was baffling, man. He actually made that argument. Why save your friends, though? What is... You didn't explain the reasoning for that. I feel
his
like
argument... I was going to say, his argument would be that there wasn't enough characterization to know that she liked them or cared about them.
No, yeah, his argument was you couldn't be sure mechanically that what she would do would save them. That was it.
They weren't bumping uglies. How do we know that they cared about each other?
Well, yeah, he did suggest that fix, didn't he? Fortunate. That's like something he said in that video is probably deserving of the Hall of Fame for EFAP. I'm just not sure which thing. Recently rewatched Civil War. Seemed like Cap was trying to kill Spider-Man since he didn't know Peter could safely hold up the thing Cap dropped on him. I think he would have been able to tell already from the fight that they had. And he's on earpieces with Winter Soldier and Falcon. So he's probably already aware of how strong Spooderman is. Ah. Community does homage really well. The yeah, they have the I get well. So the homages in that are you talking about the episode long ones, like the D&D ones and the paintball ones, or specific references? Because probably pretty good on both. I don't disagree. Thoughts on The Deer Hunter? Personally thought it was one of the most overrated Best Picture winners with a ridiculous action scene and cast being its only saving grace. Damn.
Are you alright?
I have not seen it.
I haven't seen it since I was super young, so I can barely remember it. And
yeah, that's another Vietnam film, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, Platoon was always one of my own favorite ones. Although, well, Apocalypse Now is the one for me. But The Deer Hunter, I know Robert De Niro's in it, right? That's really all I can remember. Oh, and Christopher Walken, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember shit all about it.
The Russian roulette scene is like the iconic one, right?
Right. Yeah, it better be. It's on the poster.
EFAP Mini Blind Manor when? The show is great. Eventually. No promises on when that'll pop out, though. Muller, I just watched the John Ritter robot episode in Buffy, Season 2, Episode 11, I believe. What?
Hello.
So far, I just want more Giles and less everyone else. Also, hi, Rags. And M.
Hello!
Yeah, it's, you're still not quite out of the bad part of Buffy yet. You gotta get more time.
Whiskey. I did.
Whoa, you've drank enough, G-Man.
Whoa.
That's your opinion, and I don't appreciate that. Respect your opinion.
You appreciate my opinion? Thank you.
Yeah. But I don't respect it. I appreciate it, but I don't respect it.
As they won't do 30-hour streams to get to Super Chats, just take my money. Hi, Rags.
Oh, hello, and thank you.
Thanks. I never heard of this movie. After hearing you guys talk about it, I'll have to give it a watch. I mean, this is the thing. Not promising anything, but I reckon most would enjoy it. It's some fun.
It's pretty solid.
It's a hell of a lot better than he said it was. I'm just saying.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Venusaur, help. You know, Venusaur's a legend. I can save my ass. Charizard.
I mean, Venusaur.
Venusaur. Oh my god. Dude, Pokemon battles in this game are fun. Right, there I said it. Fuck him up, Bellawesome. Everyone knows Bellawesome is probably the best Pokemon.
Caramba.
Super Chats and Gaming, the pillow talk of EFAP. You know what? I'm not even gonna disagree with that. Harry Potter not good rat EFAP when? If ever we were to do Harry Potter EFAP movies, I don't even know that we would want to do that. How does that sound to you, Rex?
The idea of never doing it? Oh, that sounds pleasant.
You see, the Harry Potter movies are just nowhere near as good as the Resident Evil movies for entertainment factors. If you're not, you know, engaged
yeah,
with...
the Resident Evils know exactly what the hell they are, but I feel like the Harry Potter movies try.
Because I could go for another 10 Resident Evil movies, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Just keep giving me.
Yeah. If you told me that there was actually a lost Resident Evil movie we hadn't seen yet, I'd be like, oh, be right back. Stream's closed.
Give movie. In 1960... Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. Maybe one day. I don't know. Not really got any plans for Harry Potter. Just never cared about it that much. In 1960, the Trieste was the first vessel to reach the bottom of the Mariana Trench. When the ship hit the bottom, the 5-inch thick pixel glass window cracked, but nothing else happened and the crew lived. Jeez, that sounds terrifying.
Dude,
That's
terrifying.
Yeah.
Make that a film.
Dude, I just visibly detected the first phase of Ludwig. That never happened to me.
Yeah, if you use, like, you can cripple him definitely to the point of that.
I think I just never noticed that I can do that because I was just waiting at him because I was scared.
Mauler/Rags/whoever is still around. Have you seen Rooster Teeth cartoon Camp Camp? Only show they have I like now.
No, I haven't seen that.
I have not.
I have not.
Nah.
Oh, maybe. Oh shit. Live. 8080/Shiny chat went well. His tweet was a reference. Well, I'm glad that 8080 realizes that not everybody is Satan once you talk to him. Good for him.
Nice. What character development?
Definitely don't subscribe to Moodle's Twitcherino for only $5 and pop in on February 5th to wish him a happy birthday. I'd have sent this chat much earlier, but the YouTube bot is insane. Y'all. Damn.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be over there for that. February 5th. We're gonna do some things. Who knows what they'll be.
Come,
yeah, that could be one of
Spider-Man.
them. Ness. Yes. I have a thought experiment for you boys. You are given the chance to remake the Star Wars sequel trilogy, but the catch is that you need to make Jar Jar a Sith Lord, and you need to play it straight. How would you write it? Why would you present that like it's a sad, bad thing? That would be fucking awesome. I'll do it.
I'd kind of do it like we do with Palpatine, where we have him presented as kind of two people. You know, the Darth Sidious version and the Palpatine version.
Like
one where he's trying to present himself as a bumbling idiot, and the other when he can finally drop the guise and be his true self.
Yeah, that would have to be the
He
start.
goes into his room.
Probably,
oh, thank goodness I could finally stop pretending to be a retard.
Yeah,
I can finally be myself again.
I probably want to soften his accent for the reveal.
No.
But still maintain something of it in there probably, because he plays it up is the idea, right? And then yeah, we just have to have it so that he was just a pawn for you know, Emperor Palpatine, but now that Palpatine's dead, he can rise up.
Like play him like Gollum, maybe.
Maybe.
He's struggling with dual personalities, his inner stupid-ass Gungan side, and his evil Sith Lord side.
Gungans are just retarded. Like
Gungans are just fucking retarded. That's just how it is. He's like a genetic anomaly. He has an IQ of a high like 80, so he's like a genius amongst the Gungans.
Oh, he has learned the concept of lies. He's gonna become a Sith Lord. Oh no.
He's learned what lies are. He's learned that not all things spoken are true.
He's got unlimited power now.
Oh man, this would be funny.
All right, I'm gonna drop out now, fellas.
Alrighty.
Well, it's been fun, sir. We'll catch you around.
Yeah, no, it's been good. Yeah, thanks for having me back on. It was fun beating down him. I forget his name already. Filmento.
Beating him down. It's like, stop it!
Stop having bad opinions.
No, it's been fun, and everyone have a nice evening or whatever time zone you're in.
Absolutely.
Catch you later, dude.
Yeah, catch you later, guys, and ta-ra, chat.
Ta-ra is Welsh. It means fuck off.
Makes a lot of sense.
Thoughts on the upcoming Godzilla vs. Kong movie coming out? Personally, and Godzilla fan, I'm utterly terrified of its existence because it's gonna suck. Oh, it's absolutely gonna suck.
like the other one? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be terrible.
We'll be watching it the day it comes out. It'll be great.
Yay.
Underwater monster movies? You guys need to see Deep Rising by the director of Van Helsing. Hugely entertaining, well written, and criminally underrated. Didn't the other person say it was bad? Chat, you guys sometimes disagree, and that is unacceptable. But yeah, maybe we'll check it out. Who knows? Trying to learn OBS. How do you guys get your avatars to such high res, and how do you get a horizontal layout for them rather than vertical? So, I think I didn't even think they were that high res, honestly. There was.
It helps if you make them larger on your Discord window, I suppose.
Yes. I think they're the largest for my
yeah, I mean
Discord
the way I do it, my Discord is full screen on one of my screens, and then I just cut it out to be only the things.
So what you can do is in your settings to make your if you want to do a stream, go to your settings, then go to appearance, scroll down until you get to the zoom level bar, and if you zoom that into 200, for instance, the icons are much larger, so they will appear much clearer.
There you go.
That is an option if you want them to be really nice and clear.
And as for a vertical versus horizontal, you got to get into a private call. Just call people in your thing. Don't get into the server call list sort of things.
Yeah, and the other ones in the horizontal is probably the Discord overlay you're talking about. I think they appear horizontal and just pop up on the side wherever you want them to. I think I never used it, but I think I've seen it before.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the difference is we capture ours separately from the overlay. It's just it's a window capture, and then you do the chroma key and all that good stuff. I mean, I do the chroma key because when I do it on my streams, I only have the circles. Pretty sure you have like the whole thing, which actually makes it easier for editing funny stuff. I realized that while I was editing my highlights. I wanted to try the whole like circle thing moving around, and I realized now when I do that, I just have a black hole when I move them around.
Don't want black holes.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
What do you guys think is superior Zombo game mechanically, KF2 or Left 4 Dead?
Killing Floor 2.
Yeah, Killing Floor 2 is
Killing Floor 2 is really good. Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Fun.
I mean, the zombie mechanic. I mean, what does he mean by zombie mechanic?
Yeah, because I guess like.
Is it a comp for everything, or?
I imagine it would have to be Killing Floor 2 at that point, because the zombie mechanics aren't really much of anything in Left 4 Dead. They sort of run at you.
They run at you, and then you have like some specials that grab you. Huh. Yeah. Interesting question, actually. Huh?
Yeah, Left 4 Dead. It's still fun, but in terms of its mechanics, it's got issues.
I'm just the part where you guys talk about marketing right now, and I must say, I saw a lot of ads in the Parisian Metro, also high rags.
Hey.
Oh, they saw a lot of ads for Underwater in the Parisian Metro? I mean, like I said, I haven't seen it anywhere. I didn't know this film even was a thing.
You saw a lot of ads for Underwater Underground?
Oh. I just need to flood these places and it'll work real well. I'm thinking of doing an in-depth breakdown of video of Halo Reach's weapon sandbox and level design. Feel free to everyone to cyberbully my Twitter to keep me motivated. My DMs are open. And what the fuck? Cyberbully goes through, weapon goes through, but motivated doesn't.
Okay.
I don't get it. I'm not even gonna pretend to understand YouTube. Watch Spaceballs with Jay and force him to enjoy it. I don't think that's how that works.
What if I could?
That's actually a movie I need to rewatch still. I haven't watched that movie in probably 15 years.
Invite macabre storytelling. You'd get along. I will have to look into it. Sure.
We get along with a lot of people.
Yeah, most people that talk to us get along very well with.
So, EFAP, send me your Switch friend code and battle me in Ultimate. I'm alright.
All good.
Hey, you go beat a team of bots for a few years to train yourself up, and then go fight online against all those people out there who want to try and prove they're the best brawler. Be great. Oh shit.
Come yum, come yum.
Didn't say that publicly.
Come yum, come yum.
No! Thanks for suggesting I pause EFAP and go watch Underwater. Gripping and suspenseful. I loved it. Yay.
Nice.
Really glad to hear that. It's always good to be, to sort of feel vindicated in a way.
Yeah.
Well, what if everyone was saying it was shit? We'd be like, well, fuck you. What are you now? Mubes, if Rags were to permanently leave EFAP, would you get a new co-host or create a noob tube cast altogether and retire the EFAP name? Hi, Rags.
Hi.
So scenario, like, let's just go to the extreme so that it's the easiest. Rags fucking gets hit by a comet. It comes out, it just snipes him. It's God being like, fuck you, doggo. And then Rags is gone. I would probably retire EFAP for a while and then talk with the community and with other people about what people would want to see going forward, because I do kind of see it as myself and Rags is rather than a singular entity. But the idea of responding to video essays and stuff, like, of course that would transcend something like EFAP, and it would just be a matter of what everybody would want to do going forward. For reference, I wouldn't mind Rags carrying on EFAP if I was to be hit by Sniper God.
I don't think I'd kill if a sniper dog hit you. Then I wouldn't. I'd seek out justice.
No. You're gonna fucking roll up with that AR-15 into heaven, be like, "Fuck you, man." Yeah.
Fine. Did this.
Make for a good movie.
It would make for a good movie.
Rags, do you remember Brie Larson in Skull Island? Yeah, she's in it. She's the girl, if you will.
Yeah.
This is such a bad descriptor.
She's the girl. What do you want me to do?
The girl. I'm pretty sure she's the girl most of her life.
Shut up.
No, you.
You nitpicking.
Damn it, I did it again.
What if Rags made EFAP a failed Alien ripoff? Oh no.
Oh my god.
The Man Who Killed Hitler and then the Bigfoot for EFAP movies. I gotta see how that goes.
The Man Who Killed Hitler.
And then Bigfoot, yeah.
Dude, my hero.
Clearly an incredible movie. I don't even know
what a resume.
I'm so glad that he killed Hitler. He did something.
Mola, this movie has a woman in it. That must mean it's bad, right? Or does this mean Filmento just hates women? Clearly hates women. He hates underwater women. Holdo be like, who cares if you took out one of the dreadnoughts? There's more. Yep. Dude, Holdo would totally have agreed with Filmento. I'm like, oh my god, yeah, Alien is so much better, dude.
Failed Alien ripoff. Oh, EFAP's in space now.
Typical.
Little cringe-olons.
Oh my god, cheese. No.
I love cheese.
Try to take my cheese from me.
Cheese and lime. Cheese and lime.
Cheese from me.
Don't touch my cheese.
Hi Mola, just wondering if you've seen Overlord by Evan Royalty. It'd be cool if you check it out and gave your thoughts on it. Also, hi Rags.
Hi. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
I have no idea what it is, but
the weird Nazi experiment movie.
Oh, the J.J. Abrams produced one?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be neat. I think I saw the trailer.
Yeah, I was interested. We can see that sometime.
Yeah. Mola, knowing what you do about the Civil War comic, do you think it would be funny to see Disney try to adapt? I understand it is controversial. So what I know about it is that the conflict is over the names of the superheroes being known publicly. Maybe there's something else you're referencing that I'm missing? I'm not sure. Jar Jar's voice drops and loses the accent, lol. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different directions you could take it, actually. Pretty funny.
Just the actor. Who's up?
Enough of this bullshit.
He doesn't go by Jar Jar. My name is Jarthur.
Jarthur. Josimus. Don't fuck with him, that's the point. Oh, Bowser, why are you so angry? Opinions on King Kong 2005 is my favorite film that isn't Lord of the Rings, and I think it's terribly underappreciated.
Really? You think it's underappreciated? I don't know. I remember getting really good reception, and I don't hear people talking about it positively.
I do remember a bit of hate coming at it. A lot of people were like, oh, it's too long. Nothing happens for too long in the film. Like, I remember that. I remember a lot of people were like, felt the scene with the bugs was too jarring. I thought it was fucking crazy, scary, creepy.
Yeah, that was.
But yeah, I remember liking it a lot. I'd like to check that out again sometime.
Yeah.
I just got wrecked by the Gatling gun, Grandpa.
You deserved it.
He shot me right off the staircase in the research lab.
Deserved it.
It's quite thrilling, it was.
That right.
Yeah.
Check out Deep Rising, it's good. Alright, that's another one that's pro Deep Rising.
Oh, so many of
Mola,
those.
have you listened to the Dresden Files audiobook? Very good series and almost finished. I think you'd like the narrator. Oh, I know who narrates it. And I've heard that it is very good. I shall possibly check it out someday. Jar Jar's voice turns into Christopher Lee's. That's based. Best you could possibly get. I know Overlord is tied to Cloverfield universe. Oh. Alright.
Interesting.
I for one
Anyway.
I for one fear Jartha Jarmandius.
Jartha Jarmandius. I am Jartha Jarmandius.
Fear me.
I'm here to fuck you up.
And Misa is very displeased.
Misa gonna fuck you.
Oh no.
Misa gonna blow up 5 planets.
Jar Jar's voice turns into Chris. Oh yeah. What are your favorite cheeses? I am partial to pepper jack and sharp cheddar, but I also like Gouda and Havarti as well.
Honestly, I'd probably say American and Brie.
I just don't have a favorite cheese. I like a lot of cheeses. I'm sorry. I'm so uninteresting on this topic.
I mostly, yeah, Gouda is a good one. It's always funny to me how that's pronounced in English, by the way. In Germany, you say Gouda.
Gouda.
And yeah, mozzarella cheese, I like that one, especially on pizza. I think it's pretty good.
Mozzarella's good.
Yeah.
I think my least favorite cheese are really sharp cheddar, like sharp cheddar. I don't really like cheddar cheese that much at all. And the sharper it is, I don't really care for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a huge preference when it comes to a cheese. I possibly would have eaten one and been like, ew, I don't like this one, without even knowing what it was.
Another one I like is, I mean, it's called Emmentaler in German. What's in English? Let's see.
I think American cheese is
quite... it's Emmental.
Where it's appropriate. Like, I would never want to make a pizza with American cheese on it, but American cheese isn't like you don't have just American cheese. You have it on a burger, or it's something like that. You have it on an omelet
or a plum.
There are a few things I
don't know why. I think plum is such a funny word.
Oh, I'm totally using that as an insult, and my voice script has come up already, calling someone a plum. Fucking plum.
Fucking plum.
Some people are like, oh, you make such great insults. I'm like, called him a plum. I don't know. It's just, well, like, if it works.
Bow down, bow down.
Oh man. Get wrecked. Wait, I gotta kill him twice? Bro, I gotta kill him at the same time?
Don't do it, it's a trap.
How the fuck am I gonna time this? Oh wait, oh, well. Oh, have I gotta survive them? That's probably what it is. Oh, I'm dead. Wait, no. What is my challenge right now? I should have read the event.
Dude. So I was walking down one of those staircases in the research hall, and my character randomly jumped because apparently I hit the button twice. He jumped, got bounced off one of the weird enemies, and just bounced to the right for a while and just fell off the fucking staircase. It looks so fucking funny.
Right, I won.
It's just like bounce.
KO more Jigglypuffs than they do. A strange challenge.
The Jigglypuff genocide.
Genocide. Goodbye, Jigglypuff. No one likes you.
See ya.
Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Fear, Jartha Jarmandius. Oh yeah, favorite cheeses. That was the last one. Yeah, I hope that was a satisfactory answer for the favorite cheeses. I just,
I like most cheeses, but I think those two are generally my favorite. It's probably because I have a lot of. It's probably the most common cheese I have is American cheese because I don't generally have lots of cheese, but when I do, it's on burgers and omelets.
And plums.
And plums, of course. I love me a good cheesy plum.
I also like cream cheese a lot. Cream cheese is pretty good.
What about cream of plum?
Yeah, like a nice cheesecake.
Oh, dude, I love cheesecake. Cheesecake is good shit.
Cheesecake is delicious, like especially when it's got the granola crumbs on it, and it's got the raspberry stuff in there. Oh.
You can do a lot of different things with cheesecake.
Oh yeah,
that was my kill.
Really,
you
I
stole
should
it.
make one for my birthday. I want cheesecake now.
Oh, what? Okay. The ultimate cut for. Sorry.
What noise was that? That like.
It was just a mumblo noise.
Spelling a demon takes a lot of concentration, I'm so trash at Smash games. Take some money in my honor. Oh, don't worry. I'm like one of the best, as you've seen. Just nothing but the top gameplay.
Liar.
Jigglypuff, come back down so I can kill you. Oh. No.
Oh, hello, living failures. How you doing tonight?
Failure. Oh.
Bolt.
Stop escaping me. Jigglypuff. The Ultimate Cut for King Kong 2005 is out on 4K Blu-ray now, by the way. The Ultimate Cut.
What about the Ultimate
Superman
Cock?
in it? Oh, nice.
Ultimate Cock.
Estelle.
Ultimate Cock out now.
Oh, good, Jigglypuff. Good. I'm searching for Civil War comic synopsis. People also ask, is Captain America a virgin? Can bullets kill Captain America? Who asks this? Hey, I think it's fair to ask if bullets can kill him. They should probably have figured it out already, but hey. As for, is he a virgin? Some people just want to know.
Come yum, come yum.
Rags, can you be omnipotent?
I cannot be, no.
Well, I'm not even trying.
I was gonna say.
I know sometimes I can give the appearance of it, but no, I'm not actually. It's all just to the casual observer. I might seem omnipotent.
I could, I just don't wanna.
Imagine not being omnipotent. Cringe.
Yeah. Weird to think how old consoles are. Wait, did you want to say something else?
Something about omnipotent. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Don't worry about it.
Shut up! I'm drinking.
Omnipotent. Your cheese name is. Sorry, your cheese hame is weak.
Cheese name is weak. A cheese game?
I guess it's supposed to be game. I prefer hame. Or cheese hame.
Your cheese name is weak.
Hey, I'm very simple with my cheese. I don't like all those fancy cheeses.
I'm simple with my C's.
Oh my good god, this one's fun. Weird to think how old consoles are in relation to your life. I don't consider the PS4 old in a vacuum, but I came out when I was in year 11, which I do consider to be a long time ago. I'm 23 this year. Oh yeah.
Oh my god, fucking wrecked.
Like I look at metal and I'm like, oh my god, I hope I never get that old.
You will though.
No.
Oh god, it's gonna get 30. The big 3-0.
No. Since Jar Jar was played by a black guy, can he say the N-word? Absolutely.
Yeah, and the J word.
Yep, with a hard J.
Nigeria.
Not a J. A J. Not a hard J like an orange.
These live EFAPs have been doing a number on my phone's battery lately, so might just throw super chats at you and then watch them non-live later. Very well.
That's the most recent one. Oh my god.
Which means I'm going to try and tackle a chunk of the Streamlabs ones to get us a big old catch-up for them.
Shit, yo, shit.
So, they start at the 27th of the 11th, So, but we should be able to get through them relatively quickly. P.S. I should add to my final Dark Souls conquest. Did it on mouse and keyboard. I bought a controller specifically for DS, but I hated it. It's also frustrating when people explain how to do stuff by saying press R1, etc. I don't know the PS controls. I mean, you can find out, you know? Someone says press R1, you're just like, where is R1? And then you're like, oh, it's right there. You just Google it. You're gonna want to learn the controller, you know? It'll help you out.
You idiot.
Whoa.
Yum.
Sorry.
Greetings, Longman, co-hosts, guests, and chat.
Nah.
Would you be so kind as to wish Myra J a speedy recovery?
I hope you get better soon, Myra J.
I hope you're better already because it's been almost 2 months.
Yeah, I feel like you should have recovered, hopefully.
Oh yeah, because we're doing the Streamlabs ones. Yeah, I hope you're better.
Yeah. But a speedy recovery regardless. She went through surgery and is currently recovering. It would raise her mood. Oh, I'm sorry we didn't get to that one as fast as... would have been preferable. I hope she's doing alright.
Yumbo.
I am sorry, not sorry, for the monstrosity you are about to read after this. I could try and explain it to you, but that would ruin the surprise. Besides, you not knowing is part of the fun for me. Okay, so this is, they sent something, some stuff. I guess I'll just read it. Looking for a tasty snack? You woe and wobble wound the patch. Orange Wando Boy. Wando Boy, maybe. But you're just mad. You think you're super spooky. You never understand. Wotund Whittle Squashy One. He's an evil boy tonight. He'll bite you toes, and then you know, eyes so full of white. That's the first part. You can tell this is an adventure.
Oh my god.
Gummel all you might, terrorize the neighborhood on this Halloween night. Wotund Whittle Squashy One, you never understand. You think you super spooky, but you just mad. This is just people send this in, you know. I just something that happens.
What?
Ian Orange Woundo Boy, he woe and wobble wound the patch, wooking for a tasty snack. Oh, spooky kooky pumpkin. Pumpkin.
We're getting a seizure just listening to this.
Gobble all you might, terrorize the neighborhood on this Halloween night. Alright. Well, that happened. Now that that's out of the way, is it normal for a random listener to ponder if the really weird messages make you read might contain secret messages in them, and that some cartel or syndicate is just using you to pony information to each other? You know, if that's what they want to use me for, then fine. I'll pony information from one side to another through Super Chat catch-up on Super Smash Bros. Melee. That's just... You gotta help out a lot of people, you know? During the Portal race with Metal, you mentioned a DS1 race between you two and Fortier. Is that available to watch anywhere? I don't think so.
I'm afraid that's lost to time.
Yeah,
and
I don't
to
remember. Was that did I stream that on Twitch or YouTube? I can't remember.
What now? The race?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think they were still on Twitch.
Well, yeah, that would be lost to time, I'm afraid. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, my part is definitely lost to time, because Twitch only archives the VODs for 30 days, which I went on to just save them all on my YouTube archive. So it's just nice to have if you want to watch them back at some point.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Molbler. It's me, person who recently finished DS1 all bosses because of your series. So,
sick.
For some reason, I just finished DS2 all bosses in 51 hours. DS2 took me 2 years. Oh, sorry, DS1 took me 2 years. I suffered through DS2 in 6 days. I don't know why. Time to rewatch your series again. If you played the first one, then the second one is a good chance you just were more prepared. But,
oh yeah.
You know, some places can take some time in DS2. They can, you know, it's possible.
Possible.
Hello, Enheimer, Rags and all.
Oh, hi there.
On EFAP 2 or 3, Rags told me specifically not to destroy any Star Destroyers. Well, I was setting up some new light fixtures in a toy shop when a screeching Norwegian kid ran straight into the ladder I was standing on. It says 1 out of 2, but where's the rest of this? Oh, knocking the ladder into a display case, shattering a Lego Star Wars Star Destroyer, and me to the floor. So now I have a broken bone in my right hand, and I can't work for 6 weeks. Worst part is that I can't game, nor can I have a decent wank to pass the time. Aww.
Oh, well,
Feels bad, man.
yeah, that feels bad, especially the can't game part.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're better by now, right?
Yeah, you think so? Yeah, you should be back at it.
Back to wanking.
Back to wanking and gaming and wanking. Game and wank. Mr. Game and Wank.
Yay. A tism among massives. Going to enjoy this stream while I work. I don't even know which one that's referring to, but I accept.
I accept.
No. Please watch Stargate SG-1, Season 2, Episode 19, One False Step. If you like it, consider the rest of the series. Anyone here know anything about Stargate?
I watched a lot of Stargate back in the day, but I don't remember any specifics because I was young.
Those would suck.
Yeah. I remember it having a bunch of really funny stuff in it, though. Like some pretty good comedy bits.
Sweet.
I remember one thing where it's like, this device can go through anything, and the colonel just says at some point, it's like, it can't go for anything. Why is it just standing on the floor right now?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard different things from different people. I don't know if I'll ever watch it, though. A big possibility.
I always found that funny, because like, yeah, why isn't it falling through the floor right now?
So. Aha, your Blastoise isn't even going to affect me.
Whoa.
Oh. Oh, no, it did. Oh, wow. Oh, we have 3 lives, huh? Sweet. Greatest gaming fall from grace. BioWare, Blizzard, or CDPR?
Florms.
That's one that I would probably need to remind myself on all of the things that each of them have done in totality.
What BioWare, CD Projekt Red, and who?
Blizzard.
Ooh, I think I might go with BioWare. Then again, Blizzard is that's really tough. I put it between Blizzard and BioWare. I might go with Blizzard.
Got a few votes for Blizzard
I don't know.
in chat.
Yeah, I don't know. That's actually legit really tough.
Fucking hell. Bot is beating the shit out of me. Yeah, I can't really choose. Like, I would rely on other people who know the full stories of each of them. I just need to go into full detail on each. Probably not CD Projekt Red, because I feel like there's a legacy with the other two that is a bit longer, but then again...
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't choose them myself.
Again?
It's Dark Souls donations guy again. Just to clarify, I had no knowledge or interest in DS prior to your series. I just came across it because I thought Bloodborne looked cool and watched H-Bomb's video, so thanks again for giving me the motivation. Fair enough. I like Dark Souls, so that's a fun result of, you know, you watching those videos.
Oh my god, I was so lucky.
I always figured those videos were really weird to someone who hasn't got any experience with Dark Souls, but, you know. Whatever works. Go away, Zelda. God.
Zelda.
He's really having trouble with these things.
Damn. Dude, living fairs are really aggressive right now. Kind of crazy.
Where are we? I am in debt to the government for my education, and I haven't watched you guys since the coof broke, but I still graduated college. Please spit this meager money to Papa Gundam and Rags and Mola. You guys are a bedazzled jewel. Fuck Newark. NJ.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings to the esteemed coalition of Longoids. Did any of you see the trailer for the new Tom and Jerry movie? For me, none of the gags had the hilarity/impact of the OG shorts, and hearing Rihanna's name is not something I ever wanted in Tom and Jerry.
Oh.
I
want
haven't seen
that
any of
either.
it, honestly. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I hope it's anywhere near close to the original. I guess. Wouldn't hold out hopes though. You know how it be. Whoa! Ow! That actually killed me. Hi Mola. Any chance you could change the on-screen chat from top chat to live chat? I need Moolah viewers to see me curse. God damn it. I figured top chat's probably the safer choice in terms of it's like a basic filter for YouTube. So, you know, in case of, because whatever may or may not come through. It seems to work pretty well. We've been doing it since the beginning, you know? But some stuff is like blocked out because it is two of it. Unfortunately, it doesn't block out spam. You'd think that would be one of the things it would do. 5 days ago, I lost dozens of my favorite videos in the blink of an eye, and the world just fucking watched.
Whoa.
Sounds awful.
That sucks.
Me during Mango Season 2 finale. Nor.
Mango.
It says Mango. I'm sure he meant it.
Fuck
wait,
you, Mango.
Wait, he's been ruined for 5 years. Why do I care? Well, some people think that it's a little bit of a unruination, you know? Oh man, I just wasted a Pokeball.
Idiot.
I'm sorry. Oh, really? I probably should have seen that coming, honestly. My bad. Die, Zelda. By the way, your coverage of Mango is so cathartic. I can't stand how much everything sucks. Everyone sucks this trash show's dick. We certainly didn't.
Not us. I was happy to crap on it early.
Mm-hmm.
Cause it bad.
He's very
I'm gonna fight Maria.
Wow. Happy birthday / shout out to Dr. Strange, a respected member of the EFAP community. Wonderful. Hello. Unfortunately, I'm going to skip this EFAP. You guys all make valid points, but I'm already bummed out after what's going on with CD Projekt Red / CP. I think... I'm not sure. CD Projekt Red, CG Projekt, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I love the game and think it has a lot of potential with lots of bug fixes and features, though. Yeah. I think that's kind of the conclusion we had. Not love the game, just that it had potential.
Yeah.
The long man prefers the holiday with a skeleton and a gas mask is received positively, and the dogger prefers the holiday with turkey and children. So predictable, so cliche.
Turkey and children.
Like Jay Longbone voting for Black Friday. Get Fringy and Shad to watch the Big Les show with you. It's a funny Australian cartoon on YouTube made with paint. Episodes are bite-sized and very short. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
From Bobulous.
To check that show out.
So I don't know what is happening here. Someone has sent in like it's like an essay but split into $1 parts through Streamlabs, which gets you a paragraph. So it's just like this huge series of things.
Oh boy.
Story?
A story?
I'm not sure. It's
like a tale, narrative of a story?
I'll read 3 of them and then let's see how it goes, I suppose.
Maybe if they're really good, I want to know the ending.
We're living in a shopping mall with plans to expand to the galaxy, becoming awesome and deforming the turf, extorting the earth and taking her for all it's worth. Life is hard, but embrace that bitch before you part ways, before we falling apart. Everybody want to feel completeness, so we be coming together before we be leaving in pieces. I'm one version of human being. Billions of them on a big rock made up of blue and green. We've all got the same stupid dream. The insignificance of me is just one person. We gave birth to a cancerous growth, but if it bleeds, we could kill it. Coat hanger approach. Abandon all hope. The world keeps hands on my throat. Me in reality about to make plans to elope. Wait a minute. That sounds vaguely familiar. I wonder if these are lyrics. Sounds like bad rap music.
They sound like lyrics.
Sold my soul for a very small portion of gold and spent Sunday on the floor with a porcelain bowl. Vandalism's like a plague I saw everywhere that I roll. Corporate marketing want to stare at your soul. Intimate details of what's buried beneath. Promising to fill my lack. Temporary relief. Falling down by fence. I'm John Joseph. Listen, show gratitude, focus, demanding respect, but your attitude hopeless. Cancer, cirrhosis, Holocaust, homicide, opus, crops getting demolished like locusts. How much of this? Like I don't know.
I don't get it.
I guess it's a song someone's just posted. They wanted to read out all of it.
Oh my god.
You know, I don't know. There's a lot of this. I think I'm just gonna skip to the end. It's all very strange, you know. Wouldn't want to set a precedent of sending in songs that I read out or something. But I appreciate it, I suppose. Eminem? Is it Eminem? Yeah, I don't know. I hope you guys had a good Christmas. Don't know if Rags has a Streamlab, so please split it between you and the doggo. Of course,
I do not have a Streamlabs currently.
Happy New Year, Mola and Ragu the Fagu.
Well,
whoa. Ooh,
thank you.
This says, I bet you read it in February. No, January. Get fucked. Yep. Sorry guys, these Gal Gadot clips convinced me to watch the movies. They were hilarious. Oh, when we were showing her acting. Yeah, it's phenomenal. She's quite something. And it was funny because
attractive.
We'd done all of that, and then Gary joined, and one of the first things he said to compliment the movie was like, "She does a good performance." It's like, oh.
Who? Wonder Woman? Gal Gadot?
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people like her, and I think they can mistake that for a good performance.
Oh yeah, she's likable, but she can't fucking act to save her life.
Yep.
I say it's a good thing she's hot.
You know what? That's all you need sometimes. That's all you need. This Wonder Woman grape stuff makes me wonder, would you say Faith grapes Riley? Either way, she's still best girl. That whole situation has a lot of consequences and discussions in relation to that. It's a very complicated one. But kinda. There's elements going on there that are... It's hard to definitively figure out because it involves fucking magic. Your critiques are poor. You're not an interlocutor. Oh, man.
That's so fucked up to say.
It's a little bit harsh.
Pretty fucking rude, if you ask me. But,
or Rags, because why not? Hey.
Oh.
Belated New Year's wishes about the concept of sadism in games. Would it not be interesting to have a game about interrogating a terrorist in which you could consort to torture to save lives and your character would need to deal with the psychology of it? I mean, there's a movie that makes me think about that called Unthinkable. But yeah, there's lots of contexts where some really horrible torture could, you know, be necessary toward a goal in a game or just a story in general. It's like, sadism. It's like, no, wait a second. There's something to this. I fucking laser this asshole to death with my laser sword.
Dude, Link is kicking Link's ass.
Well, one of us is gonna win. I can tell you that.
Nice. I agree with that statement.
Oh, he's a higher bot difficulty than I usually fight, so I'm really bad at this. I'm just like, please stop beating me up. Give me a bomb. Oh shit. You could call that a bomb. Come on, Link. Ugh. Great, I'm still a life behind. I guess I didn't really want a bomb.
Grew a bomb.
Play Battlefront 2, the good one of course, as Empire on Polis Massa. Play as a Dark Trooper, go outside, suffocate and die, visible confusion. What? Oh. Well, you know, it happens. Oh yeah, that one right out. By the way, if you play Dark Forces, you'll learn that Dark Troopers are made of a metal called Frick. P-H-R-I-K. Also, Dark Forces is the best Star Wars shooter. Fight me, Republic Commando Simps. Oh my god. Don't do it. My sister told me while I was bashing Wonder Woman that since I haven't seen the movie, I shouldn't have an opinion on it or be telling people it sucks, if I already know the details of the writing. Thanks to you guys, can I not have an opinion? Hi, Rags.
Hi, you can definitely have an opinion.
I mean, if you have all the information... This is the thing. Whose opinion do I value more on Underwater? Someone who watched this whole stream, or someone who watched the film? It's like, well, that's interesting, because fucking Filmento apparently watched it. A lot of good that did him.
He got a lot of stuff just flat out wrong.
So, it's clearly not about watching it, it's more so about, did you fucking pay any attention? Or do you know the references? Obviously, it's preferable.
Cock!
It's preferable to cock. But, like, yeah, preferable to watch it, but I mean, if you know, like, the full context of, like, the rape thing in Wonder Woman, you can fucking talk about it. Someone says, like, no, you have to see it to criticize. Like, nah, bullshit.
Oh.
Go, Weezing. Fuck him up. Oh, you got fucking... They spawned an invincibility tism on top of him. That's some bull whizzlets. Oh, that's
Check that back.
Take it to the store. Ah, damn it. Mola, I humbly request you permanently disable YouTube Super Chats and keep them exclusive to Streamlabs. None of us have the right to bitch about YouTube censorship, but we're fucking finding it with YouTube taking 33% of our Super Chat donations. Also, hi, Rags.
Hi. No.
Yeah, I mean, why would I... if people want to give through the Super Chat system, then they can.
I mean, it's easy for you to say.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
I just don't see what will be the problem. Like, it's essentially a deal you make with YouTube at this point. I don't think it's the most fairest of splits, but I mean, if that's how they want to do it, then that's how it would be accepted to be. And if people didn't know it when they give Super Chats, that's I don't think that's anybody's fault. But a lot of people give, I think, knowing that. YouTube do take a chunk. And if you don't want them, well, if you want them to take less of a chunk, you can do it through Streamlabs.
Yes. Or directly to our PayPals or Patreon.
Subscribe Star as well, yeah.
Subscribe Star, yeah, absolutely that too. There are definitely alternatives. This is just the easy built-in way, which is why I understand. I use it for other people. Sent some super chats the other day to someone. It's just right there. It's easy. It's quick.
Why? Damn, he's letting me hit.
I feel like all these strings don't give me my peak performance right now.
Pasta, but unironically, I've lost all respect for you, Anomaly. This is an utter embarrassment on your part, choosing to be blinded by hate. I've never thought of you as more of an idiot than right now. Your defenses are poor. Well, well.
Well, there you go.
Oh, he died. Dang, good. The post-credits of Mango Season 2, a character that died in Mango Season 1 teams up with a character that died in Return of the Jedi to kill a character that died in Return of the Jedi. I mean... It makes sense. Shut up. No one's ever really gone.
Mysterious ways.
God damn it.
Ooh. Come at me, bro. Oh, what bullshit. I did not. I like tapped it. I didn't fucking. Whatever. Where are we? But don't forget it's a federal crime to feel this damn good in a very short time. I'm born to roll like master. I guess this is one of the song lyrics. Just slipped it.
Alright. You forgot to tag it. So it slipped through.
Hello, Mubshka Lloyd. Can you guys EFAP movies, the Mario Brothers movies from 1993? It's one of my favorite movies ever, purely based on how stupid funny it is. Greet the Shrimp Warrior and kick Jay gently. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably check that one out eventually. See why we wouldn't. Mario movie's quite a funny.
Come.
Whoa.
It's a funny one.
Fuck me, that was a embarrassing death. Luckily no one saw it. The anime monster has its issues. Roberto is poorly motivated / explained and often used to justify situations that don't clearly make sense considering his character / orders, as well as coincidences and contrivances. A subjective 10 out of 10, objective, I don't know, 7 maybe? Well, I can't comment on Monster. I'm sure people in chat will have things to say about it. They'll be like, how fucking days. Hey Mola, have you seen The Man from Earth 2007? If so, thoughts? Also, if Rags is there, I acknowledge his presence.
Oh, well, I did the same to you.
Man from Earth, I think that's the David Bowie film. It was weird. I saw it once, and artistic is sure what they'll say. Artsy. Strange plotline. I think he's like an alien. I can't quite remember. But yeah, there you go. That was my epic review.
That was a pretty epic review.
Thank you. Fuck you, Lang.
Fuck you, Lady Maria.
Oh man. Dude.
She killed me 4 times before I killed her. That's what she did.
Holy Mongolius. Hey Rags, I didn't enjoy Soma since I had my answer ready to every question it asked. It never required me to think or reconsider anything. Just fill in my pre-made answer.
Eh?
I would not call it objectively bad, but I found it very little to enjoy about it. Man, I'm so glad you got all that figured out. I'm so sorry that Soma wasn't able to challenge you. It's just, you know, we'll try and catch up to you one day. Maybe Soma 2 will blur the line between what is what is and what is who is. But yeah, if you're like super comfortable with the choices you made in the game because you've thought about those sort of situations prior, then yeah, it might not do what it's gunning for with a lot of other people. Please die. No, we're behind. I'm gonna have to restart. This is like something I'm gonna have to concentrate on, I think. Watch your long fucking vids almost every night, just vibe and appreciate the content. Wow. I'm glad you're vibing. Yeah.
Every night. Yeah, boy.
Hi, Rags.
Hey.
My last message about Monster was spur of the moment. After internally redrafting and sleeping on it, recalling stuff like the Bonbon incident, I'd say objective 7 out of 10 is far too generous for Monster, but it's one of my favorites. But I unrecommend it.
Oh.
Alright, well. This has been a roller coaster of takes.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Phlegmisms in my throat.
Do you really want to Soma 2, Mola? No. Fuck no.
Just leave it alone. It's fine.
Then we got a lot of song lyrics again. I'm trying to figure out where the questions start again. Unemployed, praying for death, asbestos, life sucks, then you die. One of those things you probably... Okay. Oh. I think we have caught up to the Streamlabs. Which means I will refresh today's stream, we'll get them done, and we'll probably call it there.
Oh my glorms.
Anyways, now that you longoids finally read my Dino Fun Fact, how long has that been anyway? 4 months? Next time for the next one to be continued. Oh my god. More Dino Fun Facts along the way. Check out the movie Source Code by Duncan Jones. That is the Jake Gyllenhaal movie, right? The one where he's on like a train.
Source Code? Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was interesting.
I can't remember if I thought it was good, but I definitely saw it.
I liked it. Yeah, I liked it. So
I'm pretty sure I liked it. I remember being very intrigued. Because like, isn't the idea that is he dead? I can't remember. I probably shouldn't say actually in case spoilers.
Yeah, I'd recommend people give it a look.
Oh.
Spoilerheimer.
Fucking... I can't complain, we both died. What is y'all opinions on Ad Astra? Did you see that?
I liked it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. What's the premise? What's the happy haps?
Yeah.
A man goes into space to search for his lost father, and it's presented in a very realistic, probably, depiction of what futuristic space travel will sort of be like. Where going to the moon is like a normal thing, and then the further you get out, the less commercialized it is. I would recommend it.
What did you like about it?
I liked the presentation of the world. I liked the music. I liked the guess I like the message, like the theme. But it's been a while since I've seen it. But yeah, I like its pacing. So yeah, there you go.
Fair
I like
enough.
that Astra. Yeah, I like it.
What about
I
Pepe?
liked it.
No, I said epic, not Pepe.
No, I just wanted to make sure. If anyone mentions Pepe, I want to make sure he's okay.
Oh, he's fine. He's chilling. He's just vibing.
Damn it. Fuck you, it's my Pokemon. Hi Mola, I was referring to the SCP Overlord, not the movie, but I'd love to hear what you think of them both. And if you could do it on EFAP, hi Rex.
Hi.
SCP Overlord, I have no idea what that is. But I mean, we could check out that Overlord movie for EFAP movie sometimes.
I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah. I gotcha. And I drank some milk. Fucking teabagging.
Milk.
Bilbo T. Baggins.
Bilbo T. Bagginsworth. Attack on Titan is actually bad. Character IQs fluctuate to make the story more dramatic.
Oh, bye.
Well, you know, I hear good things a lot, so I'm sure that's a hot take. Like, everyone's been seeing lots of tweets about how good Attack on Titan is. Mel, that's like your favorite show of all time, right?
Sure.
A Toucan Tootin.
It's actually on my... I'm probably gonna watch that after I finish Baki the Grappler.
Sounds fake.
Baki the Grappler is actually awful, but I still watch it because it's funny. And the fights are kind of fun. But man, it's a fucking mess. It makes no fucking sense at all.
Still believe me. Dude, the way to kill this guy is just down A's. He doesn't seem to dodge him. Weird.
Come.
Source code, omnipotent.
Stop losing, you nerd.
I know. Hey, Muller, if you want an interesting horror show, see, there it goes again. If you want, it's like, wait, I don't know. I'd recommend the Cerulean Frequency / La Frequencia.
Cerulean? Is that what's supposed to be?
Well, it's spelled with a K. Cerulean.
Oh.
On Netflix and YouTube, 8-episode total, I guess. Yeah. Well, if I'm in the market for a girl spooky horror TV show, I will possibly check it out. Yeah. Hot take for the characters is basically, I didn't care about the Jedi who died during Order 66 because we didn't know them. Oh, his take for the characters. Like I said, you can morph and stretch a lot of what he said into some things that would just take down shit tons of really awesome stuff. It was strange. Are any of y'all Dawn of War fans? 1 or 2 Warhammer?
I played a lot of the Warhammer 2 one, the Total War ones. Fun stuff.
I never played them.
Yeah, I got nothing on that one. Fuck you, evil older Link.
Whoa, racism.
Oh, Pokeball, don't fuck me up. Velocity. Oh, you know what? That's fantastic, actually. No, wrong move. Fuck you. Go to sleep, you... Wow. I pretty much wasted Bellawesome. Oh, you know what? That was my fault, too. Oh, he killed himself. Sweet. There you go, guys. That's how you win.
Great success.
Fun fact, did you know that there's a dinosaur named after Godzilla called Gojirasaurus? And it is believed that the fossil they found was a juvenile, so some paleontologists claim it could be as big as a Spino or a T-Rex. Whoa. That's pretty cool. I like it. I sent a Streamlabs with Twittertisms in there. With Streamlabs, the ones from the current episode get rid of the next one because of how fucky the sign-ins are for accessing Streamlabs. But we got through all of them at this point, except the song lyrics. We said we would. Much like we'll catch up with all of the things. We're getting there. Here's a super chat to add more time to this EFAP. Hi, Prospector M. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Which EFAP villain would be your end during EFAP Ragnarok? Thought we just established that Rag's practically omnipotent, okay? So.
Yep.
Suppose it would have to be a whole collection, combining their powers into a giant EFAP villain mech, and then maybe a laser, and then you're assuming that the protagonists are dead, but they're not actually.
Oh no.
That's how it would go. But yeah, that is all for this stream.
Oh my god.
Dunzos.
Oh my god.
We still gotta catch up on 2 catch-ups and 1 episode of EFAP being the Wonder Woman one. We're almost getting there. We're closing the gap.
Nice.
Going all very, very, very well. It's getting there, catching up, like I said. With...
GG.
Well, I mean, there's not much else to say other than, like, I guess, you know, what's going on, which is I'm working on the script for The Boys Season 2. It's enormous. So...
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about with both of our shows.
Yes. Terrifying, you might even say. Daunting. Such tasks no one should have to be dealing with, but we shall. EFAP Doom Annihilation came out. We got Batwoman coming out very soon, and Man of Steel coming out very soon, because we have to get the DC ones through so that you guys can see us reacting to that Snyder cut with all the context is required.
That's gonna be a bunch of short nights for me, I guess.
Wouldn't it be long nights?
No, short sleepy nights. I mean,
short sleeps.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. I suppose it would be. That is very true.
Well, nothing really changed for me. Still working on the highlights. Want to get them ready for my birthday stream so I can just show that there as like a little break, I guess. We can have food. And then, yeah, still John Wick 2. I'm still doing it. Just need to balance all the work stuff and the live stuff with the video stuff.
And Lauren video from Rise, and that's with more EFAP thingies along the way. We're planning Bloodborne stream, probably try and do some catch up during it for Friday.
Whoa.
And the following day will probably be EFAP, and before and after will be more EFAP minis or movies, you know, and gaming. You know, EFAP's just constant. It's like so much EFAP, all of the EFAP.
And in 2 weeks is my 30th birthday, and I'm gonna do the Strombobulus.
We're celebrating how old he is.
Yeah.
Yay.
It's like a bunch of massives gonna be around. It's gonna be fun in the bun.
Few more are here before we close out. Mauler, the SCP Overlord is a 35-minute video on YouTube. I see. I have no context for it. I might check it out. Who knows?
I've been recommended it, so I don't know. Maybe if it's short, maybe we'll just watch it one day.
Is it Warhammer or is it SCP the creepy thing?
SCP. It's the creepy paste things.
Yeah.
So
very well.
Who knows? Could be great.
I'll just send it here. Jenny Nicholson had a Twittertism about white people. Jay Longbone quote tweeted it if you want to see. Oh boy, that sounds like it'll be so much fun. Yeah, I'll try and get a look at that at some point, I suppose. Also, Mauler, watch the Mothman Prophecies, you Mulrus. Possible.
Whoa.
We might just check it out at some point. Yes. If you were a stormtrooper in charge of a small squad and you found out the Death Star was destroyed, where would you go? What would you do?
That is an interesting question.
You'd have to consider losing the armor and trying to just integrate into society, I suppose. That'd be one option.
Yeah.
Going to some
There's
distant
a lot
planet.
to explore there in terms of what would our motivations be? What would we do? Where would we go? Would we like seriously ditch the armor and just split up?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? There's a good story potential there. They should maybe consider making something like that someday. I don't know. Pretty neat. It says 1 out of 2 on it, but there isn't another one yet, so don't know if should end or not. I'm just like, is that we good? As you guys can tell, we're getting close to the end of melee because I... Oh, wait, actually, we're probably not, because once I unlock Mewtwo, which I'll have to do offline, because he's unlocked through either 200 hours game time in fights, or I think like 500 wins, 200 wins, something like that. I'll just unlock it, and then do more of that, and we'll unlock the All-Star mode, which is probably going to be cancer, but, you know, why not?
Yeah,
it's a good little catch-up thing. Oh, 2 out of 2 was... That's why I was wondering. I'm thinking on a story. Oh, well, yeah. Like I said, first thought might be a complete restart of their, like, you know, histories and identities. They might want to sort that out. Or they maintain them and try and team up with other distant, you know, pockets of empire that are left. Yeah, there's lots of options. Could be very interesting. And on that note, I believe we shall head out.
Oh my god.
Unless, of course, there's anything else you guys want to say. Is there anything else you want to say?
No?
You know, I guess not. You know,
no, I think I'm good.
We've been saying, we've been saying all of it. If we said all the things. Sorry, I'm just a little tired. I woke up and did this.
That is all good. So thank you all for your memes. You're hanging out with us and your very kind donations. We will catch you on the next thing. Very likely going to be Friday following this one, and yeah, who knows what's next for EFAP. Good night, y'all.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For watching. See you later.
Yeah.